Alright, last time we opened with the Rainfall Elders at Clive's trying to have a pretty nice morning with the adults of the kids squad. Clive's ego continued to swell while Sam's despair followed suit. An ill-timed worse An ill-timed use of the word basic by Clive led to the morning and his table falling apart. The Rainfall adult saw off Ash as he finally got to take that long overdue vacation with Saris. Ricky came to say goodbye to his father ahead of them leaving, and he went to Tommy's, and the adults went to their respective places. Colt, Soul, Carter, and Memrianne went to Bash's grave in Arlington. They had a somber time there before heading to Tommy's as well. Benny and Elizabeth tried and failed to win their Master Yen card at auction before being given a rather nice gift as a consolation prize by one of the people there. Back on the lane, poor Blaze found himself ping-ponging between the foolishness of ego-driven Clive with the Marshal and watching Sam deal with JJ being gone. Carter's group arrived at Tommy's to meet up with Ricky, only to be informed by Tommy that he was well aware of the survival of Tess and Hecker. He also said that the harassment had picked up and that Hecker seemed to be gathering allies. Meanwhile, Julius and the other adults arrived to take a look at what Clive and Fwedwick had set up to do some training with them. For lack of any better descriptor, they were left speechless after seeing the majesty of their abilities. The training, however, would go on for hours. During that time, Clive was flattened by multiple people, including Julius and Sam, but his ego held fast. Meanwhile, the kids had a pretty restful time at the apartment ahead of a big day for the Rainfall kids. They were going to open for Fwedpak as their first song together as a band. A viewing of the movie Ticker while they were resting was interrupted by the rest of the kids being informed of the activities of Hecker. Finally, they all went down to where the concert will be played, and after getting their final preparations done, knocked their first showing out of the park. After that, we flashed a little bit forward to where they had successfully gotten Clive into the kill house with Sergeant Satterley, due to Clive insisting that he could show him a thing or two. After mistakenly mentioning that he was in something called the unit, Clive participated in a quick run through a kill house, frightened and screaming repeatedly, even stumbling his way to a couple kills. Even after all that, though, his ego held strong, and the kids got to have a good time out of it. And I believe that is everything.
Yep, 2 Fridays ahead. Ash is strolling down to Kaz's bar to come recruit him. Ash has a large sum of credits he can pay him to get him back in the fight now that Ash is back in the fight. Go.
Ash is going to walk up and open the door.
Puts his hand up immediately. No, don't want whatever you're selling, ain't buying.
Oh, come on now, Kaz. Can I at least get a drink while I pay for a drink for the two of us while I lay out the offer?
Counting credits, he'll gesture to the bar where there's glasses and taps.
He'll come up, reach over and grab a bottle and 2 glasses and start pouring them. Now, I'm authorized to write you a blank check for however much it would take. I've even been given the clearance to pay you hourly. How much will it take to bring you on to help find these bunkers? Because that's the job. We're not going to fight Strat again. We're just accompanying a Star Child to find bunkers.
Tailing Strat.
Possibly. Really, we're just trying to find any that they may not have found.
And if we find one they've found?
Record it, get what we can out of it, cordon it off and leave.
Maybe you ought to retire.
And why's that?
You shouldn't be walking.
Look, he'll get up, turn. I may have been banged up pretty badly, but the best wizard in the universe got me right as rain.
No, you're not getting what I'm saying. You shouldn't be walking.
I shouldn't have been walking for the last 25 years.
He'll shrug. Made it out of there by the skin of our teeth, and only because you have friends in the highest of places.
That's true.
If that dragon didn't show up, we would have been food, or, I don't know, hosts for whatever those things use people for. Like the rest of your men.
You could see him look down to his side, take a deep breath and look back up, taking his helmet off.
That was a second chance at life.
That it was, and he'll slide the drink down. I'm guessing
Four
money.
guys out of how many hundred?
This is true, which is why I'm guessing money alone is not going to convince you.
He'll shake his head.
Alright,
It's not about the money.
then let's look at it logically. There's not much of a choice in the matter. What I mean, before you think I'm trying to strong-arm you, what I mean is we need to get those bunkers, and we need to stop Strat from getting any more of that technology. Even with friends in high places, these are very, very dangerous creatures they're working with. Who knows where they could be? They could easily drop someone with just one on your planet, and it's overrun in days, if not sooner. This isn't really a problem that can be ignored, and a man like you, we spent a long time on that ship together. I know you're a good enough man to know that you would want there not to be billions or trillions of casualties when they could have been easily prevented.
He'll nod his head.
What we're doing, we aren't actively going after them. We're just trying to clean up anything they may have left behind and stop them from getting more of these Starchild bunkers and Starchild tech. If we have to fight, of course we will, but it'll be a small group.
They're not dead? The dragon took out their ship. He shrugs.
At least some of them survived. We know this for a fact.
Wonderful.
We have not had any sign. The only ones that we've had sign of, is he counting? 3 or 4 of them at most? Not many. And we haven't seen the man the kids refer to as Old Smoky. He very well may have perished in the crash. They're significantly weakened. We can just get around, claim these bunkers, cut them off from any resupplies that they could get from them, and what the B Squad is doing is choking them off even more.
Me, you, and a Starchild. He'll shrug.
And Ceres.
Okay.
2 of EarthGov's best soldiers, a former Ranger and former member of Epsilon Squad, and a Starchild in a incredibly fast ship that we can get into or out of somewhere quickly with.
75 million.
Done. I told you I've been offered quite a bit. He'll take the briefcase and slide it over.
I was hoping you didn't have that type of money. He shrugs, looking at the briefcase.
Like you said, he's gonna shift and down his glass. Friends in very high places.
Okay, sign me up.
Will do.
We're gonna run into them again, you know that, right? Well, clearly they have a grudge with me, and I'm sure there is a price, air quote, on your head.
Oh, I know for a fact there is. I've had a price on my head in various places for...
Because of you, they lost their ship. Because of you, they lost how many men? Sure, the dragon might have done it, but that dragon was only there because of you.
I understand. I'm used to living with a price on my head. We'll just kill them first if it comes to it. And this time, they won't have as much of an option of surprise.
I hope you're right.
As do I. Believe me, I'd much rather this be as calm and relaxing as I'm implying it will be.
When do we start?
When? Very soon, actually. I'd say only a couple days before we begin heading out. We just need to get our Starchild in order.
Well, I got myself a new ship with the money the Ranger General paid me for bringing you back. So, when the time comes, ring the bar, and I'll make my way to Gateway.
Understood. He's gonna nod again. Thank you, Kaz. I do appreciate this.
He nods his head. We're going to run into them again. I'm telling you.
I know we are. And when we do, we'll end them. They've been significantly weakened. I'm sure you heard through the grapevine what the kids killed recently.
No. We don't get much news out here. He shrugs back to the TV. What news we get is dated. We're only getting advertisements for something called the Memory Anniversary as of yesterday. Looking over his shoulder.
That would be Tommy. Here, he'll put up holograms of the 3 exoframes the kids fought. All gone.
And why would they be fighting them?
Apparently Strat had possession of them, was using them, it seemed, as a containment device for xenomorphs is our best guess. All 3 off the board.
Great! He looks at the holograms, that's great. Hope they don't have access to everything Max Tech had under Creasy. Otherwise, those bugs might be the least of our troubles.
Well, I would assume they have access to some, but the pleasant thing we can count on is they don't have access to much of it anymore. We did destroy their ship. They are significantly weakened. I don't think they really can go as all-out in an upfront fight with us as they used to be able to.
Hope you're right. I'll be bringing the Gatling laser either way.
I would hope you do. I'll be busting out some old favorites from my collection as well. The only other thing I'll warn you of is the Star Child Krellin is quite eccentric. Don't expect him to be some wise and lofty being.
Oh. As long as he's agreeable, I can get along with anybody.
He's quite agreeable. He's, one might almost call him childish at times.
Oh. Well, it looks like we'll have our hands full on all fronts then. He holds the briefcase up looking at it.
Yes, we will, and I'm sure your contract in terms of money can be renegotiated should things go incredibly haywire.
He'll nod, looking at the briefcase. This should do. Either way, I have bounties to get to.
Understood. He'll get up.
Ring the bar here when you're ready, and I'll make my way to Gateway.
Yes, sir. He'll put his helmet back on, nod to him, and start heading out.
Wait a minute, before you go.
Huh?
What is this memory anniversaries?
You remember the children, Carter and Memrian?
Vaguely. Sort of. Children of important people.
Yes, the Colonel's son and Miss Suletta's daughter are being wed on that date. Tommy refers to it as such because it is also her birthday and on Valentine's Day.
I feel sorry for that kid. Tapping the bar, walking back into the, tapping the bar with his hand, walking back into his storeroom.
Ash will pour another small drink, take it down, and go, "Damn right I do as well," and head out.
Flashing to Clive's home. Davine, Hunk, Scar, Suletta out here, drinking tea. Just had a very lovely breakfast made by Clive. Clive finds himself in this room here where he's got some of his ambassador computers and documents and a photo printer, futuristic one, and he prints out 2 photos. Hot, right off the presses into his hand.
He picks up the photos. Ah, yeah, these will do back in the unit. Yeah. He looks around, makes sure no one is watching. He picks up some of his tea and pours it on one of the pictures, and will grab it and like crumple it up a little bit in his hand, and will like try to flatten it out and make it look as weathered as possible. He then, with the other photo, goes over to a potted plant inside the room, comes back and just throws the soil onto the picture and like smacks it in a little bit, rubs it on, and then we'll pull it back out. Also crumple this one up so it looks like crumpled and weathered. Oh, that is perfect. They won't be able to tell the difference at all.
Coming into the room, what you doing, Claude?
Oh, crying, yeah. I was just reminiscing about our time back in the unit. You remember this one, right? Don't you? As it'll show him the bottom one.
Hey, me head on human body.
Oh no, mate, that's you, mate. That's you. Come on now.
That me, pointing at the picture as Frederick and Samuel follow suit, coming in the...
Flitwick walks in. What you guys looking? Wait.
Pictures of our time in unit.
Oh. Flitwick looks at Krellin, looks back at the picture. Yeah, no, I look really good right there.
How Frederick lose so much weight, Clive?
Oh, the unit was on a strict diet, especially that one over there, you know what I'm saying, Krellin?
Where's Samuel in these photos? Oh, is that Samuel there in back?
Yeah, no, he took the photo in this one here. And then in that one, he was in the background for it. Yeah, no, that's all you keeping an eye on me, protecting me, making sure that old Stormin Cliven doesn't, go off and go crazy on some nincompoops, you know what I'm saying?
At the mention of Storm and Clive, and Krellin looks really confused at Frederick, then back at Clive. This some type of show you want us to make? Make Pequod more money?
Oh, I mean, he looks down at the pictures. Maybe we could make some kind of show on the unit, but no, mate, that's what you guys always used to call me. He hits his chest lightly a couple times. I was Storming Cliven, you know? Come on, you remember, mate, don't you?
Krellin looks at Samuel, and Samuel looks at Krellin, and they both look at Frederick.
Flitwick looks around the room, notices a soil that's on the floor leading up to where he has the picture, and just rubs the back of his neck. Storm and Quivin, yeah, guys, remember? That's what we always used to call him.
Operation Desert Storm, we working for George Bush.
Yeah, you remember that, don't you? General George Bush, yeah, you remember.
Senior George Bush, not Junior.
Exactly, Senior George Bush, not Junior.
But me job in unit.
Oh, well, you, at one point, were the leader. But then you got pretty injured and realized that I was the better leader for the unit, mate. Because, just look at me.
And you have 4 stars on you hat.
Exactly, I was a 4-star commander of the unit. That was my rank right there.
Sasha know about this? Looking at Clive.
No. Sasha doesn't know about this. Don't you remember, mate? The only person who knew about the unit or so black bag and top secret was the former Ranger General Lola. You remember that?
Oh yes, many meetings. We helped save universe, Frederick. Looking down at his feet.
Yep. No, we helped save the universe way before Alpha 9 did.
Frederick, our radio technician.
Yeah, I mean, he could always get the best goddamn music channels on that radio, couldn't he?
Going to show Hunk and Davine this and Suletta to impress them. Looking at the picture.
I am, mate, I am. I was just looking around some of my old, files on my computer and stuff, and, well, goddammit, wouldn't you know, I found these. If they look at the computer, they see a very old version of Photoshop on the monitor.
Samuel beeps, pointing at Clive. Krellin looks at Samuel. He say is why Laz came to give you a scarf.
It is, actually, it is. I was expecting it to happen. All the other members of the unit had gotten their scars and everything of the sort. I knew mine was coming up, and, when I had that knock on the door, God damn it, I knew I was ready. She was there with the scarf, and I knew what I had to do.
Clearly saving best for last.
Clearly saving best for last, mate. Clearly. As he sort of hits his chest like a gorilla would, almost.
Would be very nice if you had some gear like this you wear around Lane. These things called Desert Camo BDU.
Desert Camo BDUs. I think I would look pretty good. Do you think you can maybe procure something like that for me?
Me ask Pequod to get us some from Sasha.
Frederick nods. We could just tell her it's for a show that we want to make, and then we'll ask for one in your size as well. Say you're on the show too.
Then maybe she give us show and find it funny.
Oh, she wouldn't find it funny, mate. She would find it absolutely badass.
Maybe make dramatic reenactment show.
dramatic reenactment show, or something like that. Yeah, no, that's not a bad idea, Crowley. You got a mind for this. That's why we used to call you the Skylander, mate.
Me Skylander. As he says that, he hears Suletta let out a laugh. Wow, they having fun down there.
Clive looks out. Yeah, they are. I should probably get to them, shouldn't I?
You can go have fun. We clean up dirt on ground.
Thank you, mate. Thank you. You guys know what a vacuum is. As he'll leave to show them the pictures.
As Clive leaves, what the fuck that dumbass talk about, Fudwick?
What the fuck? What is he talking about, the unit?
Samuel beeping Photoshop 2002.exe.
What the fuck? He'll go up to the computer in the room and start exiting out of that stuff. Man, it would be really embarrassing if Sueda and stuff saw this. I don't really want that for Clive.
This called stolen valor, Fudwick. Looking at Frederick.
Frederick looks at Krellin. Stolen valor of people who actually did stuff and were in black bag operations and stuff.
Search history, Samuel. He starts typing, pulls up Delta Force operators pre-calamity, early 80s to 90s. That's what he's searching for. Krellin scratches his head reading it.
So all those guys are Delta. He tilts his head. All of them are Delta then, and holds up the picture. That means he's stealing valor of Delta Force guys all the way from back in Desert Storm.
'Cause all dead and can't say what actually happened. Wow, look, this photo look like he has to press his chin down against neck.
Oh my god, his neck is way too big for his little baby head in there.
Samuel beeping, saying rainfalls are a military family, though. Krellin nodding his head. Don't think stolen valor go over well.
No, I don't think so. I fully expect Clive to at least be punched in the face. At the end of this week, at least.
Hopefully, Sasha pistol whip him.
Oh my god, that'd be really funny. Hopefully they record it.
Laugh about it forever.
Forever and ever.
Ho 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 ho! Looking at the picture.
Pointing at the picture, laughing.
Meanwhile, down here before Clive comes in, Davine's sitting on Hunk's lap. He's stroking her thigh longingly. As Suletta, I was quite impressed by Elizabeth 2 weeks ago, but I've been watching the concert back, and it was magnificent. Hunk breaks his longing look at wanting to bang Davine, and yeah, actually, she did well.
Yes, she looks at Suletta. You would never expect that's our little girl who wanted to wear a mask all the time, would you?
Did you sing in bars and other weird brothels, whatever Gallia had? Suletta looking at Davine. Oh.
Davine actually laughs and shakes her head. No, darling, I'm sure you've heard my singing voice while I'm drunk or something like that. Sounds sort of like cats at a chalkboard is how I would describe it.
Maybe we ought to have a couple drinks one of these nights they decide to smoke in our pool house and do some karaoke. Dear, naked.
Oh, darling. She looks at Hunk right in the eye and will pinch one of his cheeks. You just have all the good ideas, don't you?
Naked karaoke, get them the fuck out of our house, and they can stink up Patricia's place or Nicole's place. That's what I'm thinking, kissing her hand.
She smiles, gives him a kiss on the nose. And what a wonderful idea that is. And trust me, with my singing, it'll get them out of there real quick.
You would do that to Sam? Well, Sam's with Laz and Oz on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You would do that to Benny and Elizabeth? Oh, God, don't remind me.
Hey, please, darling, don't remind us, please.
Got the fucking man-child of the fucking decade in my house. Suletta lets out a loud laugh.
Honestly, if we were to do that to them, then maybe that'll get them out of the house quicker, you know?
He'll probably join in and want to dance with us, but he'll keep his clothing on, and at that point, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him.
Davine just looks down at the table. God damn it, you're right, honey, you're right.
Clive coming in with some photos in his hand. Okay, looking at the photo, well, what he's holding.
So before he came in, he was basically hiding around that corner there, sort of like breathing and hyping himself up for it. And as he rounded the corner, he's sort of like longingly looking at these photos, and he lets out like like a wistful sigh.
Oh, Clive, where have you been?
I just I wanted to see if I had any pictures of the unit, hun, and I started looking around on my PC, and
Oh, I thought we agreed not to talk about the unit in front of anybody outside of this household.
what do you mean, hun? I mean, he holds up the pictures so they're both visible to Hunk and Davine. Davine immediately, her head recoils seeing them. It's just pictures of me and the unit, hon. I mean, it happens. I might as well talk about it,
Hunk's jaw opens and locks in place, and he looks very angry.
Davine's hand goes right over Hunk's, and she starts massaging it while still staring at the pictures.
Oh, goddamn, those were the days. I was so much younger and in better shape back then. Sitting back in his chair.
Oh, mate, come on. I mean, I may or may not have been in better shape then than I am now. I might have lost some of my muscle mass and all, but...
Just a little bit, but I mean, after all the years of dedicated service, you deserve to take it easy. We all do. Slutta nervously drinking her tea.
Davine looks at Hunk. You don't have to look at this, darling. You don't have to look at those.
Oh, I insist. You ought to see him. Maybe it'll take you back, Hunk. Handing him one. Mm-hmm.
I mean, he walks around, puts his hands onto Zuletta's shoulders and starts to rub them. Back in the uni, we were like black bag, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you do know something about that, but, I think I could teach you a thing or two about being a black bag operator, Hunk.
The unit, huh? Looking at Clive.
Yes, sir, the unit.
So what op were you on? Oh, Krellin's part of the unit, right. The guy who was living on an alien spacecraft that nobody knew about till 20 years ago. Okay. So Krellin's part of the unit. What is this from? Beirut? Cairo?
No, mate, that's during Desert Storm, mate. And, we were in Iraq. Yeah, no, we were in Iraq. And we were stopping milk from being smuggled across the border. Milk, you know what I'm saying? He does quotation marks. And then this one over here was all of the unit guarding me while I was walking up towards the base and everything like that. And they used to call me Storm and Cliven because they just didn't know what I was going to do, you know what I mean? And I could have just gone off and started ripping heads off people, you know what I mean? That's just the kind of guy I was back in the day.
Davine's sitting on his lap so she can feel his body temperature is rapidly increasing.
Davine looks worried over to Zuletta and then at Hunk and starts to pet the top of his head.
Storm and Cliven, huh?
Goddamn, Storm and Cliven. Four-star commander of the unit. That was my rank back in the day.
Who gave you that rank, Clive?
The former Ranger General, General Lorelei. I don't know if you ever met her or not. Maybe you didn't.
No, I don't think a pleb like me would ever be able to meet her.
Oh, that's okay. We all had our place in the military, from the lowliest of grunts to commander of the unit.
This unit, Clive. He's now death gripping part of the table with one of his hands. What did you guys specialize in? Oh, Car 15.
No. Goatees and GALs, mate.
Right, but that's a Car 15 in that picture. So that's not a Car 15. The unit never used Car 15.
Yeah, no, the unit were actually against Car 15s. We didn't like the feel of them. We didn't like the look of them. They just, they didn't shoot. the unit very well, mate. I'll tell you that much.
That is indeed, in fact, in Scar's hands, a Car 15, though. It's a bigger team.
Clive looks at.
Black job. We were using the enemy's weapons to blend in.
Yeah, using the enemy's weapons to blend in. That they all use these shitty Car 15s and everything like that. We needed to blend in with them, and you got to get the mission done somehow. You got to do some stuff you don't want to do.
I bet, Clive. I bet.
Yes, sir. God damn the unit.
You miss those days, Clive?
I miss them like you can't believe, mate. Don't get me wrong. I love my life nowadays, I really do, and I'm eternally grateful for all of you for it. And just sometimes it's nice to reminisce about my Storming Clifton days.
Who gave you the name?
George Bush Senior, mate.
He stops. He was gonna say something, but then he stops. Right. Well, trip down memory lane is, hey, I do it sometimes too. You guys look pretty good there in this one.
Thank you. Yeah, now, Samuel was on this mission as well. He just, he was behind the camera for this picture here.
Yeah, you see, Clive's looking good there, don't you think? No response from her.
Davine just pinches her eyes closed and almost grits her teeth while she says it. He looks great, darling. Spectacular.
And some teeth back then.
I mean, no, you're bound to lose a couple teeth when you're getting rough and rowdy with the enemy. And he nudges Scar's shoulder. Even so with the boys at times, those old wrestling matches we used to have. You remember those?
Oh, I do. And I mean, there was no time we'd brush our teeth and floss all the time, but we were running ops basically 24/7. There was no time to stop and go to the dentist. We weren't stationed on Gateway in an apartment causing drama. You know what I'm saying, Davine?
Davine starts to slowly blink at Scar and then over to Clive and just looks at Hunk and holds his hand very tightly. Yeah, no.
Where were you stationed then if you weren't on Gateway? Because all the Tier 1 units do have a section of Gateway that they can occupy. Even the Delta of today has a whole office area dedicated to them.
Oh, we had our own ship, didn't we, Scar?
Yeah, it was called the Fort Bragg.
Yeah, no, the Fort Bragg. It's actually, Fort Bragg, named after Fort Bragg, North Carolina, where the ship was built, and we actually used to fly it down there, and would, be there just to have fun and a good time. So basically, we had our own ship, and we were stationed in Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
Wow. I like the American flag on your body armor there, Clive.
Oh, thank you, mate.
And Scar's shoulder and his chest.
Yeah, no, thank you, mate. It was a bit of a, what do you call that?
A tradition of the unit. Since we were located in Fort Bragg, we wore the flag of what used to be the old world, country name. A tradition. All of the unit squads are like that.
Yeah, all of the units, and as me, commander of the unit and all that, I had to, wear it loud and proud, you know what I'm saying, Hunk?
I bet. And what kind of gun did you say? Because I don't have that in my collection. Godesian GAL, right?
Yeah, Godesian GAL, mate.
Okay.
Maybe you call it a Godesian Gal or something like that. That's not what it is. Godesian GAL. If you don't have it, maybe you should get one. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe you could give me one. You're the one that's the expert in them.
That is true. I'll see what I can do. I don't think they really make them anymore, though.
Nah, they're collector's pieces now, or Yeah, no way. Not even Ash would have one.
Yeah, no, not even Ash. I mean, I'm sure his armory is illustrious in all the guns he does have. He won't have a good decent no sorry, Bob.
So what were some of the requirements to be in the unit? Would like, I don't know, would Carter have made it in your unit? Because Carter's special forces nowadays, you know.
Clive scoffs and
Not even a fucking chance. We don't take Nepo babies. So I don't, oh no.
Yeah, no Nepo babies with us. You know, one of the biggest requirements back when I was recruited, at least, Skylander was at the tippity top.
Who?
Skylander, he points to Krillin.
Oh. Okay, yeah. Right. Got it.
Yeah, now
Wait, isn't that game thing you bought him? Huh? Just shrugs. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Clive leans forward to Hunk. Are you okay, bud?
No, I'm feeling a little under the weather. I guess, Clive. Continue.
Yeah, no, so, Skylander, he had to like your, moxie and everything like that. He had to like you and see a special, spark in you. Now, believe it or not, I was taken right out of boot camp, straight into the unit, mate. That's how much the Skylander liked me, and also why I eventually became the leader of the unit.
Oh, I see. Right out of boot camp. So no MOS, they just grabbed you and pulled you out. Your moxie was too much.
Oh, I mean, quote from General Lorelei. This man's moxie is greater than any soldiers I've ever seen before.
End quote. Pointing at Davine with his paw.
Davian's eye starts to twitch a bit as she covers her mouth and drags it down her face. She'll hold Hunk's hand even tighter.
So after your days in the unit, you went back to the UK, Clive, to just, live off the money, because clearly they probably paid you really well. And Scar, you became a dock worker? Well, to an extent, you see, when Clive retired, I was still in the unit. I was just part of our intel division. And they put me on Sword Base as a plant, in case Malcolm tried anything. And so I was a plant on the Majestic, believe it or not. And if we recall correctly, I was the one that dealt with Malcolm. Davine was doing nothing, standing there useless, isolated, like she always did. Just there was no gym for her to fucking stand it.
Davine grits her teeth at that, and Hunk can hear her, mumbling to herself. I was also staying away from him because he was fucking obsessed with me.
Hunk is, he squeezes her thigh tightly. Wow, you were a plant, Scar. Took you 2 years to take the guy down. Well, Julius and Ash kept getting in my fucking way, once again, Nepo babies.
Yeah, 2 more that would never have been on the unit.
Oh, not a fucking chance with Julius. Maybe a chance with Ash, given his firearms expertise. But given the drama caused by him, no fucking way. There was no drama in the unit. We didn't tolerate this horse shit, We had a gym, but nobody fucking squatted, took a shit on the ground, and neglected people to make a home out of that gym. You know what I'm saying, Davine? You get what I'm pitching here?
I'm catching what you're pitching, darling.
In fact, while the Skylander was in charge of the unit, him and Frederick had a kid, and they took good care of that kid. They didn't neglect him or anything like that. They adopted a child, a little girl, actually. She's growing up now, doing great things in the military.
I must ask, darling, what was her name?
Natalie.
Natalie? Davian looks at Hunk. Natalie, darling. We'll have to ask Sasha about Natalie, yes?
Oh, I would love to. Suletta setting her teacup down. Scar, Clive, why don't you go make sure Soul is not in that ridiculous... The unit. Only the unit can make sure that Soul is not in that ridiculous hover chair, please. I know her mother is growing tired of it. She's getting fat. I know she's pregnant, but she's also putting on weight because she's not moving. So could the unit please, for the Primarch's sake, make sure she's not, even if you have to sabotage her.
Oh, Clive looks at Scar. One more mission, just like the good old days, mate.
Yeah, come on, brother. Standing up, putting his paw up for a high five.
Clive high fives him, shakes his hand like it really hurt him to do that, and will start to walk out with Scar.
Yeah, I believe they're at Soul's home, Clive, remember, so head that way.
Okay, Soul's home, gotcha. I love you, honey. I'll see you later.
Oh, I love you too, farewell. As the door closes. Suletta, well, who's up for another cup of hunk? Shut the fuck up, glaring at Suletta. Tea.
Davine's shaking in Hunk's lap, and she'll hug around his chest and hug him very tightly to calm both herself and possibly him down.
That's EarthGov's ambassador. Stolen valor. That's what that... I know. I don't know what's wrong with him. Shaking her head. Well, I know what sparked it, but yeah.
Davine shakes her head. We shouldn't give him access to documentaries, because then he's going to steal stuff from the ghost ship of the Majestic, or one of those ones, and then he'll act like he's the one who blew up the Majestic, or some shit like that.
What started the unit, if you know what sparked it? Suletta, Sergeant Satterley emasculated him. Hunk? Oh. Did he bully him or something? Looking shocked at Davine.
Davine, almost instantly calms down and looks at Suletta. Wait, no, did Satterley bully him? What happened?
Well, the children... Clive was insisting he could show them all a thing or two, you know. Colt about sniping, Carter about using the sword of man, blah, 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 blah. So the children set up a kill house run with the Delta guys down in Woodbury under Julius's command, and they brought Clive with them 2 Fridays ago. And Sergeant Satterley emasculated him by asking him to take the safety off of his car 15. Hunk.
Davine rubs her face and starts to laugh.
So, Clive resorted to pathological lying.
She uncovers her face, looks at Suletta. Does he believe all this, darling?
I think so. Yes, I think there's a part of his brain that does, in fact, believe it. I think the echo chamber here is very strong, as you know, and yes. Godesian FAL. I know where or GAL, I know where he gets that. I know exactly where he gets coming here. That. As Hunk's thinking back to one of Clive's first days on the lane, Clive wanted to see Hunk's armory. Well, he was getting a tour around the house having dinner. Nicole's left, Pequod's left, Julius is left, Suletta's left, and it's just Hunk, Davine, and Clive, and Hunk showing him around the armory.
I have to say once more, guys, you have a beautiful abode, can I just say?
No, thank you. These are the first, air quote, generation rainfall homes. The one you got is the, second generation home, but there is something special about this one. Me, Nicole, Banksy, Pequod, and Patricia and Julius. Our homes are all like this. And Suletta's home. They're all set up exactly the same way in terms of layout.
Davy nods, sitting cross-legged in a seat over here, sipping a cup of tea. Yes, I actually feel quite good, to say the least, to know that, we have this sort of special connection about our houses. It's an odd feeling. As Clive nodding towards her, he'll look over at Hunk and walk up to him. So, this is your armory, your gun collection, if you will.
Yeah, I got quite a few. I've never stopped to actually count them, but I collected over the years while I was in the service, and I did a little post-service collecting with my, with the money we earned at the academy from EarthGov. Yeah, I'm not as big of a gun nut as somebody like Asherion Valorius, but I definitely, and Banksy, he likes his guns, but I definitely do enjoy a firearm or two.
Completely fair, mate. We all have it's not technically a vice, but like our collecting vices, if you will. For me, it's video games and action figures and such. As he's looking around the armory. Yeah, no, these are really cool. Hello, but which one's this, mate, can I ask?
Oh, here. He'll take it off the wall and hand it to him. This is a Rhodesian FAL. So this gun, this is why I like collecting firearms. Here, take it. Hold it.
He'll hold it, tries his best to be, like, safe with the gun and hold it correctly to, look good in front of Hunk, but Hunk can tell, just given all his experience, he's completely fucking failing at it.
Yeah, here, you want to make sure the barrel is always pointed away from people, so point it this direction, not at me, thank you.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry about that. He'll point it that direction.
No, it's okay. It's no problem. If you ever want to shoot, just let me know. We got tons of shooting ranges here in the bunkers below the lane and some above ground.
I might have to take you up on that. That seems like it would be a pretty good time. I've never actually shot a gun, believe it or not.
Well, I mean, you're in the right place to learn. Why I like collecting guns is pretty simple. Every gun has a story behind it. So this one, he'll pull out the pistol Davine. This is a VP-70 pistol. Vast Pistola. They were made before the Calamity Wars. Okay, so this thing is old as hell. And it went through how many EarthGov armories before it got to me, and then Lorelei let me put it in the forge and turn it into this fine piece right here. He shakes it in his hand in front of Clive.
Oh, wow, that... So, sort of like pre-Calamity War video games, as an example. Everyone has a story because they've survived for so long.
Exactly, and that gun you're holding is no different. That is from the Rhodesian Bush War in Africa. Okay, and now imagine that. That happened in the early 1960s. All right, that happened all the way back then. Some guy joined EarthGov post-Calamity, somehow, or a collector, joined EarthGov with the gun, fell into his collection, he served EarthGov, moved out to the frontier, like way out to the frontier to retire, started his own little collection of guns. This was the centerpiece of his collection. One day, back when a guy named Colonel Curtis was in charge of Ash's squad, Ash did a favor for this guy, and Colonel Curtis saved his... I can't remember exactly what Ash told me, not right now, but they ended up, saving the guy's homestead, essentially. Saved the guy's homestead. He awarded Ash this gun. And now there was some drama and stuff, and it had all become water under the bridge, but Ash sent me this gun as a gift. He gave it to me as a gift for like a bury the hatchet kind of gift. So this gun started on Earth, went all the way out to the frontier, and found its way back to Earth. Think about that.
Oh no, that is spectacular, mate. That is honestly quite interesting. Just to hold a piece of history like this, a Rhodesian FAL, you called it, right?
Rhodesian FAL. When Ash was still a rookie, I gave him my Galil, Micro Galil, made by Israel, and that was kind of the same thing, believe it or not. It was the frame of the gun. I was awarded basically like a gift type of thing, and then Blaze crafted it up for me to shoot gamma rounds, radiation rounds, and then I ended up giving it to Ash when he was a rookie back in the day. So gun collectors like to pass lofty gifts around, I suppose.
Yeah, everyone enjoys helping the other out getting guns they may or may not want.
Ash ended up trading the gun I gave him away during the crisis, saving the universe. Ash was slinging shit, trading for the best gear possible for him and the rest of Alpha 9, our Alpha 9. And then, post the crisis and beating the cult and the Epsilon squad dudes, Ash ended up going back and getting it back by trading shit he got off the frontier, like this.
Oh, okay, mate. And I'm not very familiar with guns like this. Is this like a sharpshooter weapon, like custom personal?
It can be rigged up to be a sharpshooter weapon, absolutely, but it's mostly an assault rifle, an assault weapon. But you can rig it up to be a sharpshooter's setup, absolutely. You need a Picatinny rail or something on the top, put a scope on it, have the scope zeroed, yada yada yada. But no, yeah, it can be a sharpshooter's weapon, for sure. That's the beauty of guns, if they're modular, or can be made to be modular. Something like a Car 15 can be a sharpshooter's weapon, or an assault weapon, or a breaching weapon.
Car 15, that's the one. He snaps his fingers.
You see Carter carrying around when he comes home on Fridays, slung on his back behind the sword. Yeah.
Right, yeah, no, and that's sort of like a universal weapon then.
Yeah, I mean, that's been around since before the Calamity Wars. Yeah, and it's just super reliable, super modular. With the improvements of modern technology, it just got better. The weapons platform just improved, and easy to learn, easy to make. Well, hand a gun to a 20-some-year-old clueless kid like Carter, and he's gonna get it down in 2 or 3 weeks.
Very nice, very nice. Well, thank you so much for showing me all this. It's always good to see another collector's collection, especially something that I myself don't collect.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming back here. So that, oh, it makes so much sense. I'd forgotten that Sherion gave you that gun.
Davine shakes her head. She looks at Soletta. Darling, what does he say his role was, other than commander of the unit in the unit?
Sharpshooter.
Davine slowly looks at Hunk.
Yeah. Yep. He had asked if the gun was a sharpshooter's gun or an assault, something else, and I said it could be rigged to be, whatever you want, because that is modular tactical weapons. That's what they are made to do. A variety of different things. I don't think this stolen valor thing is going to go over well in front of Julius and Nicole. Especially Nicole, considering the fact, sure, she might not have went through basic training, but she's officially part of the military. She always had been, and they forced her into it. She never had a choice. So did Julius, but he could have went to jail. Either way, Soletta, oh, I know.
Davine shakes her head. Darling, I love you and Clive very much. But if things don't go over as... If things go as poorly as I think they are going to when those two find out, I won't be able to stop them. You realize that, right? Maybe Nicole, but Julius, he would be out of my hands, darling.
Yeah, I mean, I can stop him, but not physically. Hunk putting his hand out. Sure, I can stop him, but once the limit break thing happens, I'm out of the equation. So hopefully they show mercy. Shrugging.
Well, they're both very... Davine bites her bottom lip. Nicole is a very understanding person, and Julius is working on it, so hopefully they're going to take those practices to good use in the future, yes?
Well, they'll probably be seeing it if they follow his eTube. He put out an eTube video this morning on some PlayStation 2 game that was based off of him and the unit.
Davine blinks a couple times.
I feel as if he feels he is emasculated, he'll resort to these things. I mean, lately he's been mumbling to himself about showing Elizabeth a thing or two. Though maybe he is emasculated by Elizabeth. I don't know. She's a woman.
Davine rubs back her neck. She is a woman, yes. Perhaps he's just taking into account all that she can do at such a little size or something like that. But then she looks at Hung. Wouldn't he also be emasculated by me if we're going by that logic?
No, I can't wait till he comes out with the ODM gear on and the swords and cuts his own wrists off, and then we have to panic call Nicole to come heal.
Davine just sighs heavily.
He wants to show Elizabeth a thing or two about singing and vocal performances, and I mean, it's gotten so bad they took bets on whether he'd do it to a Sherion's son, with the Kai blade things, and apparently he did before they he said something to the effect of, I think I could show Ricky a thing or two about using car blades, so I should be the first in the breaching door.
Damien starts to laugh. He said he could teach Ricky a thing or two about using Kai blades. The only known Kai fighter to be able to do the Kai blades. He says he could teach him a thing or two about them.
Yes, I actually took up lunch for the squad Wednesday, and I saw them playing with foam fingers, making fun of him, so...
Damien covers her mouth and starts to laugh. I'm sorry I'm laughing, darling. That part is a little funny.
No, it's okay. He deserves it. Hunka, are the other three stooges in on it too? No, I don't think so. No, they're not. At least as far as I know.
Davy nods. Well, at least there's that.
Call Krellin in here, dear, now.
Davy will clear her throat. Krellin, Frederick, Samuel, come here, please.
Wow, still eating, coming in, sitting down next to Suletta.
Yes, darling, yes, we're just conversing amongst ourselves. We actually have a very weird question to ask you, darling. She looks Krellin in the eye.
Sure.
Were you the Skylander a part of the unit, in quotation marks?
No, saw Clive printing those photos out, putting dirt and stuff on them.
Frederick nods. Yeah, no, he had like the 2002 version of Photoshop open and photoshopped his face and stuff on those photos.
Storm and Norman was... What was he, Frederick could say on Google? Some type general in Desert Storm, Stormin Cliven. On good God.
He also said that George Bush Sr. was a general in Desert Storm and that he was like given orders by him and stuff.
Desert Storm to kill Saddam, not Milk War. That's what he said. Stop milk being trafficked or something.
Davian shakes her head. Why the fuck would you ever need to stop milk from being trafficked?
Because he has no idea what real soldiers do and what they get involved in. He's clueless. Shaking her head.
Frederick nods. At this point, though, we're just sort of like letting him live in this like fantasy of his. We'd feel bad if we were like, trying to knock him down a peg or two with this kind of thing, and well, we're trying to be better to him and stuff, so we're trying not to be mean about it.
Hopefully Sasha pistol whip him. Yeah, that's a possibility, yeah.
Oh no, what if Nicole goes Nevermore and tries to eat him?
That is also another real distinct possibility. Julius Kai blasting him back to the 19th century is also another real distinct possibility.
Wow. If he goes about this the wrong way, which I think he already has, he's gonna be in some deep shit.
2 weeks ago, criticizing Nicole's use of Nevermore powers in Tiny Room. Very scary. Oh god.
Frederick nods. It scared us all so much that we started to cower in the corner.
Ready to die. Krellin clapping for some reason.
Frederick with just a giant smile on his face and nodding at Hunk.
Yeah, he needs to learn, I actually think delusions like this are fine, I guess. He needs to learn who he watches around, who he plays, who he criticizes is what I'm trying to say, dear.
Yes, and especially what he criticizes them for, because, well, I will fully admit it, I can be criticized for a great many things. But if he were to criticize something like my relationship with Nicole, or my swordswomanship skills, or something like that, I would be quite angry at him.
Yeah, as would I, and at that point I'm just punching him. To let up there, shrugging.
As would I most likely punch him if he were to talk about you in that way, my love.
Now, I mean, if he's willing to talk about Nicole and Julius that way, I'm sure we're on the table.
Oh, she gestures to where he was standing. He said you didn't know stuff about black bag operations and that you were a lowly grunt in the military, darling.
My whole life was black bag operations. It's all I did the second I got out of the Headhunters. And even when I was in the Headhunters, it was like SEALs and SIS is where Integra was sending me to work. So, you know what they do? Black bag operation. Excuse me. Black bag operations.
David starts to laugh and Flitwick starts to clap at Hunk.
Very stupid, Clive. Oh, yeah, very.
But yeah, I hope you guys don't mind. We're gonna let him live in this world of his. Might shadow his ego even more if we try to bring up that it isn't real. Or he'll just accuse us of trying to make fun of him and stuff. He won't listen.
Call us deserters of the unit. So yeah, he probably would, actually.
Yeah, he would. He would try to court-martial us with his no rank in the military.
Oh, Clive. Rubbing her forehead.
Davine will reach out and hold Suletta's hand and start to rub it with her thumb.
Hunk will shake his head as, speaking of the kids, they're enjoying themselves today, having some breakfast sandwiches at Sol and Colt's house made by Colt.
Sol will take a bite of her sandwich, look up at him. God, you're such a good cook, and put the sandwich up to his mouth.
He'll take a bite. Yes, I am. I made you 4 as requested. You should probably get out of the chair.
Sol looks down at the chair, looks at him. Only if I get to sit in your lap.
Sure, absolutely. Pick her up out of the chair, Marianne. Is that the first time you've gotten out of it since, I guess you got in it Friday?
Sol looks at Marianne and nods. It's a very, well, also to, get in and out of bed, of course, but it's a very comfortable chair, Marianne.
You're getting fat.
Sol looks over at Sam.
I have no quarrels about punching a pregnant woman either. Just saying. Eating her sandwich!
Her eyebrows go up and she'll look at Colt.
Everybody calm down. She's supposed to get a little fat. She's getting pregnant. That's what happens, right, love? Right? Somebody help me!
Laz nods. Yes, not only is she getting pregnant, she is pretty heavily pregnant at this point. She's just getting a bit fatter and gaining weight because, well, she's handling 2 people at the same time. One in her body and one out of her body.
This is a picture of my mother when she was pregnant with Cole. Not fat. You're getting fat. Looking right at Sol. Just because you're pregnant doesn't mean you can't walk. Putting the picture away.
Sol looks at the picture, will look at Colt.
It's only normal.
She looks at the sandwich, then back at Colt.
Your appetite has gone up. It's normal. You have something in your stomach that needs nourishment.
She's looking him in the eye. Only if you're sure I'm not getting, too fat for you, you know?
It doesn't matter to me. It really doesn't, personally. Let her brood in the corner over there. She's just mad about it.
She smiles at him and will give him a kiss. Thank you, baby.
It's just more you have to work off when you're not pregnant anymore.
And I will most definitely work it all off, but for right now, I don't mind having some extra fat from Rebecca here.
Extra padding is a good thing if she fell or something. She is getting oh god.
Laz nods. She rubs her cheek and looks at Oz. I know, I see it too, trust me.
She a thick-ass girl eating his sandwich.
Carter was about to take a bite of his sandwich and he sets it down on his plate and pinches the bridge of his nose.
Chubby soul eating his sandwich. Did I say that out loud? Looking around.
Yeah, you did, bro.
Elizabeth. Yeah, no, you did, honey. You did. She starts to pat his cheek.
Maybe only 2 sandwiches instead of 4.
Yeah, no, I agree. Here, you can have the other 2.
I need them. We did have to do PT this morning.
Oh, then yeah, take them, most definitely, honey.
It was a pretty good time at PT. Looks over at Memory Ann. This is really fucking uncomfortable.
Oh, how could it get any... As coming in, there's fat ass, looking down at...
Oh. As she looks down at her stomach after Okeer says that.
Takes a sandwich from Cole. Takes a bite.
Carter leans forward. How you doing, Okeer? You doing all right today?
Yeah. I was up on Gateway talking to your auntie, and you got too many family members for me to keep track of. The other rainfalls up on Gateway, just telling them we all did well at PT today. Proud of everybody. Nodding his head, and they told me Soul sat in the chair and took a nap, which is why I came in and said there's Fata.
Soul looks back down at her food and looks at Colt. Maybe I can do with walking around a bit more.
Yeah, but you have to eat. You do need double the nourishment intake when pregnant. So.
Most definitely. I'm gonna continue to eat, but I could do with walking around, honey.
Getting them chubby cheeks.
Soul will look at Colt, smile a bit, and will blow air into her cheeks so they look even chubbier.
Yeah. Before you know it, she's gonna be 300 poundo, and you're gonna be rolling her around the lane. Colt, please, no.
Soul shakes her head. No, that won't happen. Don't worry.
Well, when you're done with your pregnancy, we'll get it off. You can put on as many pounds as you want. Trust me, I'll get it off.
Yeah, there's always room for more people in the gym training. Me and Okeer.
Not even the gym. We'll take her running up mountains. We'll get it off her in a month.
Hell yeah, man. Honestly, just you and me in the gym. Some of the time it gets a little lonely, doesn't it?
Well, that gym is cursed, by rainfall standards. I understand.
Yeah, that's fair. Hearing what I heard about it, I can't blame you guys for not wanting to go into it.
Cursed is a good term, I'd say. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely feels like some benevolent spirit has resided itself there, hasn't it? Sitting in there all by itself.
Monday morning, Carter and I were actually the first up on Gateway, and Carter was sitting in the gym pre-workout relaxing, and his mother stormed in, saw him sitting there, and flipped shit. She went to grab a frying pan and hit him with it until he calmed her down.
Was that
Yeah.
what that banging was?
Yes, if you were in one of the adjacent rooms, then yes.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, I was just sitting there making my pre-workout, actually, and she walked in, screamed at the top of her lungs, went into the kitchen. I knew I was fucked at that point. She came back into the gym, started hitting me, and I had to talk her down, talk her out of it. I had to get Memory Ann to help me with that. She didn't believe me.
The frying pan was hot, too. I was making scrambled eggs for Carter and I.
The eggs got all over the gym.
That's why there was eggs on the ground, looking at Memory Ann. Memory Ann, yeah.
How many days ago was it? Because a couple days ago, I got woken up by banging and just assumed that it was, somebody dropping something. Just went back to sleep.
Today's Friday. Monday. It was Monday morning, 0600.
So yeah, like 4 days ago.
She came by to stop. She wanted to stop by to tell Carter she was proud of him for coming in early and, being all he can be. And, well, he never got told that. She laughed.
I just assumed Okeer was making breakfast, or maybe the Stooges had just shown up in the apartment.
I was getting breakfast myself down on Ring 2. Glad I wasn't there.
I'm happy I went back to sleep.
Elizabeth looks down at her sandwich, then at Benny. Could you imagine how angry she would be if she saw me sitting in the gym all by myself like that? I mean, just given how much I look like Mom.
That's when her head explodes and like 80 dragons crash into the station.
Elizabeth starts to laugh. I would not put it past Pequod to do something like that if she got angry enough.
Is that why you don't work out in there, honey? Looking at Elizabeth. Work out down here instead.
Elizabeth looks at Oz and nods. I don't really want to chance it. I don't think it would be very smart to tempt fate like that, if you will.
I think it's a wise decision. I come from a family that we didn't have a lot, so being given second chances and squandering them is not big on my list. I would be as livid as the Primarch is, for sure. Not seeing you do it, just the whole situation.
Last nods. Yeah, no, I can definitely get my mother's anger about it, most definitely.
So can I. I'm still living the repercussions.
I mean, I can kind of understand it just seeing what it did to you guys.
Yeah, we'll be feeling it for another 40 years. Well, forever, I mean, I should say.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any limit on the anger she feels about this situation, hun.
Maybe.
She shrugs. Oh well.
Maybe not, but you never know. Maybe 200 years from now, everything will be forgiven and forgotten.
I would hope so. Looking at Carter. But I don't think it's gonna happen.
Carter looks at her. It's always good to have a bit of hope. He looks at the sandwich and shakes his head. Don't think hope is gonna help us out on this one, though.
No, stroking Carter's cheek. No, it's not. That Carter and I love living where we live on the lane. Very grateful to Uncle Scar for giving us his home far away from everybody.
Oh, it's gotta be nice and quiet out there, and the animals come up out there because you're out in the middle of nowhere?
Yes, they do. Quite often, actually. More so than they did when Uncle Scar was out there, because apparently he'd spend time screaming alone in his cabin about Carter and Grandma Davine and Elizabeth and Sol and whoever was the drama creator of the day.
Carter nods. But yeah, no, it's nice, secluded, away from any drama that may be created that day and everything like that. It's nice to get away. It's like our own personal retreat almost.
No shit, huh? Yeah, that does sound kind of nice to have right about now. Just a nice, quiet place to be cozy with, well, your partner.
Push her cheeks together on her face, Colt will. Look at them chubby cheeks. He's so cute. Colt kisses her lip.
Sol kisses him back and, with her cheeks still pushed together, gives him a wink and will blow another kiss at him.
They say humanoids, they say pregnant humanoids have a certain glow to them. In her case, it's because she's so much bigger, she's catching more light. Oh, God damn it!
Sol looks down at her stomach, back up at Colt. Maybe I walk around all day today or something like that. I think that would be good.
I think the chair's gotta go for a while, honey.
Sol nods. That'd be fine. She looks at the chair, puts a hand on it. It is good to have around just in case, though.
How about only on the weekends?
I could do that. I could definitely do that, only on the weekends.
Your parents told me to rib you about it. That's why I am. Don't worry about it. Your mother just thinks you spend too much time in. So does your father. And Sasha. And, your other mother, I should say, your mother-in-law. And your aunt doesn't say anything, but I think it's because she's trying to be nice.
Sol opens her mouth and closes it. No, I appreciate it, Okeer. Thank you for... She'll hold his hand and smile at him. Thank you for doing it for me. I'll walk around more, don't worry.
At the end of the day, we all know you'd rather be out there with us. It's probably gotta get fucking old sitting there on Gateway. Especially watching this jackass hooked to a helicopter or a gunship, gesturing to Colt.
Sol sighs heavily and nods. Trust me, I would much rather be out there with all of you, helping out than sitting on Gateway, watching it all happen. Don't get me wrong, my studies are very important, and I'm doing apparently pretty good in them thus far, but I would still rather be with you guys, trust me.
Well, at the very least, for those of you who haven't really been made aware, Father has twisted this unit thing into an ongoing saga. Colt, huh? Rubbing Sol's thigh for her, looking over at Memory Ann. Benny, that thing he was mumbling about when we took him into the kill house?
Yeah, no, The unit. He was the commander of the unit.
Yes, Carter and I went over to Mother and Father's place for dinner every night this week so far, and he's been doing nothing but talking about his days. She runs her hand down her face, looking blankly ahead past Ricky in the unit.
He's, talking about, his days in the unit, right? What kind of work did the unit do?
Stopping the smuggling of various types of dairy products. Eggs, free range eggs are up there. The unit was crucial in stopping free range eggs from being smuggled.
Oh, don't forget about the Great Cheese Debacle of Mogadishu in 86, hun.
Yes, I don't want to watch the video. In your own free times, watch his latest video. You'll hear about it. I don't want to watch it. Don't pull it up on your wrist computer. We were there when he filmed it.
Nah, no problem.
He insisted on bringing me and Carter on for comment. Thankfully, Carter got me out of there, kissing him.
Carter sighs and puts a hand on her thigh. Yeah, it's no problem, my love. I wanted to get out of there too.
Oh, come on, Marianne. Come on, Carter. You sit down next to your father. He got me out of there.
Good man. He's gonna pat Carter's shoulder across the table. Good man. So, is it like some kind of fantasy, like a book he's writing? Or is this something he actually believes?
She'll look at Carter.
We believe it's something he legitimately believes happened. And
Sergeant Satterley should have never... Well, I mean, not should have never, but when Sergeant Satterley asked him to take the safety off the Car 15, it was over.
Yeah, right then and there is... I'm sure when the idea of the unit first popped right into his head. So, he shakes his head. You know, I love Sergeant Satterley. Stopped me more than that saved my life than I can ever give him credit for. I just wish he didn't tell him to take off the goddamn safety.
Maybe I shouldn't have yelled for him to look behind him and made him back into Sam.
I'm back in the unit. Sam eating her, saying that as she eats her sandwich.
At least you had fun, Sam.
It's just sad, I think. Shrugging.
Yeah, he is stealing valor, you know?
She shakes her head.
Trust me, we know it upsets Suletta quite a bit, thinking about it, and she's quite worried about what's gonna happen when everyone else finds out about it.
Oh yeah, I can imagine why she's upset. She's a fucking legend, man. I mean...
The entire family is... We are a military family. I mean, whether we like it or not. So...
I mean, yeah. I'm happy Dad and Mom don't know, because I can only imagine how pissed they'd get.
And a unit is black bag shit, Carter. You wouldn't understand. Memory Ann says.
Carter starts to laugh. He looks over at Samantha and smiles a bit. Get down, Samantha.
She actually chuckles at that. She looks over at Carter, and he actually somehow has 2 confirmed kills because he tripped over those dummies.
I think he tripped over his own, shoelaces or some shit.
Samantha said.
Carter starts to laugh. Elizabeth shakes her head. Is that what he sounds like when he gets legitimately hurt, or is he just, hamming it up?
Benny, I don't know. He sounds like an old man on a respirator.
Laz shakes her head. It has to be him hamming that up, right? Because no real person sounds like that when they get hurt, unless they're an old person on a respirator, like Benny said.
Do it, Carter, Marianne said.
And Carter nods. He takes in a deep breath.
I mean, that is the noise he was making after the paintball things.
I mean, I would say it's put on or something like that, but I mean, I'd think that about the scream he legit did too, and that was 100% real.
Or he just doesn't have a high pain tolerance. Colt, maybe it's that.
It could be a mix of all three, like a lower pain tolerance and just being overdramatic to be overdramatic and possibly garner sympathy and stuff like that. Soul shrugs.
Carter, is it true I was up on Gateway, like I said, when I came into the office, your parents were laughing about something. And I was, you come in midway to a joke. And Carter, thinking back as Okeer, and they were laughing about the day Uncle Scar ridiculed you as you walked off for basic training.
Oh, God. Carter in the memory. Well, I'm off. Shrugs. Wish me luck.
All three of them taking turns hugging Carter. Pequod, do your best, Carter, please.
I will, Mom. Don't.
And just try to toughen up a little bit, Carter. It's okay to be a man, Carter. It's okay to be tough, and don't cry at basic training too much. And if you break a nail, it's God damn it, Carter, toughen up, please. She walks out. See, hugs Carter. Bye, buddy. Going into the room.
Julius looks at Carter, opens his mouth, closes it. Toughen up, son. If you want to do good in the military, if you want to join up with the headhunters and do all this and that, you gotta toughen up, son. He puts a hand on his shoulder. Good luck, okay? You'll have me and your mom and everyone at your back every step of the way. And he'll go into the room as Carter sighs and will start to head out.
As he gets by Uncle Scar. I smell a vagina. A walking vagina on two fucking legs. And let me tell you something, Carter. You come back here, motherfucker. I'm gonna shove this power loader's clamper arm so far up your ass, you won't even be able to feel your fucking ass. You won't be taking shits for a month, motherfucker. And then, you know what else, Carter? When you get there, after you say your oath and you do your salute, make sure you put on your paperwork, there's gonna be 2 boxes, you little fucking cunt. Check F. That's F for female. You fucking cocksucker.
Carter just sighs heavily, hand on his bag as he continues to walk.
Check F for female. Colt's laughing. Sam's actually laughing. Oz, that's a good one, yeah.
Yeah, he got you pretty good there, bro.
At least you guys have a good relationship nowadays.
No, that's true, but he lets out a chuckle. He did get me really good there, I gotta admit.
He was quite perturbed at Carter for all the drama Carter had been causing, and Carter just didn't pick up the phone and call me. So, yeah.
Which, rightfully so, he had every single right to be as angry at me as he was.
Walking vagina.
Carter starts to laugh. He looks at Colt. You like that one, don't you?
I do, yeah. I don't agree with it at the time or now, but I do think it's pretty funny.
I got hindsight being 2020 and all. It is pretty fucking funny.
Yeah, it's one we could probably keep in our back pockets to shit talk some guy we're fighting someday.
He really threatened you with the fucking power load.
Laz turns to look at Oz. Oh yeah, no. I was in the military at the time, so, I pilot training and everything like that, but apparently that power loader was outfit with the best of the best insulation to prevent lightning strikes and everything like that. RC crystal, power loader hands to better pierce Carter's skin and everything. He had that thing kitted out. And Carter nods. He points at Oz. Do you remember the power loader that was in Woodbury, first couple weeks?
Yeah, the ridiculous thing just put in front of the ammo multiple. Excuse me.
And Carter nods. Yeah, that was the power loader.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Him and Tommy had me help move it down there to threaten Carter.
It makes a lot more sense why I'd see you some days just staring at it blankly from a distance, and you looked afraid, and Then usually around that time that Delilah girl would start screaming, so I'd go back down the elevator, but yeah.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, no, you would always look so terrified while looking at it, Carter. It was pretty damn funny, honestly.
One day I was like, I'm gonna go get in that thing, and Carter stopped me and said no, it was probably rigged to explode.
And Carter nods. At that point, with how disgruntled Scar was, again, rightfully so, I didn't know what he was capable of at that point, okay?
I think he should have started a little earlier on you. Looking over at Carter. Like maybe when you were 10.
And Carter clicks his tongue, looks at Samantha. I happen to agree with you, Samantha.
But he was too busy being pampered by me at that age.
And Carter nods, he looks at Memory Ann and smiles. Yes, I was, as he'll put a hand on her cheek and give her a kiss.
Little bitch.
God damn, I used to hear that all the time.
Yeah, the few times I was around him before everything was fixed, I heard him say it more than a few times, so I can only imagine what you got.
Well, your uncle seems like a tough fellow. I mean, maybe he's not a military guy, but he's pretty tough. He told me he lost that eye to you in a fucking fight. I mean,
Carter's eyes squint at Okeer and points to himself. Lost his eye to me?
he said you're his godson, right? And he said he lost his eye in a fight with his godson. Sam.
Carter covers his mouth and starts to laugh. No, he didn't lose his eye to me. He's not had that eye since I could remember, Okeer, since Memory Ann could remember.
Oh.
We watched videos of him, back from when our parents were in the apartment and he was missing the eye.
He lost it on the Majestic. Yes, right? I think he got pushed off of a statue or something. That's where he lost it. Is that correct? Anyway, I don't fucking know.
Soul nods. They called it like the Statue of Divinity or something like that.
Oh right, a statue built to Grandma.
Was that in one of the movies?
Chanceman, yes.
I thought didn't he win some kind of award for that?
Your father won an Oscar for it. I don't know if Uncle Scar did. Uncle Scar's got a lot of Oscars. They're all on display at the Academy. I don't think he really cares about them winning them, but yes. He didn't even keep any of them in his private homes. That's the only reason I say that.
Elizabeth nods. And even if he did win an Oscar from that, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't want to display that one, just given the history of the movie and such.
Malcolm nonsense, yes.
Yeah, from what I heard about that Malcolm dude, I wouldn't want to think about it either.
Who would, Ricardo? Who would? Flashing up the gateway! Pequod laughing. And then he said, what did he say? Walking vagina? They're still laughing about it.
Julia's laughing, wiping a tear from his eye, holding around his stomach. Oh my god, my stomach's hurting. Honey, stop, please.
Great. I might not have went to basic, but I can only imagine the goodbye from my mom, and I didn't have a mom. By the way, if I did have these things back then, my mom being like, just toughen up, Nicole, and storming away from me would have been so dejecting. Pequod, well, he needed to toughen up. I didn't birth a walking bitch.
He needed it. Nicole, trust me. That boy needed his mother screaming at him.
Normally I like to stay down the middle, but this one I agree with. He was way too feminine. I see. Oh.
Julius covers his mouth and lets out a little snort. Oh my god. Okay. An apt description of him, Sasha. An apt description.
I'm not sure if it was his fault or Memory Ann's or a combination, but I would see her giving him like manicures and stuff. Tracy, it was cute. Pequod, it was pathetic.
Julius nods. He looks at Pequod. I'm up for our children doing what they want with their lives and everything like that. He puts a hand onto her stomach. We're not gonna let Hale give Thomas manicures, are we?
No, she can't.
Julie squints his eyes, then looks over at Icy.
Yeah, but if it fucking fucked up Carter, she can do it. And that's final. Whatever. Looks back down at her paperwork.
Okay, yeah, no, sure. Hale can do it for Thomas. He pats her stomach a bit more, then looks over at Sasha with a what the fuck look on his face.
Well, she's my daughter, so I don't think she's gonna be like that. I think she just will have her hands all over him at all times, and probably want non-stop attention from him. Pequod, that's fine too. Sasha sounds like Samantha to me, but yeah.
Julius starts to laugh. He looks at Icy. What are the odds that she starts riding around on his shoulders like you always used to do to me back in the day?
100%. 100%. And she will probably adore his abs if they're anything like his father's. Or Carter's.
Most likely. Hey, honestly, he looks at Pequod. To the women that matter, they most certainly do impress, don't they?
They are the true, sticking her hand up as a military uniform, family jewels. They are the true family jewels.
He gives her a wink and a kiss on the cheek. Well, thank you very much, honey.
God, he was so fucking feminine. He was such a girl. Soul was more masculine than him. Change my mind. I see. Oh, can't do that.
Julius opens his mouth, closes it. Yeah, no, I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was pretty. Laz was definitely more masculine than him, that's for sure.
Oh, for sure. She was, I would have to say the most masculine out of those three kids.
The greatest child of Julius, I see said.
Exactly, the greatest child of Julius. There is a reason why we call her that.
I see looking at her wrist computer. Can we watch Clive's newest video? He looks like he's holding she's squinting, a game. I think he's actually back to making gaming videos, not retarded having wars with Frederick Crown and Samuel videos. Pequod actually claps hearing that.
Oh, he looks at his computer. I mean, he looks at Sasha. I think it's okay if we take like a 10-minute break, don't you?
Yeah, turn it on, why not? And Icy will, and put it on the screen.
The video opens with him saluting.
Icy's head recoils. Pequod has stopped clapping.
Julius's face immediately drops seeing that. Good morning, one and all. The former 4-star commander of the unit speaking, Clive Rainfall. Now, you may be asking, what the hell is the unit? And that's on purpose, mate. Completely black bag unit that I led. We had so many missions. We prevented all dairy products getting to our enemies back in the Middle East when all that stuff was going on with Desert Storm and such.
Dairy products, Pequod says loudly. Continue.
So, yes, we are very skilled individuals, so black bag that only the former Ranger General, General Lorelei, ever knew about us, and, oh goddamn, we were the best of the best. Her first goddamn choice for any kind of engagement down below on Earth, I'll tell you that much. He nods, looking proud of himself, off into the distance. Now, you may be wondering, Clive, why are you telling us about this amazing history that you have? As he starts to close up his PlayStation robe, he leans down and picks up a game for the PlayStation 2. Now, this is called Delta Force, Black Hawk Down. He points to his face on the box. Who's that? You know what I'm saying? Who's that? That's the goddamn 4-star commander of the unit. It's one of the only times that General Lorelei ever allowed my face to be public knowledge, you know, well, one of the only pieces of advertising that I was allowed to be on. And you know what? Best-selling game on the PS2, I'll tell you that much. This video game, it's about me and the unit down in this place called the Moog, right? And in the Moog, I had to start to draw summoning circles, right, for this Nepo baby in our squad named Soul.
What? Pequot says, staring at the screen.
To bring down the power of the moon onto the enemies around us. And, I had to draw the circles. Not a lick of magic in me, by the way, but I still drew them. And I still succeeded, because I'm just that fucking good, mate. Now, this Soul character, right, complete Nepo baby, she was hiding behind corners, screaming, crying. She was just not cut out for this kind of shit, let me tell you that much, mate. So I had to draw the circles, and, believe it or not, don't tell her I said this, but I think it was actually me that summoned the power of the moon and not her. So I was the real one bringing justice down on those people, you know what I'm saying? As he starts to laugh and drinks out of his Nintendo mug.
Scar's off in the background. Clive sees Scar walking by.
Scar! He snaps and points to him. Come here, mate, come here.
What up, homie? Coming and sitting down next to Clive. Big smile on his face.
What's up? I was just telling the audience about this game, the game that was based off the unit, if you remember, Delta Force Black Hawk Down.
Should have been named, well, if it wasn't so top secret, it should have been named Clive Force.
God damn right, mate. But, I understand. I'm lucky General Lorelei gave us the picture, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I mean, did you tell your audience, pointing at the camera, lighting a cigarette, did you tell them you refused any royalties from the game?
I was actually just getting to that, mate. He looks at the camera. No royalties from this. I mean, I was getting paid enough from just being on the unit itself to shut me up for life as we know it. But, he points to the game. I could have made a pretty penny off of this, and I refused all royalties from it. Can you believe that?
I mean, that's what I call valor, right there.
Julius's eye twitches. Valor? You goddamn right. You know what? Hey, you know what? This man right here, he points over to Scar in the video. He was my right-hand man during all of it. I may have been the commander of the unit, but he was my right-hand man, and sometimes that's just as important as the commander, if you don't mind my saying so, Scar.
Nothing but bad memories from that deployment, that series of missions, though. I mean, we had a pair of Nepo babies on our squad. I don't like throwing people under the bus, but Carter and Soul, I mean, those two were such fucking Nepo babies. If there was a definition of Nepo baby, put a picture of Carter and Soul right next to them. Carter actually surrendered to the enemy once.
Oh, can you even fucking believe that? I wouldn't have done that.
No retreat, no surrender was the unit's motto.
Hell yes, sir. That was the unit, mate. No retreat, no surrender. We either go home smoking a cigarette or go home in a body bag. You know what I'm saying?
Ain't no way around it. I mean, you gotta work with what the military gives you, but... oh, God. What a waste of time. Bad memories, always causing problems. Ugh.
I mean, I couldn't even swing the sword for the life of it. I had to pick that shit up and start swinging it for him, if you remember that much.
You're the one that taught him, hitting Clive in the shoulder with his paw. You're the one that taught him how to use it.
Clive starts laughing. I mean, hey, I taught him a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I taught him just enough that I think I'm the reason he survived the Moog, if you remember that much, mate.
If it wasn't for the Skylander, Soul wouldn't even have known how to Misty Step. I mean, she was so lackadaisical in her studies. We'd been telling her all the time, you gotta hit the books, you're a spellcaster, and she would just go off and, do teenage girl things. And she was in her early 20s at the time. It was pathetic. Truly.
She would walk around the mall taking the selfies and everything like that. Well, we were out there training.
The video abruptly cuts as Sasha shoots the television with her handgun.
Julius looking at the screen, just staring bullets into it. Thank you, Sasha.
So that's called stolen valor.
Julius stands up, puts a hand on Topiko's shoulder. I'm gonna pace around the room for a second. Sorry. And
Go ahead.
he'll start pacing around the room, trying to calm down.
Sasha will wait till Julius moves away and continue shooting the television that fell off the wall.
Julius looking at the television, nodding. He looks over at Pequod. Can we do anything about that, please?
I will talk to Ansuleta. I don't know how much pull she really has, but we could talk to her. What with the unit? When did this start?
Julius pinches the bridge of his nose. What do you know about how it started?
He heard down in Woodbury, he heard the Delta guys laughing about Clive. And, you know, he can think back to walking by to get himself a sandwich for lunch. Who am I? Back on the unit.
Oh god, that's what Satterley was talking about. So apparently, Delta went on like a joint training op in the kill house with B Squad, right? And they decided to bring Clive along because Clive was always saying like, oh, I think I could show Sam a thing or two about LMGs, or Ricky a thing or two about Keyblades, that kind of thing. So they decided to bring him along, show him what just a training op was like, and well, while they were there, apparently Satterley asked Clive to turn off the safety of his Car 15, which, mind you, the unit apparently didn't use. They used Godesian GALs.
What the hell is that? Looking at Julius. Sasha Rhodesian FA, cocking the hammer back on her pistol L.
Exactly. Thank you, Sasha. And he was so emasculated by not being able to turn off the safety that he started to conspire these stories about the unit and talk himself up as apparently he's a 4-star commander of the unit, which, forgive me, Sasha, I don't think is a rank that exists.
No, it's not, and no 4-star general would be in charge of a small unit. They might take charge of them in the broad schemes of controlling a regiment, but yeah.
Exactly. He pinches the bridge of
Look,
his...
he changed his YouTube name from Access Area 6 to Storm and Cliven. /Cliven Norman.
Oh no. He shakes his head. Wasn't that like a general back in the day, Sasha?
General Norman putting the safety on her pistol, Schwarzkopf. Yes, he served United States Continental Government under George Bush and various others. Yes. Some of his teachings are still taught to this day.
Julius sits down next to Pequod and rubs his temples. Oh my god.
I thought it reached the peak of stupidity when he was criticizing how Nevermore is used and how Mushin is used. Sneaky Mushin.
Julius covers his mouth and starts to laugh. Using that blood hunter shit on me, are you?
Clapping, laughing. Just calm down, rubbing Julius's head. It's okay.
And Julius nods. I'm calming down. I'm calming down.
Thomas and Hale would want you to calm down.
That is true. That is true. They would want me to be calm. As he puts a hand on Pequod's stomach and starts to rub it.
That is a very bad... You know, you make me wear the scarf. Your goddamn daughters guilt trip me partially into it, your daughter. That's a really bad look. He's the ambassador. I see scrolling through the comments. Thankfully, most people are taking it as a joke, so I think we're okay.
Yeah. Well, thank God for that. If anyone with a lick of common sense who also went into the could you imagine, like, if Colonel Curtis saw something like that?
He would be furious.
Julius nods. Exactly. So luckily, I don't think his target demographic is ex-military or current military, so I think we're good there.
I see, come the fuck on. He's gotta try a little harder. Look at this, he's uploaded a photo bucket. Clearly Photoshop!
Julius starts to laugh.
I mean, if he's gonna fucking claim to steal valor, he should at least try a little harder, no? Sasha, oh my god, his head doesn't even fit on the guy's fucking body.
Not only that, but the picture of the face and the photo itself are completely different quality and resolutions.
What the hell? Apparently he was part of the Israel Defense Force. I think that's the logo of Sasha. Yes, it is.
Oh my god. He pinches the bridge of his nose.
Pequod joint training exercise with the IDF.
Went down to JSOC, got a mission from Lorelei. Well, we wanted to teach them a thing or two. Wanted us to teach them a thing or two about defending Israel.
Stopping the Shiites from smuggling cornbread. Sasha.
Julius starts to laugh. Did he say prevented dairy products from getting to them?
Yes. Yes. Slamming both of her hands down, not hard, but on her thighs. Yes, he did.
Oh my god. He shakes his head. If he's gonna steal valor, could he at least do a bit more research into this kind of shit?
See, look at his fucking earthgov.net email account profile picture. What in the fuck is this? Apparently he fought in World War II.
What the fuck?
What the hell?
He... Again... He could at least, try to make the picture look like it matched by, making it, more grainy or something like that.
This is the worst. What the fuck? I see said recoil.
Julie turns to laugh. Oh my god.
He fucking used pictures before the Anovians healed him, so... Oh, lord.
So he's missing his goddamn teeth.
Probably claims he lost them on combat operations.
I wouldn't doubt it, honestly. Yeah, no, man. Osama bin Laden took those teeth, my two front teeth out, when I tried to pistol whip it. He got away that day.
Guy would not last 30 seconds on a real fucking off.
We'll never do it to him. I don't want to see him die and Aunt Suletta be sad again. But it would be pretty damn funny to see him on an actual fucking op.
He's laughing, going through a bunch of random pictures that Clive has uploaded to his photo album titled The Unit Days. I mean, look at Krellin's fucking face! It's green!
Julie starts to laugh.
What, is this his first time using Photoshop? Pequod. Probably.
Probably. He leans forward. Is he wearing a Skylanders hat?
What the hell does that even mean? Sasha's squinting at the hat. I don't know, but this is bad. This will really piss Dad off. It actually pisses me off, kind of.
Julia's not. It pisses me off. I mean, come on.
This will really anger Dad.
Julius points to Sasha. The second mission me, you, and Ash ever went on together, we had to infiltrate a town and, blow up a shield generator or something like that?
Yes, blow up a command center, yeah.
I would love to see him on that mission, which, all things considered, comparatively to all our other missions that we went on, was pretty damn simple.
That's the one you said the BB Corps were part of, right, Sasha? Yeah. I say, here, the BB Corps, very simple. This is how you deal with them, Julius. You're gonna run in there, get their attention. I'm gonna go around the town and go behind the place, and they shoot you while I go around the town. And Ranger General, just do whatever you do.
Julius starts to laugh.
And then he gets shot when he goes into the range of some sniper watching the border of the town. Yeah, that's probably what would have happened.
I 100% don't doubt he would have said, I think I can shout a BB Corps a thing or two about being females in combat.
I think I'm being females. Icy laughing at Julius's. I think I can show. What was that one that mind controlled you and beat me up? I think I can show Crying Mantis a thing or two about mind controlling people.
About mind controlling and beating up my little sister.
I think I can show Crying Wolf a thing or two about being in a mechanized wolf suit.
Julius just shakes his head. It's sad. Very, not even sad, angering almost. That I can imagine him saying all of this shit.
Read his mind. I want to know what's going on in his mind. We see done and done. Begins the process. If he could. Well, hopefully he has enough common sense to not say things like this around Dad. Definitely not around Dad.
Oh, Julius starts to chuckle to himself and shakes his head. Dad has way more of a right to be angry about that sort of thing than I think any of us do.
Your father's life was black bag operations before he became your father.
Exactly. I mean, in the Headhunters, Integra would send him on like SEAL missions and SIS missions and everything like that, and then he was a part of SIS.
You know who Dad was? The Ash of his day, basically. Sasha shrugging, basically, yeah.
Julius nods. Yeah, no, he was the guy you called in to get shit done. So, he has way more of a right to be angry about this sort of thing. He points to Sasha. Can you imagine if Towns heard that, like, he went on so many black bag operations and all that shit, just knowing how many operations like that Towns has gone on over the years?
I think I could show Towns a thing or two about infiltration mission.
I think I could show Towns a thing or two about picking a lock.
Icy notices, or Julius notices Icy's just blinking, like, rapidly. Faster than normal humans can blink, obviously.
Julius squints, leans forward and holds her hand. Nicole?
I don't know what I just saw. Mouth agape, then she covers her mouth with her hand.
Okay, that's actually a bit worrying. He looks towards Pequod than her.
You sure you want to see this?
Yeah, no, I'm sure I want to see it.
This is his ego manifested in his mind. She'll project it to everybody. Pequod almost falls out of her chair, Julius deftly stopping her. Sasha, what the fuck is that? Does he have jaundice? Is he in liver failure?
What? Nicole, I think I'm gonna need some more explanation than just that, please.
It's just that rocky outcropping of what looks to be a hillside, volcanoes erupting and then not erupting, smoke and that thing walking around, saying things like, "They're unit," and there's an endless echo. Or things like, "I think I could show Hunk a thing or two." Right now he's thinking, "I think I could show Soul a thing or two about getting out of that chair."
Julius pinches the bridge of his nose. So that's how big his ego is.
My god, look at the way he rubs his big yellow belly of... Is that Pikachu? Squinting at the picture.
Oh my god, I think it is. He looks...
I'm sorry, what happened to his face? Like, is he in liver failures? That's what's happening to him.
I think it's just trying to match the color of Pikachu. Julius looks at Icy. Please tell me that the thing at least once said Pika Pika.
Icy. Maybe it is. I'll look back. And she'll share the vision, and he's walking around. Go ahead.
He rubs his big stomach. I think I could show Pikachu a thing or two about being a Pokemon Pika Pika and all.
Well, Samantha's beating of him didn't seem to teach him a lesson.
No, it seemingly did not.
Well, Pequod can't take her eyes off of it, but Sam will be better. JJ's gonna be back soon. It's gotta be closing in on 6 months. Icy, no.
Julius just shakes his head. No, honey, it's been, he looks at Icy, 2 months and 2 weeks, something like that.
Yeah, we're pushing 3, basically.
So, we're almost halfway there.
Guilty as charged. Be quiet. Yeah.
Julius will hold her hand and give it a kiss. It's okay, it needed to be done, my love.
I just see she's got the acne now across her forehead. It was on her
Yeah, no, she's not doing great, but we're doing all we can to help her earn way.
It had to be done. I agree. Mother must learn the hard way. Icy, didn't she learn hard enough when the first whole, swath of holidays she wasn't invited to at the lane? Sasha, what? Looking shocked at Julius.
Julius looks at Sasha. You didn't know about that?
No, I didn't.
No, we... Okay, so, I'm sure you remember first Christmas back in the apartment, right? Mom staying in the gym.
Yeah, I don't like to think about it. Sasha shakes her head, not at all.
And Julius puts his hands up. Yeah. So, as punishment, when we all got to the lane, she was never invited to the, celebrations and holidays and everything like that. For, I think it was an entire year, right?
The whole first year, yeah. So she wasn't invited to Thanksgiving. She wasn't invited to Christmas, New Year's, any holiday, Veterans Day, 4th of July, even though Rainfall Lane's not located in the Continental, it's now EarthGov Day, not invited. We didn't Valentine's Day, though that's not something you really celebrate with, a group of people, not celebrated, nothing. She wasn't invited for nothing. Not a goddamn holiday. Halloween was great. It's my personal favorite. Because as she stood out on the front porch with Candy, with Dad, we just walked by.
And Julius stops and she crosses his arms. She looked quite beat up about that one.
Yeah, she cried. You see, oh well. Or, Pequod, oh well.
Julius shrugs. She needed to learn her lesson, Nicole. Do you disagree with that?
I just kind of always thought it was stupid that we had the lane, but yet, God, shut her up.
Nicole, come on.
Fine. I went over to their house after I celebrated with Pequod and Julius. Sasha, good daughter.
And Julius nods. Yes, she did. And what did we do, my love?
Continued celebrating. And then, the next year, we invited Mom. And, Dad was always invited, just he wouldn't leave Mom. Basically, God, when I got to their house on Thanksgiving, Blaze was just dejectedly sitting there at the table.
Was he watching one of his soap operas dejectedly?
Nah, he was just staring at his hands.
Oh, goddamn, that's even worse then.
Dad came up to Mom and was like, all right, dear, well, I got the bird in. I guess we'll be eating alone this year. Then I came in and that raised spirits, but they would have preferred everybody be there.
Well, nowadays we are all there. Just the first one had to be a lesson, Nicole.
She did cry for at least 20 minutes when I handed her her first invitation to Thanksgiving. It's year 2 on the lane. Sasha, brutal.
Yeah, no. She hugged you for all those 20 minutes too. Didn't we have to throw away that shirt?
Yes, we did. She learned her lesson. I didn't want to impeach on her gym time. I didn't want to make her go out of her way to leave her gym or the gym at the academy. She didn't want to celebrate with us back in the apartment. She didn't want to give Nicole a second of her day. Why think she wouldn't then?
Julius nods. So, yeah, he looks at Sasha. That's what we did. And, if you ever have doubts about my wife wanting to teach someone a lesson 110%, all we need to do is think back on that one.
Definitely got that whole not bending the knee thing from Integrity. Pequod, yes, I did.
110%. He looks at Pequod, and she would be very proud of you, honey. I just know it.
As she goes to say something, Towns comes a-busting through the door. We got trouble.
Julius looks at him. What's up, Towns?
This guy, this bitch, the fortune bitch, and this guy have been sighted on an independent colony's oil rig with around 100 dudes, armed guys, the guys in white armor that Ash fought, and the kids.
Julius will stand up and nod. Okay, oil rig, everything like that. He looks at Towns. Suspected prototype unit there?
They've taken it by force, yeah. They've taken the rig by force, and odds are that's where it's hidden. I had an operative close by. I sent her out when the first call came out. Apparently she's on the oil rig now, but I've lost contact with her. I see. Delta. Hostages? Towns, yeah. A lot of them. Everybody working on the fucking rig.
Julius nods. Okay, so send Delta in there for hostage rescue. He looks at Sasha. They need backup, and we have no rangers or anyone else to spare at this point.
Send the kids. It's what they want. It's what they'll get.
Julius nods. He looks at Towns. We'll send the kids. He looks at him.
It's gonna be a wet insertion one way or another. Nicole, you gotta scramble a Navy ship. She'll start running out of the room. Pequod, you have to... It's an independent colony, but we need troops there to control the situation. Pequod nods, and we'll go off. Call the kids.
Julius will go over, sit down next to Sasha, and call up the kids.
And they will. But prior to all that happening, flashing here, Okeer, wait a minute, that really happened? You guys can remember that when you were little babies. And this is the infamous "you are here" moment. Scar fixing his belt. Right there, Carter. Carter, you know, you can walk on your own volition, you little fuckwad. You don't have to have memory and carry you everywhere.
He's hugging her around her neck, looking at her, smiling very, very longingly at her.
Alright, well, this is the amusement park. You're my god, kid, Soul, and Carter. JJ, we're all gonna have a great time here at this amusement park. Oh, it's beautiful. Done one of the greatest fairs I've ever seen. Yeah, it's very nice. Krellin holding Soul. Wow. Never seen a place like this before.
This place is awesome, as he starts looking around the amusement park.
Krellin shifting Soul around and then hands her, take her, Fuddoy.
He'll take her.
Walks right up to this. You are here. Looks back at Fat Fuddoy. How do they know, Fuddoy?
Frederick squints his eyes at the sign. You don't think this is some type of trap, do you?
Trying to sell out Rainfall infants to terrorist group?
So they could get hostage money from the Rainfalls?
Knew it was a good thing we come, pointing at Scar, cheats at boxing, and cheats at baby protection.
Frederick points at Scar. What a cheater! Always doing worse than he needs to and stuff.
The map is there, so that's how they know where you are. Liar, liar, pants for hire.
That's just what a cheater would say.
I'm going back to the fucking car. Fuck this. Look at that little fucking fuckwad bitch motherfucker looking at Carter walking off. We done gonna have a good time even without him. Goodbye, Scar. Ah, come on, Liz. Let's go ride the roller coaster, taking her off. The kids coming back here. That really happened, Carter?
Yeah, no, that actually happened, Okeer.
Oh, in the bathroom, talking from the bathroom.
Next time we're on a mission and we have to open our computers to see where we're headed, I'm just gonna ask, how do they know?
How many bathrooms you got in this place? Well, I think literally 15, give or take, maybe 16.
Soul nods. It's a really big house, and you wouldn't want to be at that side of the house while the bathroom is over there. So there's a bathroom basically in every hallway almost.
Oh, okay. Clive's shown up.
Hello, children. You all doing well today?
Hey, Uncle Clive. Nodding his head, smiling. Grandfather.
Mr. Clive, Mr. Scar, good to see both of you.
You're looking dashing today. Clive is gonna walk up and sit directly on the throne.
Colt raises an eyebrow. Marianne, his ego is out of control, Carter.
Carter, looking at Clive, crosses his arms and nods. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, honey. We're gonna have to sit through this one. He looks around.
Is it too early in the day to drink? I know we're still on duty. Scar, now you don't need any of that shit.
He points over at Oz. Back in the unit, we never drank on duty. Come on, Oz, I expected better out of you.
Here we fucking go. Gritting his teeth as Clive is reaching deep into his pocket, pulling out a picture of the unit days.
Damn.
Yeah, I remember this one. There was a sandstorm going on, and, well, we were being sent in to get our orders from General Lorelei back in Desert Storm. You know, storming Clive in there. Those were the days, and...
Storming Clive and father?
Yeah, no, that was your nickname. They used to call me, isn't that right, Skull? I was called that because you never knew what I was going to do. I could just storm in there and start tearing people's heads off for all you know.
Superior firepower was the unit's belief. You beat the enemy with superior firepower, thus storming onto the battlefield, thus storming Clive.
Storming Cliven, as he points at himself with two thumbs.
Storming Clive, okay, you said superior firepower. What kind of firepower are we talking about?
Godesian GALs with underbarrel, flip-mounted, Cobra-sighted, platinum-etched grenade launchers.
Yeah, sure, yeah. You know, you had that the Pickataki line on there, and
Tickataki is what it was called, I think.
Tickataki, thank you. The Tickataki line on there, and you know that that would make the gun real good for sharpshooting if you if you zeroed in the sights correctly. Of course, you always got to do that, kids. Remember, I'm sure none of you really do that here.
Oh yeah.
Colt scoffs.
Yeah, Ricky's gonna turn around and look at what Colt's face looks like right now.
Just scoffs. He actually has a look of like, I think it's best described as he does not believe what he's seeing.
Alright, so you got Godesian, or whatever those rifles are. What do you use for sniping?
The Godesian or JAL, mate. Come on.
Oh, of course. What about pistols?
9mm Cheetah Berettas, actually. Same one Marianne has. We used them back then. We were the first unit to pioneer them.
They were given to us as like prototype weapons. General Lorelei looked at me straight in the eye and said, I can only trust you with this storming Clive, and please take care of it, will ya? And you know what? We put in some damn good work with them Berettas, didn't we?
Did you ever use swords?
Oh, come on, mate. Of course I did. I mean, he points to Carter. I taught him how to sword fight, didn't I?
His jaw drops looking at Carter.
Carter starts to choke on his sandwich that he was eating.
I mean, we're the ones that actually kind of, pioneered the use of ODM gear, believe it or not. We used it back in the day. Somebody else came up with it, but we had the original prototype, if you will, the concept for it. The person that came up with it, they did a good job. They actually made it worked, but we had a rough test unit. Clive designed it.
It was a lot more simpler back in the day. Not as let's say it how it is. Didn't need as much slash to it to actually get the job done, unlike your grandmother and your mother. Looking at Elizabeth.
Yeah, we didn't have all those straps on our gear, the belts that, were just kind of like a calling to BDSM. It wasn't over-sexualized like Davine's made it into,
Oh God, no. We had them there on our belts, and Goddamn it. Hey, we made him look good, didn't we? Without all the need for all that over-sexualized stuff, pointed at Scar.
No, we didn't need to do that. I mean, we weren't, the unit was a professional unit. We were professional soldiers. We didn't worry about having relationships and all that stupid shit. We were busy doing our job protecting the citizens of EarthGov. We weren't worried about like who's sitting in the gym, because that stuff didn't happen in the unit.
Laz starts to slowly face towards Oz, and her eye starts to twitch.
He'll take her cheeks and start rubbing them with his thumbs.
Elizabeth, looking down at her waist, looks at Benny. If they knew anything about ODM gear, they would realize all those straps and stuff is to actually keep the gear on your body, because it like moves you at such a fast pace and it moves itself and everything like that. If they actually knew anything about it, then they would realize that it's not just for over-sexualization.
I never thought it was over-sexualization, but Clive overheard what Elizabeth was saying and cut Spenny off.
Wow. Elizabeth, come on. He looks at her. Are you sure you use ODM gear? I mean, come on, you're talking to the original designer of it, sweetie. I designed it. Didn't need all those belts, didn't need all those gears, didn't need all them doohickeys on it that you got nowadays. All you needed was the machine itself, a couple harpoons in it, and your swords. That's all you needed. None of these ODM guns or, thunder spears or anything like that. Back in the unit, we didn't need all that shit because we were so good. We could pierce through the armor of a power armor unit by ourselves, just with our swords. No need for stupid fucking thunder spears.
Epsilon Squad? More like Exterminated Squad.
Carter looks at the two of them, blinking, looks at Marianne. If we got on our knees and begged, do you think we could send them into the VR training missions?
Oh, if they survived long enough in front of Aunt Nicole and Uncle Julius talking like this.
Good point.
Yeah, I don't know if they'd make it very long. They're barely making it right now.
I mean, taking Sam's sandwich, putting some hot sauce on it. It was just different back then. You didn't worry about drama or, when you were going to get to fuck or sitting in a chair or, when do I see my wife? Like, you guys get off early every Friday. I mean, that's horseshit. There was no getting off early for us. We were a tougher all-around unit. I've ran us hard.
I mean, hell, we didn't even see our families for, like, years on end. You guys realize that? Back in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, you couldn't just go down the street or through a teleporter nowadays and see your family. No, you had to stay there training all day, training hard. You just couldn't do it, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And, Uncle Clive, correct me if I'm wrong, but, military service and all that, like, you didn't seem like you had a military background when Love here knocked on your door. And then you got the scarf, right?
Last nods. Yes, very good point. You looked actually quite surprised to see me.
He was waiting for you. I mean, you dragging your ass. Dragging ass, that's what you do. They call you B Squadron because you're dragging ass. He was waiting for the scarf. Okeer gets up and leaves.
Yeah, no, I know what you all say. B Squadron for best squadron and everything like that. Let me tell you something. You got
N Squadron for Nepo Squadron. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, damn. Clive's gonna stand up, walk over, give Scar a high five.
He high fives him back. Booyah!
Booyah, indeed. He walks back over, sits back down on the throne.
At this point, Ricky's gotten angry enough that his hair is starting to stand up.
Yeah, but you guys may call yourself B Squadron, for best. You guys will never be the best squadron. Not when the unit is still in the history books. I'll tell you that much. He points back towards the picture that he just pulled up. Yeah, I mean, right here. This is me training a bunch of new recruits. Some of these guys went on to Delta. Some of these guys went on to do great things, SEALs, everything like that. Only one of them ever got to the unit.
So you were waiting to get the scarf, right? Is that what you were getting at?
Oh yeah, no. I was waiting on getting the scarf. I had to feign surprise just to put on the shelf. Good old Lash here. I didn't want her to be too disappointed.
Feigning! Right. Biting his sandwich.
Yes, feigning surprise. As she starts to grit her teeth and she holds Oz's hands tighter.
Rubbing her cheeks with his thumbs. Why don't you regale us of a tale of one of your many missions about that the unit went on? If it's not classified, of course.
I mean, he looks around. As long as General Lorelei isn't around, I think I could get away with it.
Yeah, I'm sure we could learn a lot from the unit.
So, back in the unit, they used to call me the Beastmaster, right? Because I was just so damn good with animals, right? Lorelei knew this. She really did. And she called us up, the unit. She called us up and said, Clive, my main man, I need you to go down and get these fucking cows away from ISIS, okay? I need you. We can't kill them, though. We can't kill them. You need to get them away without any casualties. You understand? And you know what I said to him? You know what I said? Yes, ma'am. No problem, ma'am. Now, in the back of your mind, you're always like, damn, how the hell are we gonna pull this off, But in the front of your mind, you have that confidence, you have that training that kicks in that you got from boot camp and everything like that. And you know what? We went down there, took down just an entire fort, basically. No casualties, mind you. We didn't kill anyone. We either knocked them out or just snuck past them, what have you. And, while we were there, he looks at Scar. We drank some of the best milk and ate some of the best cheese that came from those cows, right? Anovian cows, weren't they?
Unpasteurized milk, unpasteurized cheese. Can't get that with your Nepo baby golden tickets, can you, Carter?
Carter just shakes his head. No, sir. No, sir, you cannot.
Memory Ann's just face palming into the table. Benny, he doesn't look angry, just looks shocked. Oz is still rubbing Laz's cheeks. Scar, tell him about when we assassinated Putin with his own coffee mug. So, for context, there was this guy named Vladimir Putin, and he started a war in Ukraine. The unit single-handedly won the war, then assassinated him with his own coffee mug.
So, for further context, Ukraine is a pretty small country compared to that of Russia. And, they were pretty much, done for once Russia actually started invading them and everything like that. So me and Skull, we went in there and we turned the tides of the war, basically single-handedly, and the rest of the unit, of course, the Skylander, Frederick, Samuel, all of us. We went in there and turned the tides of the war together. And afterwards, who calls but General Lorelei? She calls us up and says, "That's great. I'm proud of you all. You're all getting medals of honor afterwards. You take that promise to the grave. I need you to now assassinate the Emperor of Russia, Vladimir Putin. And you know what I said? Yes, ma'am. No problem, ma'am. So we went in there, and there's Putin sitting at his dinner table reading his stupid fucking Russian magazine or newspaper, whatever the fuck you call it. Eating his bread and eggs or whatever the Russians have for breakfast. And he had his coffee mug in his hand, and you know what we did? I grabbed that coffee mug, poured that boiling hot coffee right into his face, blinded his eyes, and started to beat him with it. Beat him with it until it broke in half, and then I stabbed him right in the face with it, killing him instantly.
Putin was so universally hated at that point in Russia, they actually wanted to elect Clive as Tsar of their country, and he turned it down.
Oh yeah, no, I can't have my face out in the public like that, not with all that I've done and all that I continue to do for the unit and everything like that. I'm one for responsibility and all, just maybe not being the Tsar of Russia, if you know what I mean.
Samantha has walked right up in front of Clive and extended her hand.
Oh yeah, well, he'll stand up and shake her hand.
Thank you for your service.
Oh, it's no problem, sweetie. It's absolutely no problem.
She starts squeezing it very tightly.
Oh, you got a pretty damn good handshake there, don't you?
She gets a almost sick and twisted look on her face and then starts twisting Clive's wrist.
Oh God! Oh wow! No, sweet, you don't want to do that to me, now, do you?
She'll torque his elbow forward, causing him immense amounts of pain. She'll torque him off the throat.
As he lands on his back, right in front of Laz and Oz.
Scar, getting up, seeing the commander of the unit attacked, pivoting towards Samantha, then hesitates, remembering the beating he got last time. But Clive's bros before hose something. He goes in, and she grabs his paw and starts twisting. Oh God! Oh, Clive!
She's got me pinned down, mate. She's got me pinned down. An ambush. A fucking ambush.
She puts her boot right onto Clive's shoulder where the ball of the socket is and will start pressing down.
Oh my God. Oh no!
She'll take Scar by the snout with her fingers and start squeezing. Ah, Carter!
Carter's. Carter sighs. He looks at Marianne. When should I stop this?
Don't get in her way. It's her way of releasing frustration, you see.
No, okay, of course.
I want you to beg. Looking down at Clive!
Please let me go, Samantha. Please let me go.
Beg louder.
Please let me go, Samantha, please.
She'll torque his elbow out. That's not loud enough.
Samantha! Please let me go, please!
Screaming for your wife.
Samantha!
Wake up, little man. Time to die. She'll open her eyes widely and start torquing his arm forward while putting her knee onto his neck.
Please don't.
Run. She'll let go of him.
Clive will stand up and look towards Scar. Scar, come on, mate.
She still got him by the snout.
Scar! Spectre, please let him go!
She'll let him go, and he, come on, we gotta go!
Let's fucking do drag shit, you know what I'm saying?
Fucking bitch must be on her period! And he...
Betty told me you were recording that too.
Nah, I was too fucking stunned. I'm sorry. Looking around the room, Oz... Now, I like to imagine Laz turned to see what was happening, so now he's still rubbing her cheeks, but from beyond.
Yeah, of course. Laz looks at Samantha and smiles. Thank you, Samantha.
Cracks her knuckles and sits down.
If it makes you
Fucker ate my sandwich.
Hey, they deserved it, man. If it makes you feel better. I got my camera. I started recording when I saw you walk up.
She sighs. Can you believe he ate my sandwich? Marianne, I think that's the least of their problem.
I mean,
Well, Laz turns towards her. Do you want mine?
I wouldn't mind, I'm hungry.
She'll hand her sandwich.
We are happy to see you eat. You haven't been eating enough. Maybe somebody's eating a little too much here, and somebody's not eating enough.
Yes, I would like to see you eat more. Just a bit more, at least, please, Samantha.
My god, his ego is out of control.
yeah,
It-
it is. The amount of shit he's claiming there, I can only imagine what's gonna happen when he does it in front of your parents.
Get cows away from the Taliban? Do they even eat that type of meat?
No, I don't think so. I'm sorry, he claimed he designed ODM gear.
Who the hell is Vladimir Putin?
Why was Frederick's neck broken in that photoshopped picture?
I cannot imagine Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel going along with this. I just can't. I know they're strange. I know they do weird things. But I also know Krellin's a lot smarter than he pretends to be, you know? Like,
Yeah, and they've always shown a lot of, respect for the military, all thing. Even with Father Goodscar, it's a lot of respect more than that, you know?
Father fucking Goodscar is endearing. Creepy, but endearing. God, that is just... What happened to that man?
Soul shakes her head. I suppose that's what happens when you're truly emasculated as a person. Just
By who? Who emasculates him? Nobody goes out of their way. Nobody bullies him around here.
well, I mean, she tilts her head and scratches her cheek. Think about it. Who are like the, let's say, top 3 manliest men on the lane, Oz? My grandfather, Hunk Rainfall, who has been in the military for basically his entire life and has done countless upon countless things in the military. Julius Rainfall, which, I mean, he's the only person in the universe who can go Mushin form and has done great deeds. And, you know, probably someone like a
JJ.
JJ, exactly. Who is spectacular in his own right. He's the face of the ODM Academy, so on and so forth. He probably just feels naturally emasculated knowing that he never, joined the military or did anything like that.
Oh my god, so ridiculous.
It is, and I mean, the other thing is, you guys, too. Looks at Colt, Carter, Benny.
He called us Nepo babies! It just hits her right then and there.
Yeah, he did. But oh my god, he fucking did.
Sam laughs hearing that, looking at Carter.
Carter starts to laugh as well. He said he taught me how to sword fight.
I was waiting for him to tell me he taught me combat medical procedure.
Tell us he taught my dad how to shoot.
I was the one who gave Ricky's father the rank of Ranger Major.
I don't let the current Ranger General tell you different, okay? Soul looks at Colt. He said that we don't zero in the sights on our guns.
I don't think... If I handed him my sniper rifle and asked him to zero it to the, well, I call it acclimate it, but zero it and or acclimate it to the range and the windage down here at the lane, I should say, I think he'd be there for about 72 hours.
Yeah, he tried to imply that his imaginary rifle, Godesian, whatever the fuck, can do everything from CQ, from close quarters to, sniping. So yeah.
I was the sharpshooter of the unit, you have to understand these things.
Carter starts to laugh. Yeah, and with that ticky-tacky line on that thing, you could pop someone's head from a mile out.
Picatinny rails.
Carter starts to laugh.
I gotta ask, and please tell me truthfully, is there any other stuff that we use as a group that he claims to have invented?
Probably my sniper rifle, probably my Marine issue scout sniper gear, probably Soul's blasters, which were a gift from Aunt Nicole, which come from the Arcane Council, which no longer exists anymore. Probably every piece of gear we go into combat with.
Probably our ship as well.
That's right, lads. I was the one who invented the B-312 Apache gunship.
Laz starts to laugh.
I walked into General Lorelei's office, honey, turning Soul's head to face him, and I said to her, we need a new gunship, something fast, light, but can pack a punch. And she said, I'll get started right away. No, I told her, no. I've got the plans already drawn up. I drew them up during the operation against the Taliban.
Soul starts to laugh. Yeah, the operation against the Taliban where I had to steal the reels of cheese from them.
Unpasteurized.
Unpasteurized milk and cheese.
God, he's so fucking lame!
Carter starts to laugh.
He was actually cool, I thought, with his collection and how he was willing to share it, and just his you could feel the love for his collection and his knowledge base he wanted to share. Now he's just lame.
Yeah, this is beyond cringe, man.
Elizabeth shakes her head. Out of everything that he could have chosen for the unit to be doing, he chose to take away dairy products from extinct terrorist organizations.
Well, you have to understand, when we weren't doing that, we were busy stopping people from jaywalking in Iraq.
Elizabeth starts to laugh. Yeah, no, we teamed ourselves up with the military police, taught them a thing or two about policing and such.
In fact, you think your Aunt Nicole's a trump card, you're wrong. And your father? No, I'm still the #1 trump card. Me and the unit.
Hey, I mean, well, while the unit is still in the history books, B Squadron will never be best.
Why are there no statues of you then? Because it's black bag, deep six stuff.
You know?
So,
No, you
Soul starts to laugh, looks at Cole. I mean, just the fact that he thinks that excuse can solve everything about, like, the unit and stuff is hilarious in its own right, because we can literally just go up to my father or mother or any of them and just ask, hey, did the unit exist? And
No.
they would be able to know about it, because they are the highest ranking individuals in the military.
No, only the former Ranger General, Ricky.
I mean, then we can just go ask her.
Yeah, what's gonna happen when he comes face to face with Lorelei after making these ridiculous claims? He will probably uphold his pathological, emasculated lying and, Ranger General, it's been a long time. And she will be confused.
Been a long time, Ranger General. It's wonderful to see you. Back in the unit, you always just had the most beautiful red hair, didn't you?
She will probably be confused, confounded, and befuddled, as Sergeant Satterley was when he simply asked him to flip off the safety of his rifle.
I think any, like, higher ranking person that, like, isn't in the family is just going to be utterly confused looking at him acting like this, because, well, let's face it, he does not look like he should be in a military unit like that at all.
Benny, this was literally Elizabeth's face when he was talking about the unit to Sergeant Satterley. The emoticon she had on the map.
Elizabeth starts to laugh.
He draws it on his wrist computer. This is all I saw, the blank and then the weird confused eyes, Sam chuckling.
I mean, she gestures towards it. What other emotion am I supposed to be showing? I was utterly confused, mate.
We all were, honey. Kissing Elizabeth on the head, we all were.
Yeah, confused for about 2 seconds until I saw poor Satterley's face.
Kai blades ain't nothing to 'em but to do 'em, I invented them, actually, so...
Soul starts to laugh. Yeah, no, I think I could show Ricky a thing or two about the Keyblades, me being the inventor of them and all.
I hope he doesn't say he invented ODM gear. I really don't. Well, actually, I don't think Grandma and Grandpa would mind that. What they would probably mind is the over-sexualization claims and...
Yeah. I think they'd probably be upset about that one, given what it's saying about your grandma and mom.
I mean,
Nepo baby. Looking at Carter eating!
Carter looks at her and smiles and starts to laugh. He did call me a Nepo baby, yeah.
Yeah, he claimed she's been watching something on her wrist computer. In his newest video, he claims he drew sigils on the ground for the Moon Maiden to contact the moon.
Soul looks at Sam. Excuse me?
She'll play the part back, but you don't have to redo it.
So Soul, looking at it, looks at Colt. Oh my god damn it, dude.
Yeah, well, you gotta understand, I was under heavy fire. Wait a minute, that was me! He stops for a second. I didn't draw the sigils or anything, but I was the only one alive at crash site.
Soul nod. Yeah, you were under heavy firepower, and then you know I came around, and we all came around, and we, well, luckily saved you. But you know, he's just stealing our stories.
Oh my god. Leaning back in her seat.
Not just stolen. At this point, Ricky's gripping the table as hard as he can. Not just stolen valor, but stolen from us. That's even more fun.
Yeah, back in the unit, we had to get the job done no matter what. Even if we had Nepo babies like Carter and Soul on our team.
Well, Ricky, back in the unit, we didn't have this thing called stolen valor, whatever the fuck that is, mate.
We only had valor.
And God bless Earthgov, did we have valor?
They really should hope they don't go through the ranger section of Gateway talking like that. I think even with the scarves, they might come back pretty bruised up.
Back in the unit, we didn't need rangers.
Don't let my dad hear that.
Laz shakes her head. In fact, the unit was the predecessor to Rangers.
Sam letting out a very loud laugh as she stumbled across Clive's photo bucket. Look at his fucking face!
Oh god, why does his face look like that?
Because the man can't Photoshop for shit.
Looks like they're happy and he's being held at gunpoint.
I mean, just look at the top of Scar's head.
It's completely cut off. Frederick's face is way too fat for that body.
And, but Krellin's head is on top of a human person, so...
You beat me to it, apparently. Benny's saying you beat me to it. Apparently Krellin's human.
Didn't he say they didn't use those guns?
Yeah, they look like Mark 16 or Mark 18 rifles, and that's some type of HK 416. So yeah, not Godesian.
Well, you know what? I think we're gonna have a pretty hard time finding a picture of them using a Godesian GAL, man.
Is this what he does in his free time when your mom is busy, Memrian? I think so, yes.
Ever since the YouTube drama has started dying down, I definitely think that this is how he keeps himself busy.
Uncle Scar fucking head just is cut off. Where's the rest of his fucking head?
Not just that, why is he the shortest and skinniest dude of the bunch?
Laz is shaking her head. Honestly, I find it pretty funny that he's so bad at Photoshop. Like, I sort of want to teach him how to use it correctly, but at the same time, we'd miss out on pictures like that. Oh my god, or like that.
Sam, it looks like he's taking a shit on top of the Humvee.
My god. He did a good job of blending it in, but holy shit.
Look at his facial expression. She's pointing to the blown up image. Does it not look like he's taking a shit?
Oh, it does.
It most definitely looks like he's been constipated for like a week straight and has just now been able to take his shit.
Good thing I had my combat diaper on. Issued only to the unit.
Soul starts to laugh. Automatically disposing combat diaper.
Colt rubbing her stomach lap.
Given to us by General Lorela.
As you can see, the other members of this photo's faces have been blacked out. It was black bag stuff you wouldn't understand, Laz.
Laz shakes her head. I think we've been on more black bag missions than he ever will.
Damn straight. We fought a fucking RC assassin.
We've been on more black bag missions than he ever will be missions.
Carter starts to laugh and nods. That is for fucking sure. God damn.
So what, rubbing the back of Carter's neck? So what is he doing? Googling pictures of old combatants and just putting his face on that?
Carter leans forward and squints. Well, in the previous picture, it was a U.S. flag, and it looks like he also has the flag on his chest there, so maybe this was like a Spec Ops group back in the day? And
oh my God.
He's just stealing pictures from them. So not only is he stealing valor from all of us, but he's stealing valor from deceased combat veterans.
Sam, judging by the photos, people that were dead for like 800 years, give or take.
Holy shit.
Laz shakes her head. Probably thought nobody would notice since they were all dead, but, it's pretty damn obvious.
Sam makes that sound as she pulls up this.
You can see the dude's ear!
Carter shakes his head. I'm pretty familiar with wearing stuff around my neck. That's not how a jawline is supposed to. His head looks like it's about a head taller than where it's supposed to be.
I was waiting for you to come give me the scar. I feigned surprise on it.
I feigned surprise. I wanted to put on a show for you, Laz. So Carter shakes his head, looks at Memran. So how long do you think this is gonna last, his whole, unit phase, if you will?
God, I hope he moves on to something else soon. If he tries to walk me down the aisle in a military uniform, the wedding is off. We'll just go have a private wedding somewhere on the lane and it's over.
Elizabeth laughs. Is it weird that I would rather have the E-tube drama back than this?
Benny, no. The E-tube drama was funny. This is funny too, but Sam, I don't know, this is kind of funny. Look at how bad he is at this.
Carter starts to laugh.
Called Airborne.
I was an airborne ranger, Memorian.
Before there was such thing as airborne, you see, so we the unit pioneered the term airborne.
So starts to laugh. Yes, they pioneered the term that has existed since Latin was being spoken.
Mother needs to have some leverage, honestly. She needs to have some way to punish him. If she just does that, the unit can be kept in check.
Carter nods. Yeah, but what kind of leverage can you have against someone who's that...
Oh, just say it, Carter. What leverage can you have against Storm and Clive?
Okay.
I know you want to say.
How much leverage can you have against someone like Storm and Clive and Honey?
Not very much. She can threaten to not sleep with him and not be intimate with him. If I did that to you, I think it would work.
It would. It most definitely would.
Well, Mother needs to just put her foot down.
I mean, doesn't she still have her old house she could go to?
Yes. It's still there, yeah.
I mean, she could just threaten to stay there for a few days if he's really being that bad.
I heard Uncle Scar talking about it. He says he's saving it for, the Thomas era of children.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, no, and honestly, that's pretty smart. Just less money we have to spend building another house and such.
You guys ever see he has moments of lucidity, Uncle Clive. We were walking Sunday morning, me and Elizabeth taking a walk, talking about video games and stuff, and Uncle Clive just came out of a bush. Tommy! Spit all over my fucking arm.
So Saul leans forward looking at Benny. What?
It happened. He nods his head. Ask her.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, no, have none of you guys noticed that sometimes he doesn't even have to be looking at Thomas, but it happens more when Thomas is around, or the Pequod is around, I guess. Like he'll just say, Thomas, or he'll do something like jumping out of the bushes and yelling, Thomas, and stuff like that.
He's dubious on Thomas. Mr. Wiseau showed us a vision of a very happy Hale because of Thomas. We tried to tell Father, and he said he didn't believe it. Father came into the family at a turbulent time when Julius was creating a lot of drama with his wife, so I don't think he has much faith in Julius's male offspring. And, as I've said, Father still snarls at Carter. So.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, he doesn't have much faith in Thomas. Like, trust me and Memory Ann have seen it. We've witnessed him just staring at a TV screen. It goes to commercial. He changes the channel and then it goes to static, and he'll just sit there looking at it. And he'll just mumble to himself, Thomas.
He was looking at a picture of Carter's father saying it the other morning when we went over for breakfast.
I get being afraid, but he's got 2 sources that say they foresee good shit for Thomas. One of them more reputable than the other, but still.
Father doesn't... I don't know. Father thinks you should treat your spouses better, I suppose. I have no idea.
I mean, I can agree with that. I try to do my best to make Ellie as happy as possible.
Yes, but Thomas is still a fetus, that's the thing.
Yeah, what's he gonna
He hasn't been given a fair shake.
Yeah, what's he done? What could he even do?
I have no fucking idea. Maybe he'll draft Thomas into the unit.
Oh god, no, I'm not letting that happen to my little brother.
Oh, all those children are gonna grow up. All of our kids will grow up thinking he is some type of war hero.
Carter opens his mouth and closes it, looks at Memory Ann. As soon as our child is able to understand, I suggest that we tell him that Clive is like stolen valor and everything like that.
Maybe somebody should just have a class at the academy. Real valor, picture of Hunk Rainfall, stolen valor, picture of Storm and Boogerman, or whatever his name is.
Storm and Clive, and Laz nods and looks at Sam. I think that's a very good idea.
Back in the unit.
Back in the unit. You know what? It's dumb. It makes me mad every time, but at the very least he hasn't claimed he did the mission where we got stuck in the refinery.
Carter nods. Yeah, no. At least he hasn't claimed. If he does claim that he was a part of that mission or completed that mission, I could have seen him all by myself. I am going. He looks at Memory Ann and shakes his head. I am going to kick his ass.
That's fine. Family members may do so.
Yeah, I wanted to, but I wasn't gonna lift a finger on him because I respect you guys too much.
Yeah, you don't understand. Scar... You don't understand. Scar was badly wounded. He couldn't fight, and I had to defend him with just my knife and my combat knife and one of my boots, actually.
And just imagine, there I was standing on the precipice in between the xenomorph and the trash compactor behind me, and I managed to throw a displacement grenade just as it started to charge towards me.
I had to save the Nepo babies.
And those goddamn Nepo babies always creating trouble for all of us.
You really held back no punches on the Nepo baby thing.
Soul shakes her head. No, he did not.
The way he sat on our throne?
It looked like a scene from like Game of Thrones, the way he like cockily leaned back in it, started to slouch down in it, and then rested his chin on his closed fist.
Sam, looking at her wrist computer, closes it. Your father wants us on Gateway.
Carter looks at her. Okay. He'll stand up. I guess we gotta get to Gateway then.
Oh, it'll be good to get the fuck out of here after the stench of the unit has desecrated this beautiful home.
Yeah, maybe disinfect the throne. Burn some sage over it.
Good idea. Carry me, Carter. I can't walk after that.
Carter will pick her up and carry her.
They start making their way out. Colt, you want to stay or you want to come?
I want to come.
Alright, well, I'll carry you. He'll carry her out. Oz, back in the unit. We got called up to Gateway all the time, love. Picking her up.
Liza shakes her head and starts to laugh. Back in the unit. Frederick would carry Krenin around everywhere.
Leave no man behind, love. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know what you're saying.
And the kids do make their way up to Gateway. The soldiers here that greeted them down here when they came in told them just to wait for their briefing up in front of the holo map. Back in the unit, he's continuing. Back in the unit, we didn't have holo maps, Carter. Remember, and no, I'm sure they had sticks and a rock.
Yeah, back in the day, back in the unit, we used to have this thing called a compass. I'm sure none of you know what a fucking compass is, Nepo babies.
2 rangers coming out of the office with a TV that clearly looks like it's been shot quite a few times. Yeah, what's that about?
Carter squints his eyes, looks around. We haven't done anything wrong in combat recently, have we?
I don't think so. Could you chill with that unit shit? God, I can't take that. That guy is a fucking nut.
Yeah. Yeah, he is, and maybe getting everyone that, riled up right before a mission might not be the best idea.
Should have stayed. I made him cry. Okay, really? Looking at Sam.
And Sol nods. Oh yeah, no, she took him to the ground and started, twisting his arm and, stepping on his shoulder and everything. It was honestly really cool.
Wake up, little man. Time to die.
That was fucking good. I'll get you the video later, bro.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. Oh, nice to see you up here, looking back at Sol.
Sol smiles. Yeah, no, it's good to be up here. I wanted to be with the squad for... She looks around. Whatever's going on right now.
Back in the unit, we issued hover chairs to our pregnant squad members, but they still fought in combat, you see.
Sol starts to laugh as she looks over at Sam.
This little shield would come down in front of their little cockpit and they could stick their gun out. I designed it, actually, Benny. Benny laughed!
Carter starts to laugh. Yeah, but the moon matron, the Nepo baby that she is, she never did. Always complaining and saying how she didn't want to go out into combat.
Always choosing to stay back in the comfort of Gateway and food.
Carter starts to laugh as he reaches over for a fist bump from Sam.
Sam will fist bump him. One time I saw her eat 7 quarts of ice cream while we were practicing shooting our GALs on the lake. Cold, oh god.
Sol starts to laugh even harder. That was only 1 quart of ice cream that one time, thank you very much.
You should have seen it, shoveling it down like she had a black hole for a stomach.
And then we said to her, come on, why don't you shoot the Godija and squeeze a few rounds? She told us no. She was too busy indulging.
Elizabeth starts to laugh. She was too busy shoveling her face full of ice cream.
As soon as I became the commander of the unit, I kicked her and caught her off.
They never had the moxie we were looking for on the unit.
Too big of Nepo babies.
He called you all Nepo babies. Legit Nepo baby? Multiple times. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, multiple times. He said something along the lines of, yeah, and we had to deal with Nepo babies over here, as he points to himself and Sol.
Only a Nepo baby would use a sword, claiming it to be the sword of men, Samantha said.
Carter covers his mouth and starts to laugh. He looks at Samantha. I think I could show Samantha a thing or two about using an LMG and being badass.
Show her, I'm the one that taught her.
Carter starts to laugh even harder. Yeah, those rocket boots that she has on her shoes to augment her kicks. I'm the one who taught her that one.
I invented them. Us?
Rick You're just copying my keyblades and claiming they're his like a little bastard.
I taught him how to use them in Antarctica. The unit was stationed in Antarctica, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, after all.
Antarctica, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. God damn it, Colt.
That's basically how all these ridiculous claims go. They just become more ridiculous.
I mean, yeah. Why the fuck does ISIS care about cows?
Why indeed? Coming out!
Ma'am, salutes.
All my characters will stand at attention and salute her.
She will salute back and then start typing on the holo computer.
Carter looks at her. Is everything okay, ma'am? I thought we were, done for the day after our training exercise.
Oh no, there's no early Friday today, Carter. Looking at him!
Yes, ma'am. Understood, ma'am.
On a planet, relatively speaking close to the Aridnus system, Sirius 172. Your best friends should pull up a couple pictures. Dead Cell. And the garrison of men. Go ahead.
When Elizabeth sees Ripper, her teeth start to grit.
And a garrison of armed men, the ones in white armor, around 100 of them, as best we can figure, it's a large oil rig facility, have taken over the place. They have taken the civilians there hostage, and there is one SIS agent there involved. The town sent. She was based there. Not on the oil rig. On the town, off the coast of the rig. They have one Harrier, and they have this. We think it's there. Prototype Starchild weapon.
Carter's jaw locks. He looks at her. So you want us to go in and help out with the hostages all the while? He nods towards the prototype. Securing that, or at least disposing of it so they don't get their hands on it.
You'll work that out between yourself and Sergeant Satterley. You're going in with Delta. Wet insertion. Nicole's finding a ship to get you close, a stealth vessel. There's not many close to that planet. We have to get a ship there quickly, a stealth vessel, wet insertion in with Delta. You guys work it out how you want to handle it.
Carter nods. Yes, ma'am. Understood, ma'am.
Make no mistake. It's probably well over 100 of these goons with guns. And every member of Dead Cell has been spotted, with the exception of their doppelganger. But if they're all there, he's probably there too. Okay?
Understood.
Not only that, but the Harrier they have completely outclasses your gunship. Be aware of that, Oz.
Last nods. Understood. Are we talking just maneuverability, or also weaponry?
In maneuverability, not weaponry. But believe me, that Harrier will take you down quicker than you think.
She nods. Understood, ma'am.
Odds are this is here. The prototype Starchild weapon, air quote. It's most likely here. We figure that woman, the drow that was killed, the train, when we surrendered, they exchanged something, a disc, and then they killed her. They tied up the loose end. This is an all-in play for them. They knew they were going to be reported. They knew we'd find out. So whatever's there is quite important to them.
Understood, and the most important thing we know to them is that prototype there.
Right. Come here, Carter. Stand right in front of her.
Carter will walk up to her and stand at attention in front of her.
She'll purposely blow up the picture of Ripa for Elizabeth. Listen to me. You stupid little shit. She'll grab Carter by the collar and pull him right into her face. No retreat, no surrender, Carter Rainfall. Crush them into the bottom of the fucking seabed!
Carter looks her in the eye. They won't have teeth to identify their bodies by, ma'am.
That's the spirit. Get it done. Letting Carter go, pushing him back into Okeer, who catches him. Roar! And she'll storm back into her office. And Okeer, game time.
Carter nods. He looks back at Okeer. Thanks for the catch.
Little shit.
Carter chuckles a bit. He looks at everyone. Well, you heard her, B Squad. Suit up.
They will start suiting up as I imagine Elizabeth staring up at the picture she probably purposely blew up. Colt will set her down and head back into the office with Mom, honey. Give her a long, passionate kiss.
She returns the kiss, smiles at him, and will head out into the office.
He will walk off with the rest of the squad. Benny, ready to go? Are you done gritting your teeth at him?
She inhales a deep, deep breath and exhales. I'm gonna kill him. As she looks up at Benny.
We're gonna kill him, smiling up at the picture.
She smiles. Let's get going.
He will take her off. As in the office, Soul comes in, sees the remnants of the shot TV. She turns around, Sasha. Your parents will be back. Your mother's scrambling local authorities on the planet, which isn't easy because it's a frontier planet. Your father's getting Delta prepped up, caught up to speed. Sergeant Satterley will join them on the ship. Your aunt will be back once she is done scrambling the Navy. Do you want to stay up here?
Soul will put a hand on her stomach. I'm actually feeling sort of sick suddenly. Is it okay if I go back down to the lane?
No, you should go rest. I'm surprised to see you out of your chair. Go rest.
She nods. We'll give her a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Mom.
She will kiss Soul on the head. Go ahead, honey.
She will head out.
She will head out. She will. As locked, cocked, and ready to rock on the ship, Oz and Laz piloting, Samantha standing up here with Oz. So, kind of nervous. We've never really gotten into air combat against another, vessel.
Laz will look at Oz and smile. I'm sure we got it, my love.
Yeah, when Sergeant Satterley gets here, which looks like it'll be soon, judging by that Delta transport ship, we'll, be there for the briefing, but, we should stay close.
To the oil rig?
Yes.
I agree. Yeah, most definitely stay close just in case they need aerial cover, if you will. She will look at her screen, and Oz can tell she's nervous, but she's definitely putting on a brave face.
He'll take her hand and hold a kiss on it, as Sam actually smiles.
She smiles at Oz and will twist her hand so she's holding his instead and give it a kiss as well.
He smiles back at her. I'll put her on autopilot. Let's go down with the rest of them.
She'll nod towards him. Will stand up out of her chair, put a hand on Samantha's shoulder. You gonna be okay?
Oh, I enjoy killing people. Looking at Laz!
Les starts to laugh, and that's why you're the combat squad mom.
Yes, indeed. Picking Laz up and they'll go down this way. Okeer snapping his fingers in front of Elizabeth. She's in a trance thinking about, you know who, Ripa. She alright? You alright? Wake up!
She's staring down at the table. After a couple more snaps, she jumps up and looks at Okeer. Sorry, what were you saying?
Hey, you're already locked in. That's a good thing.
Yeah, no, sorry. She rubs her, well, where her face would be, but she just rubs her mask and nods. I'm ready for some blood.
No surrender, Carter.
Carter nods. Trust me, I know. No surrender.
We're gonna fuck him up. Yeah, we'll get through it. He's gonna look over at Sam. So, have you done wet insertions before?
Many times. Nodding her head.
Okay, good. So it can't be that bad.
No, just follow the Delta guys. They'll put a rebreather on you and a wetsuit. Your clothes will be dry when you get onto the oil rig.
Okay, it just, it'll be a new experience. Not a fan of deep water.
It won't last too long, I'd imagine.
Carter looks at Ricky. You'll have all of us backing you up. If you start to freak out, just look for one of us nearby, and everything will be okay. Get me?
Close your eyes and hold the guy in front of your shoulder. That's what I do, because I ain't down for fucking deep zoo water either, personally. He shrugs. That's what in marine training you have to do one wet insertion, though it's in a pool. But that was too much for me. It's in like a 40-foot deep pool, and everything's black.
Yeah. For me, it's like, if it's something on land, even if it's big like a hydra, I can do something to try and get away. I can't do shit in water if something big wants to fuck with me.
Kissing Carter on the cheek, wrapping her arms around him. It was the the Anovian Kraken comic book they did when I was a kid, when we were all children, of Uncle Banksy's Spartan team killing it under General Lorelai's guidance. Freaked me out. That Kraken was real, mind you. That wasn't fictitious.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, sure. It was as real gets, honestly. Carter looks at Marianne and smiles a bit. Way realer than the Tommy comic.
Oh, absolutely. That makes her laugh. Oh, I wish I could have been there. I get me being there defeated the purpose, but just to see Mr. Wiseau with a gun.
You've seen Rambo, right?
Oh, yes.
Just imagine Rambo with Tommy's face on him.
I understand the bond of combat brotherhood after the island.
If your aunt can project people's memories, could you record those projections?
Oh, I'm sure. Nodding her head. I'm sure.
You could make a hell of a compilation for your fridge using his memories of that day.
The comic book makes it out that not only did Mr. Wiseau kill an army of land squids, but stroking Carter's the front of his hair, even killed the magician or whatever that was, by himself actually, as Carter lie unconscious on the ground.
Yeah, no, I got knocked out pretty early into the fight, and Tommy ran in, expressed indignation against my losing, and then decided to deal with the illusionist himself.
I expected no less, Carter.
Carter starts to laugh as he shakes his head.
In the elevator, the Delta ship's docking, Sergeant Satterley is in the elevator, checks his gun, clicks the safety on it, puts it on his back, sighs, puts his arm against the wall right here, shaking his head, and it almost hits Soul.
Soul will, as quietly as she can, step away from Sergeant Satterley as she moves around his arm.
He comes off the elevator as the door is open and comes up to greet all the kids sitting down, putting his rifle down on the floor or against the table.
Soul is going to come up around here and stay here so she can listen in to the briefing and everything like that.
Sergeant, nodding her head, he nods back to the group. You didn't bring the ambassador on this one? Oh, no.
Nah, the unit had more important things to do, sir.
I'm not feeling good about this op without the ambassador on my side, let me tell you, kid.
Carter puts his hands up. I'm sorry we tried to convince him, but he had to deal with some dairy cows down in Fort Bragg, sir.
Got a bad feeling about this one.
Yeah, testing some new Godesian rifle while doing it.
We have a picture of him hung up down in Woodbury. We touch it every day when we come into the office, and then as we leave, you have to touch it. It's part of the tradition.
The guy's been enjoying the video of him screaming with his ass in the air.
Oh, yeah. And Samantha telling him, and then back in the unit, we used to do things like this all the time. You know, I feel bad for you. That's your father-in-law, Carter. Brienne, so do I.
Carter shakes his head and shrugs. You play with the hand that life deals you, sir.
Yep. Do it for your mother. Put up with it for your mother-in-law, I should say.
Oh, trust me, I do. He makes her happy, and if he makes her happy, then I'm happy.
So I assume you got a rough briefing from the Ranger General. She was pretty short with us.
Carter nods. Yeah, rough briefing. Suspected that the prototype is down there. About 100 or so, maybe 200 strat guys came in, all of Dead Cell, and one known SIS operative is in there that presumably we have to save.
This oil rig is huge. This is a massive oil rig owned by a Frontier oil rig company. It supplies oil to all the frontier colonies in the S7 sector. And that's about 700 habitable worlds in that sector of the universe. So this is a huge fucking facility.
Fuck. And if it's something like that big mech we're looking for, it's probably gonna be pretty deep down, I would assume.
It's got to be underwater. Yeah, it's got to be under the water somewhere deep in some type of facility built to house it, or house something akin to it. We're talking miles and miles of subterranean facilities under this place.
At the very least, it might be easier to spot where it might be, because of where it's housed has got to be big, right?
Our concern isn't necessarily about retrieval. From the SIS operative, that whoever, I assume, towns sent it there, our concern is the hostages. And from her intel, she's trapped there, as you know. There's one group of hostages being here in Shell Core 1. One being held in Strut E. The largest, of course, being held in the most defendable Strut C. The agent is somewhere in Strut D.
Carter nods. So you want us to assist with saving the hostages while also trying to get the SIS operative out, correct?
Clear up, the way I see it, is if you clear up towards the hostage sites, Delta can handle the breaching and the hostage rescue. You guys focus on that. You focus on getting the operative out. And all things considered, we can just blow the facility and pay the company back and sink whatever is under there for good. The alien weapon, as I've been told.
It seems like that might be for the best, because those things seem to be cursed, sir.
All we gotta do is get all the hostages out, and the agent. After that, we're clear to use ordnance.
Elizabeth nods. Seems easy enough, sir, but she points around the hollow map. We shouldn't go in all at once, all in the same group, should we? We're gonna probably need to split off, yeah?
I'll leave that up to you guys. Yeah, however you want to handle it.
Carter will look at Memory Ann and nod. We should probably split off into 2 groups, yeah?
My group will go for... What is the agent's name? Emma. My group will go for Emma. I assume they know she's there. So they're probably... I would guess baiting her.
And in turn, us.
Yes. So my group will go for her. It'll be Ricardo, Carter, and Samantha. Benny, aw, looking confused. Hey, shouldn't Carter be with us, though? You're kind of breaking the chain of command. Marianne, no, Elizabeth will lead her own group.
Elizabeth will look up at Benny, then at Memory Ann, and nod towards her. Carter looks at Elizabeth and at Benny. If there's really gonna be a, let's just say, a large ambush set up where Emma is located, then we're probably gonna want our team to be pretty stacked. 2 melee fighters, and 2 range fighters, with a spellcaster to boot. So we're gonna need to be pretty set there. You 4 will go about and assist Delta with dealing with the hostages and saving them, of course.
If we knew more about Fortune's capabilities, we could make a more informed decision. Unfortunately, we do not. If she's their strongest fighter, she'll be around Emma, my guess. And we know nothing about her other than she carries a big gun.
Carter sighs, nods, and rubs his cheek. We're just gonna have to deal with that then.
Yeah, there ain't nowhere to retreat to this time. Looking at Carter, it's that or a trip into the ocean. So
We'll find the information out when we kill her and bring her back.
Carter nods. He looks at Satterley. So, He points towards the hollow map. We'll assist with clearing up to Strut E, this northeastern side here, while making our way up to North Emma. He points to Elizabeth and this group, while you guys deal with the other two groups and assist Delta with those two. He leans back, crosses his arms, and nods. He tilts his head. Do we have any info on if Emma has gathered any information on Strat while there, or are we gonna also have to do that as well, sir?
What? You mean like what they're doing there?
Well, not only that, but like gather info, capabilities, that kind of thing. It's something the Ranger General instilled in us. Always try to get at least some information, that kind of thing.
We know they got drones, UAVs. We know they got those. Your typical loadouts. They got snipers, and then the guys with their pump action. The thing Sam uses, the pulse rifle. Sam nodding her head. Beyond that, what the Dead Cell members are doing, we got no information on them.
Carter nods. He strokes his chin. Right.
They know they're being watched. They're lying low. The cameras to the facility are cut. When you go outside, I would expect UAVs, though.
Makes sense. Settle in and make it to where we have to siege them.
Yeah.
Elizabeth looks at Satterley. If the cameras are cut, are the alarms also cut in the facility? So nobody would be able to sound one.
Nodding his head. Yeah, I mean, they got radios, but we got this. Pulling out a device, handing one to Elizabeth, one to Carter. Push this before you engage them, and it'll cut off their radio communique.
And Carter nods. Yes, sir.
Not only that, but here. He'll pull out a satchel and open it, 2 apiece. Med packs. Delta quality. If you go down and out, you're hurt, these will get you back on your feet. I got enough for 2 apiece. None for the pilots, unfortunately. As we won't need it. Thank you, sir.
Les nods. We'll be on the ship. She smiles. Don't worry about us, sir.
We'll stay in constant radio communicate as long as possible all the time, but understand this, you're alone. You're on your own. You're splitting up into 2 squads, that's good, but you're on your own. There won't be any Delta guys to back you up on any of your engagements.
Understood. That won't be a problem, sir.
While you guys are clearing, we're going to be wet inserting in the ocean around the facility. We can't be walking out in the open. If they spot 20 Delta dudes marching down a strut, well, then they're going to fortify the position or kill the hostages. However you want to handle this is up to you. If you want to go loud, go loud. You have silencers for your weapons, so you're not really going loud. If you want to slit some throats, be my guest. I'm not here to give you orders.
Understood, sir. He'll look around at all of them. It would probably be pretty beneficial if Elizabeth's team went in loud and proud, possibly draw some of the attention off of us while we go in quiet and clear our way up to Emma. So we go in quiet. He looks at the 4 in his group while they go in loud and proud, or at least louder than we do, as he chuckles and smiles at all of them. Elizabeth will nod. Yes, sir. We can go in there and proud. I don't have much of a problem with that.
We're pretty good at that.
Elizabeth chuckles and nods. We are pretty damn good at that.
Ricky's gonna nudge Okeer, so you get to have all the fun. Don't kill
Fine by me, because I am not good at the stealthy stuff.
Now you have your fun, bro, and hey, don't puree too many dudes before I can get back to you.
Be trading kills with Elizabeth, I think. Looking at
A big smile emoticon will pop up on her mask. Oh, I count on it. Okay, we're gonna be trading kills left and right, like Gimli and Legolas.
the only kill that really matters is Ripa. Looking at Elizabeth. Yeah, he's all yours.
She cracks her knuckles. All mine. She sighs heavily. All fucking mine.
What do you want us to do, Kato? stay at minimum safe distance, or?
Carter looks at him. Minimum safe distance. What's the quickest amount of time for you to get here from minimum safe distance to the oil rig?
20 seconds, give or take. Depends on the wind.
Carter nods. I suspect I might need to call you in. So just in case, stay at minimum safe distance, and if I call you guys in, rush towards my location, understood?
Copy that. Sergeant Satterley, yeah. Once all the hostages are off the rig and secure, and you have the operative, blow the place to hell. Hopefully kill them all.
Understood, sir. He chuckles. We have no problem blowing things up.
Nah, and hey, hope we kill that fortune chick before then. Looks at Sam. I'm sure your mom would really like that as a gift.
Yes, she would. Tilting her head, looking at Carter.
Carter looks at her. And we will. Because you know what? We're B Squadron, and B is best, especially against a bitch like Fortune.
By the way, standing up, I'm gonna go back to my ship with the Delta guys. Brief who I haven't briefed yet. But by the way, wet insertion, stealth aircraft, Navy scrambling it. It'll be there ahead of us. So probably right as we arrive, it'll be out of dry dock and ready to go. We're talking big, fat great whites in the water, okay? So stay close underwater. He walks out!
Oh, fuck.
Oh, Carter.
Carter inhales and then exhales heavily. We'll be fine. Just like he said, stay close to each other, okay?
Yeah, stay close. Stay close.
Carter will look at Colt. You can put a hand on my shoulder while we...
Yeah, I'm gonna ride Okeer's back, all things considered, if that's okay.
Totally. Yeah, no, you could do that as long as it's okay with Okeer.
Everybody could just ride on me. I don't really mind. I don't mind the water.
I want to follow behind Sam. I know if something charges us, she can kill it.
Yeah, no problem. I ain't afraid of no sharks.
Ah, we got this. We'll get in, and we'll slice and dice everybody there and get all the hostages out.
That we will. Flashing, the kids doing their wet insertion. You don't see any goddamn sharks. Maybe he was just pulling your legs, but everybody is up in the facility taking off their wetsuits currently, except Okeer. He didn't need to wear one. His armor helps him with that. Colt putting his helmet on, Okeer raising his hammer, Samantha taking hers off, loading, checking her gun. The Delta guys doing the same.
All my characters getting, ready and prepping for the mission ahead.
Soul following.
Soul is invisible. I like to admit she's still, or I think she's still hiding behind some crates, just keeping an eye on everyone, making sure she's not visible to anyone, just in case.
You think they know we're here? Sergeant Satterley, not yet, but they will soon.
And they're probably expecting some kind of attack, right, sir?
Probably expecting you. Looking at the group.
Carter nods. Oh, if they expect us, then... He shrugs. We'll give them us. And they're gonna regret ever expecting us.
Now these Delta guys will stay here to secure the perimeter. These two here. These two. He looks over at this one and... You're out of ranks. Sorry! Nods his head!
Soul, when she hears sorry, will immediately squint her eyes and stare over at this guy.
Get back down the ladder, rookie. Oh, my bad, sir. My bad. He'll go down the ladder. Semper Fi. Disappearing down the ladder.
She mouths to herself, Semper Fi? As she'll peek around the boxes, look at all of them, squint down with a very suspicious look on her face, and start following after that character.
He does, as former Marine in Delta. It's not unheard of. Sergeant Satterley. No, he's a new transfer. No time. He made it through selection, but no time for any training or qualification. Ranger General just told us to take every able-bodied man we had. Poor guy. I actually kind of feel bad for him. Either way, I'm going back down in the water. You clear up to the hostages, radio me, the Delta guys will handle it. These 4 will stay here until the last group of hostages has been secured. If you need to catch a break, a breather, you can come back here. This room will be secure for you. But outside of this room, remember, kids, you are on your own.
Understood, sir.
He goes down the ladder. As the Delta guys will begin setting up their position, 2 more following Sergeant Satterley down the ladder. Memory Ann, so be it. Elizabeth, you've got this.
Elizabeth nods towards her. Yes, ma'am, I do got this.
Remember, Elizabeth, don't let him get the better of you again.
She nods.
Just put your shotgun in his mouth instead of letting his mouth get to you, for God's sakes. That's not a bad idea, actually.
Yeah, who cares? Who gives a fuck what he says when he's dead? He's gonna follow her.
He made you bite down on your shotgun, make him bite down on yours, as he'll follow after Samantha.
And then when his brain is splattered on the floor before you, Bash will be avenged, kissing her on the helmet, and she'll wink at him.
Yes, ma'am, Bash will be avenged.
This group going up on this direction. On your call, Sergeant.
She looks around. Move out. She will start heading up towards Shell 1.
I hate Shell 1. I really fucking do. Move her.
Oh, my bad. Is this the only way to go through? Or...
You can go this direction too.
Okay, she'll go this direction, actually.
Okeer and Benny, who I hope dies at some point in this story, will follow. Now, we will do... We'll do Memory Ann's group first. Roll it up. Nice. Give me another.
Yes, sir. Well,
I gotta make 2 rolls on my end, but I got my die. Give me another roll for the one Nick just did. We can knock out both.
There you go.
There's a mirror of each other. That's kind of funny.
Hiya. Well, I like to imagine Ricky is on point, but everybody here can see. One guy, arms, kind of on this thing, staring out into the ocean. A sniper up here with clearly he has a scoped rifle, pacing back and forth, not looking down in this direction, more looking up this direction. And then one more dude down here pacing back and forth, rifle slung, pulse rifle slung over his shoulder. Actually, hang on. Yeah, that guy right there, not the red eyes. And that's all he's doing. He's just pacing back and forth, rifle slung over his shoulder.
What's the plan, sir?
Carter looks at all 3 of them. Sam, how easy is that shot up there for you?
She looks up, aiming her LMG up. Not hard at all. But if I shoot him and his body hits the deck, she'll come up here, press against. It's gonna make a loud thud.
Carter nods. That's why. He'll walk up a bit more. Ricky, that guy's farther away. You think you can push him off into the water?
I can get him.
He'll nod. He'll turn back to look at Memory Ann, and he'll assist me with that guy right there, okay?
Copy of that. Pulling out our pistol, putting a suppressor on.
He'll nod. Okay.
We don't have to roll initiative unless they notice you.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, I don't know if I need to say this each time, but Carter will cut off their radio contact.
Yep, you don't. I know you will. Unless you want to, then say you don't want to cut off their radio contact, and for sure then we won't. But we'll assume it's always cut off. Go for it.
Okay. Carter will make sure the coast is clear first and start sneaking up towards this motherfucker.
Stealth check, Carter and Nick.
Yes, sir.
You're good to move up.
Alright. Ricky will slowly move up behind this guy.
Carter will move behind this guy. He is going to put up 3, 2, 1, make a fist, and he will attempt to push this guy down into the ocean.
Ash! With Memorian helping you, nothing need be rolled. He will go down, but he lets out a scream that will draw this guy's attention. Let's see what Ricky does.
Ricky, I'm assuming this guy starts turning around as well the moment that happens.
Yeah.
Ricky's gonna see that, punch the dude in the face, and try to clothesline him over the railing.
No checks needed for Ricky, close combat specialist. Sending him plummeting to his doom as his attention is drawn, and Samantha bullet right through his head, and his body actually tumbles here and then bounces off the ring.
Carter will quickly look around, make sure there's no more tangos nearby, as he'll move up, make a signal to group back up.
Ricky will.
But Sam is not leaving her position. She points out into the horizon.
He'll look off into the horizon.
Memorian, get down! And she'll press up against this.
Carter will rush over and get down.
It hovers over the area. You can hear the blade turning in it. Shoots out a light that scans the area, and then keeps going. UAVs.
Yeah, UAVs.
You're too close for comfort.
Carter puts a hand on his chest, and he'll scan the horizon and the sky around him to check if any more UAVs are nearby.
There's none. He sees Sam moving up.
Carter looks at Sam. We all clear?
Clear.
Move on, B Squad.
Consulting her wrist computer. That a ways.
Move out then, Ricky on point.
Yes, sir.
Young minds. As you're aware, I really despise you. So much so that one day I shall kill you. And Nick.
It will be glorious.
So, Eliza's group, Colt pushed up here, puts up a finger for one, spots one guy. Colt peering around the corner, looks back, shakes his head, and shrugs. He spots one guy.
Okay. Elizabeth is going to... Wait, was that the right character sheet? Yeah, that was. Elizabeth is going to push up against this corner as well. Look at Colt. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try and go forward a bit more, scout ahead, see if I can spot any more, and then come back here. You hear me?
Copy that, ma'am. Looking down at her.
Elizabeth will try and sneak ahead.
Perception, if she wants to move as well. Move her where you like.
Oops. I don't know what that was. She will... Perception, there. 17.
Whole room of them eating whatever MREs they have at their disposal, taking a break basically.
She'll come back to them. There's a whole room of them in there. All of them. Eating, taking a break, it looks like. Well, the one you spotted is right there. That's all I could see.
That's their sentry, watching them as they take their break. Yeah, makes sense. Nodding his head.
Do you want me to pull him in here? And she looks at Okeer. You deal with him while the rest of us go up there try and deal with all of them.
I want to do whatever you think is best. Looking at Elizabeth, you give
Okay.
the orders, you're in charge. Personally, I think I could do a lot of damage in one swing in that tiny room if we could get my fat ass there without being noticed.
Elizabeth nods. Well, as it stands now, we only have one sentry to deal with. She looks at Colt. You can deal with him, right?
Absolutely. Holding up his car 15. I'm not rocking a Gardesian, but I'll do my best.
Elizabeth nods towards him. Well, you do your best, sir. Deal with him. Us three, we start moving up into there. Once you think the coast is clear, Colt, you start moving up with us. And Okeer, well, you know what to do, sir.
Just give me one swing in that room and they'll all be down. Just distract them. Give me a distraction. Open the door, distract them. I'll come in the other door. I'll come in from this side.
Elizabeth nods. So me and Benny, we're coming in this side, okay?
Copy that. Going behind Elizabeth.
She'll look at Colt and give him a thumbs up.
This guy here going down this direction. Colt will pull out a knife and go around. A slight gasp is heard. Okeer, I'd say that's our cue.
Elizabeth nods. She will start moving upwards, making sure the coast is clear before she moves up further, and will move up to right about there, waiting for Okeer to get in place. Inform me when you're ready.
Ready and willing and able.
She will go up to the door and kick that shit open.
What the? Turning around, looking at Elizabeth as Okeer, who I despise more than anything, will slam his gravity hammer into the ground. This guy goes flying, dismembered. They get fucked up. He slams it into the table, creating a shockwave. Piece of the table actually decapitating this guy. Colt coming over, loud and proud, huh? Chuckling with blood on his mask.
Elizabeth starts to chuckle. I think we got the best person for that on our squad.
Good call. Nice table, though. Shrugging, looking at it. But yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, that's a shame. She looks around. We'll check her wrist computer to check where they need to start heading out from.
This way. Door up here.
Sorry, ping it again? I don't think I saw that. Gotcha. She will point in that direction. Okay, we're moving out from right there. That's our way out, okay?
Copy that. Marking their positions on the overworld map, who I do indeed really much so hate. Memory Ann's group is going after Carter said Strut E.
Correct. Strut E and then eventually Strut D once they're done.
We're gonna put them over here. There's a bridge or something there. Elizabeth's group, who I really despise, is here. And they can just swing up here first and get these guys. Now for Soul. Miss Winjay herself. Thinking she's hot shit, following whoever this Delta operator is down to the subterranean, underwater portion facilities of the base. This guy walking up to a door, typing on the keypad as if he knows the keypad sequence somehow. Door opens, walks forward a little bit.
She is going to follow after him. She tilts her head. Does he walk? Like does he carry himself like a Delta guy? Or even a Marine or something like that?
Oh, it just looks like a dude.
She tilts her head. What the fuck is this guy? I don't even think this guy would be Strat. She's thinking in her head, not saying it out loud. She'll hide behind this corner and peek around just to check out what this guy is doing.
He is casually walking up here, looking through a window, peering through a window, watching the enemies move around, trying to listen to what they're saying. They're grouped up talking.
She leans forward a bit more, will actually start to walk her way up to that area, and she'll wonder in her head, why is he so casual about it, but not wanting to go in right away? Is he working with them or not? She tilts her head as she starts to try to find any like defining marks on this guy.
It's Delta gear for sure. He sees the Delta logo, insignia. Looks like a Delta dude.
She looks at him. God. It might be Strat. Should I just try and take care of him?
He slightly whistles and opens. It's a sliding door. He like a slight whistle that, huh? This guy looks over, tilting over, Soul can see, and he chucks something in the door, and the door closes. Bon voyage, fuckwads. As this goes off, and then he goes in. These guys groaning, a loud flashbang. He goes in as the flashbang goes off.
I like to think she recognized the flashbang in his hand, so she turned to block her eyesight and everything from that as she'll walk up and start to witness what he's doing in there.
As she turned, she heard guys definitely screaming, yada yada yada, but there's only one left, and he's got his foot on his neck and the pistol to his head, and he just shoots him right in the head. With a Gamma Walther PPK, reloading it. The other's dead from gunshots as well. One shot apiece.
She takes a small step back looking at him. Okay, so definitely not Strat then.
Huh. Going through his gear. Thanks for the radio. Taking it.
She squints her eyes. Oh, they're PPK. I think that's the gun of an SIS operative. She looks at him. So maybe he's SIS. If he's not Strat or anything like that, and he sure as hell isn't Delta.
Turning his body over, frisking his body for if there's any more useful equipment on him. Picks up a couple grenades, definitely looting the guy's body.
Yeah, no. He definitely has experience with black bag operations, so it's probably SIS if I had to put my money on it. As she'll step into the room and hide behind this crate here that's in it.
He turns around and looks right in her direction.
She, hiding behind the crate, stops her breathing as he looks in her direction and just stands completely still back against the crate.
He'll come over and look around the crate. Is she holding her breath?
Oh, most definitely she's holding her breath.
He walks off.
Well, once he's like a safe distance away, she lets out a breath. Holy shit, how did he know?
Another flashbang going off as she catches up if she chooses to.
Yeah, she's gonna keep on this guy 6.
The other guy's killed. She comes into this guy getting neck wrenched and then broken, and his body falling to the ground, and the guy looting him.
Jesus Christ, is this all Grandpa Hunk or some shit like that? She will step into the room, keeping against this wall.
Turning around, looking. If an exclamation point could appear above his head, it does when Soul comes here. Turns around, looks in her direction.
She stands completely still again, holds her breath, and stares directly at him.
He actually pulls the hammer back on his pistol and starts pointing it in her direction. Points it around the room slowly.
She is gonna start looking around for an easy place to Misty Step to, just in case she needs to.
He'll holster his pistol, shake his head a bit, and continue down this direction.
And she will decide to follow after him.
Oh, Miss Wingy, I hate you so much. So much do I hate you. I wish your father-in-law shot you in the face. Roll for both teams. Start them right. Looking at my notebook. I wish I could read upside down. You guys are here. You don't see anything in front of you, but you gotta traverse all the way to where there's an elevator you can go down to get to a connecting bridge.
Carter will look at all of them. He will point at Ricky, make a come with me sign, and will slowly start to make his way around here and peek around this corner.
Ricky will follow orders.
Don't see anything from where you are. What direction are you looking?
Here, and if he has line of sight down this way as well.
Yeah. I'll give him line of sight on that, and Ricky, of course. One of these guys casually walking down these stairs with a handheld flamethrower. You can see the ignition on the flamethrower where the fuel spits out and catches the flame to ignite it.
Carter will turn to Memory Ann and Sam, put up one finger, and then he'll look at Ricky. Okay, here's the plan. I'm gonna move up a bit more, see if I can spot anything else. You stay with me. He looks at these two. You two stay as backup. If shit starts to go wrong, cap some motherfuckers, okay?
Sam and Memory Ann nodding their head.
Carter is going to start to move up to see if he can spot anything more.
Ricky will follow.
If
You guys,
he turns to these two, puts up two more fingers, or three more fingers.
it's not over. Coming out of a door here with a sword, just like the picture drawn on his back. And he could definitely see more dudes in here. Just conversing amongst themselves. As two more come up the hallway here, they start talking. Two more coming down the stairs here.
Jesus.
Just one guy coming here, lighting up a cigarette, taking his mask off. Elf.
Carter, looking at all of them, he looks back at Samantha and Memory Ann and just puts up a shit ton of fingers.
Oh, that's not good. Well, we could go the other way.
Carter bites his bottom lip. Can you two check out what's going on over in that corner, over in that hallway over there?
Sam will go. She'll look down in the meanwhile. This set of doors starting to open. You can stay and be caught, or try to hide, or move, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, Ricky's gonna take a step back towards Memory Ann.
Carter will also make his way back over towards that group as that guy starts to appear.
Kind of flips the sword in his hand a couple times, looks around, comes down here. Sam, it's clear up here from what I can see.
Carter nods. Let's start making our way over there then.
Yeah.
He'll start to look around. Everything seems to be clear from what Sam said. So, Ricky, point.
Yes, sir.
Keep moving up. Go ahead.
Alright. He'll start moving up, stop at the corner here. And take a peek in there.
Completely empty in here.
Clear.
This is where you're looking in? Yep.
Yeah, in there. Clear. Should I
Oh.
take this road or keep going forward, sir?
We gotta go down those stairs.
Yes, ma'am. He'll move up to here. And peek around the corner.
Well, this guy's asleep in the chair, feet up on the desk. That's it.
Carter will nod towards Ricky. make a gesture like he made a keyblade in his hand and push it up against his chin.
Ricky will nod and slowly start sneaking up to the guy.
Stealth check, nee.
Sorry, one sec. There.
Yep, good to go.
He'll go up to the dude and try to stab him with the keyblades.
Oh, he dies. Trust me. He's not on guard. No. He's focus fire down.
Gonna grab him by the back of the head and put the keyblade up the bottom of his chin.
Hide his body somewhere. Over there. Just throw it over there.
He'll drag it over and try and hide it under the table here.
The sound of footsteps approaching.
Shit! He's gonna...
Sounds like it's coming from this direction. This direction.
Shit, we might be getting pinched, sir.
I like to imagine this guy opens the door and shot right in the head by Sam, and he just crumbles to the ground.
Carter will push up, gesturing for Memorian to come up with him. He puts a hand onto Samantha's shoulder. Damn good, Samantha.
She blows smoke off of her silencer on her barrel.
Carter will start moving up, peek into this hallway. If it's clear, he'll move to hide this guy's body over in this corner here.
It's clear.
Yeah, he'll hide this guy's body over here then.
Everybody's dicking around down in the big fucking room, seems like, on this floor. He goes away.
Carter will look at Memorian. You got the map right, just continue forward and then around that corner there?
Right in there, yes.
Okay. He'll gesture for Ricky to come up. Point, Ricardo.
Yes, sir. And he'll start slowly moving. Look around that corner right here.
You can hear the guys down here, but it's clear.
Alright, he'll keep moving forward to here. And peek around this corner.
Clear?
He'll move out, and I believe he'll go in. He'll peek in here before everyone else, and then he'll go in if it's clear.
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 Move in.
Yes, sir.
Eliza. As you're aware, Eliza, I truly, universally despise everything about you. And one of these days, I will murder you. Well, they got Colt. It ain't that bad, I guess, but... actually, it's kind of bad. So, coming down the stairs... Nate?
Nate?
Hang on. Nate. So 2 drones. Nate. Another drone. Nick. Another drone. Nick. Another drone. Nick. Another drone coming around the building.
Elizabeth will swallow hard, seeing all of these drones. Look at Okeer, and then Benny, and then Colt. I don't think we could just sit around and let them fly away and hide, so we need to take care of these things, Colt.
Colt, I imagine much like Samantha, just quick to react to things given who his mother and father are, and already shoots this one out of the sky, and it sputters down and doesn't make a too loud of a sound, but besides, these things don't go off sound, but it lands here.
Okay, can Elizabeth tell if it's still online?
Well, you'd have to go up and inspect.
She will go up and inspect it, yeah.
Benny looking at it, confused. Colt will come over and look at it too, kneeling down. These things operate on shortwave radios.
She holds up the radio jammer. So then we're jamming them, right?
We can jam. If we down one, we can jam the ones in the immediate area. He starts digging through, like pulling out his multi-tool. Well, I think I can get us to where you need to jam it. So, red, blue, or green. Shows her 3 wires. If we cut the wrong one, we might be in trouble.
She tilts her head. She would not have any knowledge about this from, like, Blaze or anyone, would she?
Whatever check you think fits. Wisdom, intelligence, it's up to her, really.
Ooh, both of those suck for her.
Sorry, Elizabeth!
Alright,
Maybe you should have done come home for that year you were gone. Little hoe.
let's go intelligence. Fuck!
Nick!
Oh my.
1 second. Okay. Grabbing her wrist. Are you sure? I mean, I'm not trying to question your leadership. I'm just... Honey, are you sure?
She looks up at Colt and then Benny.
I can't fucking do anything against these drones. If that fleet of them is flying over us shooting... I don't have a gun. And you have shotguns.
She closes her fist. I don't think I chose the right wire. She looks at Colt.
My vote. What were you gonna choose?
We need to take out these drones, but none of us can really do anything against them except for you.
Well, which wire were you gonna pick?
She was gonna... She points towards green. That's the wire that I was gonna choose. She looks at Colt. How bad is it if we cut the wrong wire?
I mean, it's pretty bad. All these drones are gonna come down on us.
She looks around.
This one might self-detonate.
That one might self-detonate. Those ones will come down on us. She takes
You want
a
me
breath.
to decide for you, ma'am?
No. Cut the green wire.
Yes, ma'am. He'll pull out his wire cutters. Push them to the wire. You sure? Last chance.
When you lead, you have to be sure of your decisions, whether they're wrong or right. Do it.
Bring them on. I'll just throw the hammer at them. Looking at the other drone. Colt cuts it. Following orders. More splashing into the ocean. Good call! Colt looking at it. That was a total fucking guess, wasn't it?
She puts a hand on her chest. Oh my fucking god, yes it was. Holy shit.
And that's why we're gonna be in charge of Snarf's workshop someday.
Elizabeth lets out a small chuckle. That really got my adrenaline pumping.
Mark it down. Green to disable. You can call ahead to Carter and them too.
She will get on her like silent comms to them just in case they're sneaking around somewhere. Green to disable the UV drones. Pass it along, okay?
Yes, ma'am. How are you doing, Elizabeth? It's Memory Ann talk.
We're doing just fine. We just took out a shit ton of UV drones around our area. We're heading to mid right now, okay?
Copy that. We're closing in on Shreddy. It's gonna be a while.
Understood. You guys just take your time, okay? We're the loud and proud ones here.
Yes, we are. Total fucking guess. Looking at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth lets out a little chuckle. Total fucking guess. I am. She lets out a breath. Okay, we gotta keep moving.
You ever see that scene in Jurassic Park? I was gonna ignite a flare and just hope they all chased me, and then he could shoot them out of the fucking sky.
Elizabeth starts to laugh. Okay, you are the bravest man I know. You know that.
I try, as they don't. All this group has to do is get down here, and everything's clear up to this point. So we will come back to the over Nick map, who I hate Nick very much so. Moving Memorian and Carter's group up. Moving Elizabeth's group up. I'm gonna put them right here. Clear one more room and then they can call Sergeant Satterley. Roll it up. Yeah. Don't mind these guys. They are hiding. They're not here. That's where you are. Definitely see puffs of smoke coming up over this bookshelf, wall, drywall, whatever it is. There's a guy smoking on the other side, to be sure. That's all you get. You gotta get here.
Carter looks at his computer. We gotta get across the room.
Carter, pointing to the puffs of smoke.
He nods. I see him. He looks at Ricky. This guy is facing away from them, or towards them.
Yeah, I like to imagine back, leaned against the, whatever that is, looking, you can't see him. So he could be looking this way, could be looking any way I'm pointing here, except this way, because his back is up against this. So, you don't know where he's looking.
Okay, understood. Carter's gonna look at Sam. Sam, go down towards that area. Tell us which way that motherfucker's looking. Be stealthy about it.
She will. She don't gotta roll no checks. She hand signals he is looking this direction. Straight ahead. And then she puts her hand out in a signal that indicates he's looking this direction too.
Okay, so he's looking that way. He looks at her and will do a gesture that means any more tangos.
Shakes her head no, as far as she can see.
He'll nod. He looks at Ricky. Sneak up. Get up there. Silence him.
Yes, sir. He will sneak up behind the guy. Roll stealth. Should I roll stealth?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Sorry, that was the wrong one. I accidentally opened the wrong character sheet.
Oh, we could just take it. Didn't hear you. It's irrelevant, because if you fail the stealth check, you just shoot him anyway.
Okay.
To save you.
Will do. Then he will sneak up, pull out the flail, and use one of them to whip around, catch the guy in the chest and neck, and then pull him back, like hook him with it to pull him back to where they are. And then take the other one and put it to the side of his head.
Huh? Coming up here, looking around. Looking around, sword in the hilt on his back, but hand on.
Carter will see that guy. Or does he have line of sight on that guy?
Sure. I imagine he walked up this direction because he heard a sound.
Okay. Is he looking towards into the doorway?
Well, let me see. He's kneeling down, picking up the lit cigarette that got yanked this direction, left on the ground, not a butt. And he's here kneeling down at the lit cigarette, so Samantha does not have a shot through the wall.
Okay.
Who left this here?
Carter's gonna look over at Samantha. I'm gonna get you a shot.
She nods her head.
He's going to move around using this as cover and go up against this wall, and he doesn't know this, but his father did something similar to this at one point. He's gonna knock twice on this wall right here.
Huh? That comes over this direction.
He hides a bit further against this wall. Carter will walk up and drag this guy's body back behind here and hide it under like some tarp nearby.
Memory Ann will pick up the cigarette and come back.
Sorry about that, sir. That was a bit close.
Definitely attentive to detail, these fucking smug motherfuckers.
Carter lets out a breath, shakes his head, looks at Sam, and gives her a nod.
He'll help Carter cover the guy up, so Carter can go do whatever he needs to do.
He is going to push up against this wall, look to this area, and down the hallway here.
Down the first area you pinged, you can hear the faint sound of voices. The way you looked, you didn't see anybody.
Okay. So, faint voices coming from this area.
North of the map top.
Yeah. He will push up a bit more, not seeing anyone here. Trying to hide behind this wall, he's going to look down through this way as well, south of the map.
You definitely hear the sound of a clink clink of a Zippo lighter being used. Somebody's lighting something up, probably a cigarette. You hear the sound of gear ruffling, somebody moving around.
Carter points this way, looks at Sam. Gear ruffling, Zippo lighter, voices up this direction.
Objective. In sight. Pointing this direction.
Carter nods. We move on the objective. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
He'll nod towards Ricky. Point.
Yes, sir. He'll get on point and start moving up this way.
You'll have to cut through that doorway there, Ricardo. Or this one. Here.
Understood, ma'am. He'll move up, and then I'm assuming can they see anything here?
I mean, nothing here. There's no bad guys there.
Then he will move up. Motion for everyone to come, that it's clear, and then move up. Can he see through this door, or is it shut?
It's shut.
He'll put his ear to it and see if he can hear anything.
Perception.
Yes, sir.
Don't hear anything.
He will motion for Carter to come.
Carter will come up behind him.
Shut. I can't hear anything, but I don't know if there's anyone in there for sure.
Carter nods. Can't hear anything. We go in quietly. Open the door up quietly. We go in quietly.
A guy coming out here. Leaning up against the wall, lighting a smoke.
Carter will nod towards Ricky. Go!
He will sneak up. Here's the roll. And he will do the same thing he did to the other guy, stab him with the flails and pull him to where they are.
Okay.
It was close.
Carter is going to move up and silently open up the door and try to peek in.
Nothing. You don't see nothing.
Carter will point towards the body to tell him to bring it with us or hide it, and we'll push up through this door here.
Sam and Memory Ann already hiding it.
Ricky will follow him.
Clear. Gotta get heat. Looks clear.
Oh. Yeah, no, he'll keep moving forward. He's gonna peek into this room just in case.
Clear.
Alright. He will motion for the two girls to come up, and we'll move on to their objective.
Hey, cha-ching. Alright, I gotta look at the things here. Eliza, as you're aware, I despise your existence, you little fucking whore. Coming down the stairs, she's gotta get her squad to that elevator. And you gotta follow the path. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no cutting into the black zones of the map. Like so. Gotta get here.
Gotcha. That elevator right there. Gotcha. Okay, she's going to just for Benny to start moving up and peek around that corner there.
Shakes his head and shrugs, doesn't see anything.
She's gonna tell him to keep pushing forward then. She will go on the front and peer into this room here.
Clear.
Okay. She is going to continue pushing up, peeking around the corners. Until she gets to that corner and peers into the room.
Clear.
She tilts her head and looks back at the group and just shrugs.
On you, ma'am.
She's gonna continue to push up, gesturing for them to come up with her.
Absolutely clear. It's safe.
She'll... Jesus.
Alright! If you want to go there, be my guest. Peer into the rooms first.
She's gonna hold up against this corner and peer into the room.
Nay.
She covers her mouth.
This guy kneeled down, flicking a couple switches. Each guy kind of doing the same as the other holds the drone up for them to be able. Great.
She turns around, looks at them, looks back at the group.
Colt peering around the corner. They're probably prepping them for deployment. He's behind Elizabeth. They're going to take the elevator up and throw him into the air.
She nods. We need to take care of them before they do that. Make it easy on the other group. She will look at Benny. Okay. You still have that grenade for our combo move, the shrap bomb, right?
Nay.
She nods. She's gonna point into there. We're on my go. We throw it in there, deal with as many as we can, and Okeer, you gravity hammer. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am. As they're all trying to load up on the elevator.
She nods. And Colt, series of shots then. Get me?
Understood. He'll press up against the wall, aiming down his...
She nods. She's gonna let Okeer get into position first before she'll give Benny...
Wait. Putting his arm out. Just give me the grenade. Those drones are packed with explosives.
She looks at Benny and nods. Give him the grenade.
He will. Colt will chuck it. Huh? Boom! Blowing them all. Yeah, they're packed with explosives. Remember, I said it might self-detonate on us. Looking back at Elizabeth.
A big smile emoticon on her face. Oh, Colt, you are really cool, you know that?
That's no fucking fun. Shoulder checking Colt to the wall. Yeah, thanks.
Elizabeth pats him on the arm. You did good. She gives him a thumbs up. Really good, Colt.
My grenade. Oh, we don't need it.
Elizabeth smiles, still with the smile emoticon. We'll get you another one, don't worry. As she'll continue up towards the elevator.
The elevator is still in working order. They just gotta call it down, get on it, and they are good to go. Now... Elizabeth's group is here. She can call Sergeant Satterley and have the Delta guys come in and finish the job, if she'd like.
Satterley, this is Elizabeth. Shell 1 is clear.
Copy that, honey. We'll be We'll be there in 2 minutes.
Understood. We'll keep down and fortify this place.
Negative, honey. Go on ahead. Keep moving.
Understood, sir. We'll keep moving then.
She can move, and they will have to head abroad, outside. Memrian, who I despise more than life itself. Memrian's group is here. Roll them up. Actually, you don't have to roll for Elizabeth. Just roll up Memrian and, Memrian's team, air quote.
Yes, sir.
Nee. Wait a minute. This is not the right map. I laughed because we're going back to this one. Nee. Where the fuck are we, Carter? Looking at the map.
Carter's gonna.
This place is so confusing. How does anybody fucking work here?
Carter shakes his head. Got no clue. He's gonna check where they are on the map and where they need to exit from.
Carter consulting his map. Right there.
Right there. Okay. Fuck. We gotta go to the southeastern side of this room.
So we gotta cross.
Long walk.
Yeah, the farthest you can be.
Carter sighs. Is this one still a door?
Yeah.
Okay. And the room they're in completely clear already.
Far as he can see.
Carter's gonna look at Sam.
It's a different room. It's not the same room you traversed. Same map, but different room.
Gotcha. Carter's gonna look at Sam. Do like a little patrol signal for the room they're in.
She'll peer, slightly open this door, look around, and shrug.
Carter will nod. He's gonna move forward.
She'll go into this room, start looking around. Clear.
Ricky will follow.
Understood. Carter is going to... Yeah, you know what? Follow after Samantha.
Yes, sir.
He will follow.
Ricky's the first to see it. A guy, what looks like a guy in a trench coat.
Hey. And he's gonna point to that.
Civilian.
I don't know.
Puts his hand up in the air, looks at it, turns it, staring at it, looks around, walks off this way. Huh? Sam coming over here, what'd you say?
I saw a dude in a trench coat, looked at his hand, and then walked off that way.
Trench coat? Shrugging. Civilian?
I don't know, maybe?
Carter looks at Sam. Why would a civilian be by themselves and not in one of the hostage groups?
Maybe he didn't get taken hostage. Maybe he escaped.
Carter tilts his head one way. Maybe. Keep an eye out for him, Samantha, okay?
He nods her head. You don't want to rescue him? She'll air quote.
He looks at Ricky. Then at Sam. Yeah, let's rescue him.
Yes, sir.
He went down that way, right, Ricky?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Alright. He looks at Ricky. Point then.
Yes, sir.
He'll get on point and move up to here and peek around the corner.
He's gone. Where the hell did he go? She's looking around the corner.
How many places he could?
He'll continue moving up. Look this way and this way.
Gone.
Carter looks around. He's gonna push up a bit over here and look into this room here.
He's gone.
Carter looks back at Samantha. Where the fuck did he go?
Probably saw one of us and ran for his life.
Probably. Okay. Let me check out that place up there. If he isn't there, we're gonna move downwards and to our objective, understood?
Stupid fucking frontier colonists.
He is going to push upwards and start looking around this area as well.
Zippo.
He looks around a bit more. I assume nothing in here as well.
Nope.
Okay. He's gonna move back up to Samantha. He's gone. I didn't see him anywhere.
Fuck him.
Yeah, fuck him.
We have a mission to complete. Looking at Carter.
Understood. Let's go complete the mission then.
Memory Ann and has pushed up in the free time, and there's nobody here. Coming back out.
Carter will push up as well. Okay. He'll nod towards the room. Ricky, go in first.
He will go in first. It's this one, correct?
Yeah.
He'll head in.
Door's open here, but it's empty.
It's clear. Doors open.
Alright, start pushing up then.
Alright, yes, sir. And he will?
Wait a minute. Sam coming over here, putting our wrist computer up to the wall. There's an emergency ladder hatch here. This can get us to the whatever, the struts above. We can go outside or go through the door.
Carter will look back and then
Neither route is faster than the other.
emergency hatch.
Copy that. She'll start climbing up.
Carter will follow after her.
Reiki 2?
Yee. Eliza. As you're aware, Eliza, the comic shop is behind you. You will not be able to retreat, Eliza, as now you see a laser pointer coming right at you, Eliza. It blinds Elizabeth.
She'll cover her eyes, realizing it's a laser pointer. Hit the dick!
And Okeer grabbing her, getting behind something, and Elizabeth's suit starts to malfunction. When the laser pointer hits her, it starts to disrupt her suit. No ODM gear grappling, baby.
Elizabeth will start looking at her suit, checking it out. Fuck, my ODM gear is fucking malfunctioning.
Sound of boots hitting the ground over here. As there's a strange figure. Definitely they've been briefed on them. A member of Dead Cell, they don't know his capabilities. Hovering around from the palm of his hand. 4 strange glowing devices.
Elizabeth looks at him. Fuck, that's a member of Dead Cell.
Time to flush out the rats. He has like an Eastern European accent. Sniper Wolf, but over, I like to imagine Okeer's radio, Elizabeth hears.
Time to flush out the rats. She looks at all 3 of them. They know we're here. Don't
What the hell are those things pointing down to the laser tripwires?
Oh, fuck, we jumped right into an ambush, didn't we? She looks around. Don't get hit by those, no matter what you do.
A gunshot landing, deflecting right near Elizabeth, like whatever's in front of Elizabeth. From the sniper.
She breathes heavily. See the sound in laser tripwires. Attack freely attack her target as a reaction. Gotcha. Don't trip those wires. They got a sniper and whatever the fuck that guy can do.
He's just staring at him.
Elizabeth will look around. Okay. Is there anything around that she can throw to possibly trip the wire by itself?
Well, she can throw her weapons. Okeer's hammer, he can throw that. You're not going to get Colt to throw his rifles, that's for sure. Benny would probably throw his rifle, his P90, but that's all he's got.
No, nothing around them that like Okeer could pick up, like an oil barrel or anything like that.
Not this time, Eliza.
All right. She's going to point towards that guy. That guy's going to be coming straight for us. Blocked off that way and that way. She looks at Okeer. Alright.
I'm built to take punishment. Standing up, but crouching behind this. I'll trip her tripwire. That'll give Colt a shot on her. Colt swapping to his sniper rifle. We gotta get to her and flush her out.
There you go. I don't have my ODM gear on me right now, but... She nods. I'm definitely faster than I look. Benny, you're with me, and Okeer. Colt, you're gonna be good here by yourself?
Colt nods his head, pulling out his sniper rifle.
Okay, Okeer. She puts a hand on his chest. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
He will. We gotta roll Nick initiative as he'll trip this one and take the react. He's just running out in the open. You know how much I've always despised Ben. More life itself have I despised Benny. Organizing some things here. Yeah. Ah. So it begins, Eliza. Let's see that initiative order. Right. I will put Benny with Elizabeth. That's what he does for his turn. Colt's swapping out weapons, lying on the deck, getting his bipod ready to counter snipe. Okeer takes the tripwire and the shot, but he just keeps chugging ahead. As he chugs ahead, coming up on Elizabeth's wrist computer. Tripwires? No tripwires this direction. So far.
Okay, gotcha. Elizabeth is gonna point them out to Okeer just in case. Okay, tripwires right there to your right.
He looks, nods his head, and keeps chugging at this guy.
Okay, gotcha.
You know, I truly hate Nick. Truly despise him. Give Benny that one, why not? Don't need you. Don't need you. Don't need you. Carter. Don't need you. Colt will fire a shot. Elizabeth definitely sees a plume of red mist coming out of her shoulder as she, over shortwave radio, lets out some type of slang curse word in, maybe it's Russian, who knows, disappearing off the map, out of Elizabeth's line of sight. Doesn't mean she's gone, though.
Okay.
Eliza.
Alright, Eliza.
All good, no, all good plans tend to come to fails as he hurls these objects at Okeer. Exploding, causing a great amount of damage and actually knocking Okeer off. Fuck! Grabs the side and he's dangling from the edge.
Fuck! Okay!
Letting out a whistle and shaking his head, chuckling, repositioning back here.
Elizabeth is gonna see that happen. She's gonna look at Benny. Benny, go help Okeer out. I'll take care of whoever the fuck that is.
I got him, as he's gonna run ahead and try to help Okeer.
Okay. Is it Elizabeth's turn now? I can only see Hornet on the turn order.
Yep, go ahead with Elizabeth.
20, 25, 30. She's gonna move right here. Look at this thing. And she is going to try and shoot it.
Well, it doesn't hit. Okay. It hits. Does nothing to it. Almost like it's alien tech.
She...
Like, it doesn't even move levitating around his hand. Almost as if gravity doesn't apply to this thing.
Holy fuck.
Out of your league, girly. Spinning up a staff.
She looks at him. Maybe you're the one out of your league. She's gonna look down this direction for any more tripwires.
Ways?
Yeah, that way, yeah.
Yep. He sees 3 more.
She sees 3 more. She made her 2 attacks. That's all she'll be able to do for this turn.
And Colt, not seeing Elizabeth failing at shooting it, tries and fails as well shooting it. What the fuck? Under his breath. The sniper's head down for now.
She's gonna say over the radio, Don't go for whatever he's holding. Doesn't seem like we can necessarily hurt him.
Okeer back to his feet. Benny back to his feet. And our sniper reappearing here. Take her turn because she's coming out of cover, so she is done. As this guy, these things, don't see where they're being summoned, but they're coming off of him from summoning around himself. He's gonna move in on Eliza with a polearm strike for 11 points of damage.
Okay, she will take that damage.
And Eliza may go. Okeer's after her.
Gotcha. Okay, Eliza getting hit. She's going to point out the sniper. Heads up, Colt! Just making sure he knows about her.
She's mine. He hears the sound of a bullet being chambered in his rifle.
Hell yes. She's gonna look back, make sure Okeer is okay, and while she does, she... Are these things surrounding him like a shield?
No, they're just hovering around him. Then whatever he does, he grabs it, puts it in his hand, they glow, and then he throws them.
Gotcha, okay. She is going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, move over here. And as she does, she is going to fire 2 shots directly at him. Bonus action fighting spirit to gain advantage on these.
Nick spirit. Ooh, nice. Okay.
So those 2 shots, she gains 5 temporary hit points from fighting spirit, and I believe that's all her movement and all her actions right now.
As Colt said, she's mine, Okeer, chugging along up, being helped by Benny. No, she's Elizabeth's! Chucking Elizabeth into the sniper's hide. Sukabliat! Looking back, seeing Elizabeth land behind her.
She does a little roll, spins around, and puts the shotgun right up to her. What's up, motherfucker?
Nick! As it looks like Benny and Okeer will square off with this guy. Go back to the top of the order. I am going to have Colt. He lets off a shot that hits her again. In looks like the collarbone area, rolling her this way, only now she can't hide because Elizabeth's right here, but she rolls this way. We'll get to her turn though. We're gonna let Elizabeth take her turn as Hornet's gonna dish out some punishment down here.
Elizabeth is going to pull out her mauler.
Seeing Benny get blasted by these things and Okeer.
Oh, Jesus. She's gonna pull out her mauler. Fighting spirit again. For advantage once more. And start attacking her.
Nice.
3 attacks, because it's the mauler.
Neat. Oh shit. Flavor it up!
She shoots her 3 times, and I like to imagine she, Saladin starts to be, like, pushed back. She pulls out the Bowie knife and goes for Elizabeth's neck, and Elizabeth fucking Matrix goes backwards, puts a hand onto the floor, does like an acrobatics flip, and with that third final shot, fires again and hits her square body mass.
Damn, okay. She doesn't go over the edge, catching herself. She'll move here, though. Try to move towards the center of the platform. As you can just imagine. Okeer, well, Benny's staying back. Okeer trying to engage this guy, but keeps getting knocked back. And this guy's really fast. We'll say in the 1v1. She picks herself up, collects herself, injects herself with something. And takes some blood off of her shoulder and runs the hand down her face with it on.
Elizabeth sees her do that and gets down lower in a more defensive position.
Make the check. She runs at Elizabeth. Every check, make 3. Nay! Flavor it up.
So I like to imagine all of them going right for her face, and Elizabeth just deftly dodges right, left, right, and is staring directly into her eyes. She doesn't realize she's staring because of the mask, but she stares directly into this motherfucker's eyes all while she does it.
Roll up your attack.
She is going to put up the mauler right to her chest and begin to fire. One misses, but she's out of mauler ammo, which means she can mauler stock striker.
Very nice.
And that will be Elizabeth's turn.
She goes back this direction, pulling out another one of these cylinders. Same type of ones they've seen Ripa employing in the past. And as she raises it, oh, ding! Gets shot out of her hand by Colt. She looks shocked, looks over to where Colt was.
A big smile emoticon pops up on her helmet. Oh no, got shot out of your hand, did it?
My Linky Obaduyak. Looking at Elizabeth, she'll chuck a grenade towards Elizabeth, a clear flashbang, and the flash goes off and she disappears.
Elizabeth is gonna look around. Fuck, I lost her.
As the flashbang effect wears off, this guy's disappeared as well. She called you a little fucker in Russian, basically. Small fucker. Ah!
Elizabeth looks over to where Colt was. No, you're lying. You're joking.
Small fucker. And he laughing.
Elizabeth just shaking her head. Well, you know what? I got her to call me that. I think that's a win in my book. But she got away.
Can you shoot one of your grappling hooks over so we can scale over, honey?
Can she shoot her grappling hooks
Her
now?
gear's working now, yeah.
Yeah, seems like I can. And she'll shoot her grappling hooks over so they can come over.
He'll start. It's not a wide gap. Look at my fucking armor. His armor is fucking scorched and ruined. Whatever that guy's throwing is going through this. And Julius made this thing with the best materials EarthGov has to offer. Look, have you ever seen my exposed flesh? It's fucking nuts. Oh shit.
Elizabeth looks at the flesh. Oh my god, you can be okay.
Yeah, no, it's just, if I get shot there, I get shot. I'm still built to take punishment, but never had my armor broken since joining EarthGov.
Okay, well, keep an eye on that then. She looks around, and keep an eye out for those two, wherever the fuck they are.
Small fucker. Looking down at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth looks up at Colt, and I was kicking her ass. You saw it.
Yeah, that's why she ran. Cunt.
I agree, little cunt.
Interesting. Oh, not there. No, Nick. Sorry. All right, roll it up. Just roll up for. Oh, please roll up both. Roll up both.
Okay, give me 1 sec. Sorry about that. When the map swapped, my character sheet vanished.
Here,
Sorry about that.
Nick. Well, I'd say we're at the highest point of the fucking facility.
At least we got a good look out there.
Yes, we do. That was quite the ladder climb. Samantha over here, looking down, can't see shit.
Critter clicks his tongue. He's gonna start looking for a way down.
Sam pointing around. Scale down from here, and then we can make our way down.
Carter nods. Alright, let's start get going. We're wasting time here.
Yes, sir.
Sam will throw out a rope and brace it.
He'll nod. He will grab onto the rope and start climbing down.
Dexterity check, please, Carter. Carter! As he falls down right here, letting out a loud thud. Just fell on his butt a couple feet.
Carter stands up, grabbing his ass as he looks around.
What was that? Huh? They're alerted. Her jaw agape, just blinking twice down to Carter.
Yes, they are alerted. Get
Call in
down.
the drones.
Fuck, get down here quickly.
Ricky will try. Dexterity as well.
Sure. You're Sam nodding, watching Ricky go down.
You're all right, bro?
Memory head getting down. Yeah, everybody's getting down. Go.
Carter looks down. Alright, start moving down.
Yes, sir.
Sam mumbling. So not to draw attention, I'll let you go right to here, everybody. So not to draw attention, but she definitely makes it loud enough to be heard. You know, if you did something with your life like become a ranger, you would have learned fast roping. Instead of just not calling Memory Ann sitting at home. Could have enlisted when you were 16.
Carter looks back at Sam. Nods. I realize that. Trust me, I do.
No. No. One set of drones hovering down here. One set up here where you came out the elevator. And one set very far off in the distance. So I'm actually just going to hide them for now because they're not a threat.
Shit.
Carter looks around. What did they say? Green to disable?
Yeah, nodding her head.
Yeah, we just need to get one without pissing off the rest.
Well, we gotta go down ropes again. I'm pulling out another rope, pointing to the store. I can push you off, or you can go down the rope. Whatever you prefer.
I'm taking
Carter.
the rope.
Carter will look at her. The rope.
Or you can just get on my back and I can go down if Ricky braces the rope.
I can do that if that's what you want.
Oh, that's so embarrassing.
Let's go down the rope. Come on.
We don't know what's down there. Don't fall, please.
Carter sighs and nods. He's gonna be extremely careful. Just give me 1 second. Let me read one of his abilities real quick.
You can do this, Carter. I have faith in you.
You got this, bruh.
Fuck, I think Danger Sense actually does work here.
Me.
Okay. Carter will begin to climb down.
Let me go first, please.
Oh, yeah, quick.
She'll go first to try and catch Carter if he falls. 18?
Yeah.
Carter's good. He's going down. Quick learner, huh? Shimmying down the road.
Always have been.
We will extend her hand to help Carter down.
Carter will accept the help, look at her. Thank you, Samantha.
She nods and smiles at Carter. Marianne looking around. Okay, let's get out of here.
Carter nods, and as they go, he very gently punches Sam's arm and gives her a thumbs up as they go into the door.
As they're going in, Sam, is my acne that bad? I haven't looked in the mirror in weeks.
Sam, I'm starting to get worried. It is really bad, yeah.
It's horrible. Don't you think we're caught?
Please don't hit me, but it's not good.
Oh well, only 3 more fucking months. Quietly sneaking into the door.
Carter will follow after her.
Looks at the man as he's walking. She was in a good mood for a second there.
Yes. Poor thing. Going in with the rest of the group. Now, Nick. Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. Nick. Eliza's group here. Seeing the top of this structure. Okeer here. Colt pressed up against this thing. I don't see anything.
She'll look around. I don't see anything either. She's gonna check her computer to see where they have to go.
Here.
She'll squint down. You guys got rope?
Colt holding it up as Elizabeth catches a sight of Ripa on the helipad. And he's waving down the landing Harrier.
Elizabeth pushes up against the box, and she looks at Okeer. Ripa's right there.
Huh? He peers around the box. Oh, that motherfucker. As the Harrier is landing. Ripa now over here, clear in sight of everybody. Colt aiming his gun at him. And then he dips behind some boxes, of course.
Fuck. She sighs heavily as he dips behind the boxes. You don't have a shot on him, do you, Colt?
Negative. Looking through his scope. Benny, we gotta go down there. Okeer, yeah, but Ripa's over there. Then we go over there, looking back at Okeer. It's up to you. Looking back at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth will look at Colt. If they go with this exit, Ripa will spot them.
Maybe, maybe not.
And where's the other exit that Benny suggested?
This is staying on mission here. This is Ripa, killing Ripa. Air quote.
Okeer sees Elizabeth ball her fist up as she takes a deep breath.
Look, if we go over there, fight him, disable their Harrier, that makes life easier. Yeah, shrugging.
She swallows hard. There's nothing to do but do it. She nods. Fuck Ripa up.
Colt will cast out the rope, and Elizabeth's going for Ripa. Not going off mission. Definitely going to get an enemy asset off the board. Focus firing. Targets down. Taking pieces off the board. Memory Ann and Carter's group are here. Moved up a little bit, not too far. Took a few left turns, no big deal. Eliza. To imagine the helipad is like, in reality, should be like, I think it's like here, based off the actual map. I don't really know though, the one from the game. But I'm gonna put Eliza's group like right there. Actually, like right here somewhere. They're close, but they're stopping to go off on a special mission. Roll them up. No, 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 no. All right. Just move something. Memory Ann kneeling to a knee, getting her bearings, typing on her wrist computer. All right. We're close. Point of egress is right down there. That room.
Carter nods. Understood. He is going to know enemies that way. He's gonna start to push in through this way here and peek into this room here.
What's Ricky doing?
He is following Carter.
Don't see anything.
He'll look back at Samantha and alright, we don't see anything this way. We're gonna move up just a bit more. He's gonna move up, hiding behind. Can he tell what these are?
I like to imagine they're big turbine engines that spin, create a lot of noise.
He'll hide behind these turbine engines, and we'll hide like right around here to get a peek into this like hallway room here.
What is Ricky doing? Who I hate.
He will follow suit and get to right here so he can peek down this hallway.
Ricky sees a blur go by here.
I don't know what I saw, but I saw something go by quick.
Coming up behind Ricky, looking over his shoulders. Whatever you saw, I missed.
Damn it. I swear on my life I saw something.
Brienne hunkering down next to Carter.
Carter looking down that hallway. Which way did the blur go?
This direction.
Could you ping one more time?
This direction.
It's going that way, sir.
He inhales then exhales.
Sound of a door opening here. Then the sound of scraping, like metal on metal.
Coming up through this direction or from the hallway down here?
Right here.
Carter is going to go behind this turbine, start moving down that way.
A slight maniacal giggle, almost. Sam's eyes go wide, seeing it run its claws against the wall.
Shit.
Then it starts sobbing loudly. Sam's eyes still wide, face white. Then she shakes her head and collects herself. Marianne, oh my god.
Carter is going to put a hand onto both the girl's shoulders. We need to start moving down that way. He looks at Memorian. No spells, no midi mana, nothing.
Yes, sir. Tell me when you want me to go.
Carter is going to try and see. Is it still like sobbing into its like hands or anything?
I like to imagine it's now disappeared.
Yep, no, it's gone. Start moving, Ricardo. Start moving.
You will. You'll move up to here. And peek into the room.
I don't see anything, I mean, but that doesn't count for shit against something with a stealth camouflage generator. So you don't, just because you don't see anything doesn't mean doesn't mean it's not there, that's all I'll say. Whether it is or not,
Alright. I don't see anything.
Carter's gonna look at Ricky. When that thing was near him up here, did he feel more sick while he was nearby to it?
Nah, whatever, it doesn't have whatever does that activated.
Okay, gotcha. He's gonna look at Ricky. Keep moving up. Those things have stealth field generators. We just need to keep moving.
Yes, sir.
You'll move up there and look around the corner. I'm assuming he doesn't see the thing.
Nope.
I don't see it, Duck. You want me to keep going, sir?
Carter nods. He's gonna listen out for the like claws or the sobbing.
Don't hear anything.
Ricky will move up to here. No, peek around. He's gonna look back at Carter.
Don't see anything.
Carter sighs. He gestures for the girls to come up. Well, when Sam is nearby him, this is too fucking easy. Starts to move up a bit more.
Loud slashing. Slicing and dicing its way through a door here, coming out here. Doesn't have the full headgear that the last one had. This one looks more like it was made in a hurry. Hands on its face, sobbing into its hands. Stumbling this direction.
Carter is going to gesture for them to move back that way.
Yeah.
You will.
Okay.
Neat.
Carter sees that motherfucker. He's gonna come back around over here, gesture for Ricky to come back. He looks at Sam. Two. There's two of them.
Sam's squinting at it. She's just squinting at it like she's, I don't know, she's got something cooking in her mind.
Carter leans forward to her. Talk to me, Trump card. Talk to me.
She pulls a bullet off of her. She wears a belt-fed ammunition around her in combat. She pulls a bullet off of her chest and holds it up and gestures, throw it at this thing.
He's gonna take it and he'll throw it.
Now, if we remember, Darcy Assassin could do that. So the real one's somewhere here. Where it is, don't know. Neat. And there's more around the map.
Carter looks at her. So some of these are basically illusions and some of them aren't.
I think there's one somewhere around here, a real one. and the rest are from its generator. The same generator used against us.
Shit.
Carter sighs heavily. What are the odds that one is that one, you know?
She'll pull out another bullet, hand it to Carter, throw it through it. If it hits it, we know it's real.
Yeah, but then we need to fight it, don't we?
She looks over her shoulder. There's nowhere to run.
He nods.
You face the consequences of your actions and fight. Looking Carter right in the eyes, or we get out of here and we continue on mission.
He looks ahead, looks at her, smiles. Do you got my back, trump card?
Yeah. She holds up her LMG.
If
He-
it's the real one, we'll slice and dice it, man.
He smiles, looks at Memorian. You supersede me. If you don't like this, we'll stop, but I'm gonna throw it at that.
I'm ready. Cocking her pistol.
He nods, he's gonna move forward and throw the bullet.
The generator, it's a hologram. It passes through the, it fades in and out for a second, and then starts wandering over here, putting an arm on the wall, wailing. Go, 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 go.
Go, 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 go.
He's gonna haul ass with them.
Running into the fucking elevator.
You're goddamn right.
Well, we're not going to Eliza quite yet. We're going to continue following this group. We are. They make their way out, up. Everything is hunky-dory. They are. Let me get rid of this stuff later, so I gotta hide them. I can't delete them. Up the elevator. Sam is welding the door they came out of with a hand welder.
Good idea.
She also places an explosive trap on it. You might want to... I don't see why Elizabeth would be over this way, but you may want to let her know about this.
Carter will nod towards her. He'll get over the radio. We got an RC assassin in our position. We got away from it though. We just welded the door that we came from shut and put up an explosive trap, so be warned about that. Elizabeth will get on the radio. Understood. We'll make sure to keep out an eye for the RC assassin.
We got Ripa in sight and their Harrier. We're moving in.
Carter will nod. Alright. Stay safe. Stay frosty.
Fuck him up and bring his head back for us, Elizabeth.
Not a problem. As Carter will hop off the comms and look at Sam. And nod. Alright. He'll check his wrist computer. Where to next?
Sam holds up a line of rope, pointing that direction.
Alright.
Carter, look. It's that guy.
That's the dude I saw.
Looking around.
Carter's gonna squint at. I like to imagine he has some binoculars on him. Can he look through his binoculars to look at this guy?
He sees the guy pop his collar up, holding it up around his, head area. It's hard. Looks like he's got a head under there too. Pushing his bowler hat down on his head. Looks like he's got a prosthetic hand. Both hands.
Prosthetic hands. Just popped his collar up. It looks
Who
like
does he think he is, fucking Clive?
Carter covers his mouth and lets out a chuckle. Looks at Samantha. I don't think you can work on an oil rig if you have prosthetic hands like that, so I don't think it's a civilian.
I don't know. Looking down at him as he'll look around and walk back the way he came, looking over his shoulder, disappearing into the building.
Remember, they got a doppelganger dude, right?
I mean, I don't think that's him, though. Wouldn't they... Kind of stupid to be doing that.
Most
Wouldn't it make more sense if he doppelganged into one of us and like, oh, Carter, it's me?
Carter nods. It would be more intelligent. He squints his eyes. I don't like that. Keep an eye out for him, okay?
Well, on mission and hostages are there. Once we get there, you can radio Sergeant Satterley. Then we're on to Emma. Or we can go after the bumfuck colonist, pointing the direction he went, and save him. Blinking at Carter blankly.
Carter shakes his head. We're gonna stay on mission for this one. I suspect he's not a civilian anyway.
Yeah, he
Putting
gives,
her rope down.
he gives
Go
me
ahead.
a very bad feeling, sir.
I don't know how he survived this long acting like that if he is a civilian.
Carter shakes his head. Prosthetic hands. Weird.
Grip the rope tight, please.
Carter chuckles. He'll grip the rope tight. Yes, ma'am.
Like you grip Memory Ann's ankle when you worship her foot.
Carter chuckles. Oh, you know about that? As he'll start.
We've all seen it, believe me.
He'll chuckle as he'll start heading down.
I think he'll be doing that this weekend.
Good idea. I mean, fuck. If we didn't already know, you kind of confirmed it there, bro.
I mean, you did it at the goddamn... Make your roll! You did it at the goddamn SWTOR World Championship. Nick! Ow.
Carter looks up. Fucking ow.
Not everybody's perfect like me. Looking down at Carter!
Carter chuckles. Yes. Perfection incarnate up there. As he'll stand up. I can at least catch one of you. I am strong. I'm not dexterous.
Memory Ann will jump into Carter's arm. Give him a kiss on the cheek.
Carter will accept the kiss.
Nick! Boo!
Jesus.
Jesus Christ. Looking down
Hey, the rope was slick from Carter.
from his sweaty palms, thinking about Memory Ann's foot coming down the...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna blame this one on all you guys. You got me thinking about Memory Ann.
Of course we did. Coming down the ladder.
Carter,
The rope.
Carter starts to chuckle as he'll look around, make sure the coast is clear, and if it is, move out.
They will move across slowly but surely. You know, back in high school, guys used to chase after me.
Yeah, I can see why.
Carter chuckles. Yeah, they did.
I had a guy pay me once 50 credits to sit next to me and eat fucking lunch with me. Moving up.
Well, God damn, that's easy credits right there.
What did you do? Take the credits and eat with him? I said I wasn't hungry after taking the credits, took his milk, drank it, and left. She keeps walking.
How much you want to bet that guy kept the milk carton?
Oh, he probably did. Yeah, I imagine. Fished it out of the trash.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
I had another guy offer me 200 credits for my fucking track shoes. Keeps walking.
Jesus Christ, Sam.
That one ain't as much of a good deal.
No, my mom would have killed me if I sold them.
And for only 200 credits, I think she would have been more disappointed in you than anything.
I had other dudes offering me like 400 for foot picks. Footboy. Looking back at Carter.
Carter rolls his eyes. Only Memory Ann's, thank you.
Uh-huh. We know. Trust me. Marianne, his goddess.
She is my goddess.
Now. Eliza. As you're aware, Eliza, Rippa is above you. I imagine Eliza would be on point.
Yes.
She can hear Rippa's voice. He's talking to some guy she's never heard before.
She is going to start making her way up and peek her head up to see if she can see the two people she needs to see.
Well, she can see them, clear as day. This guy kneeled down on the ground typing on two devices, little keyboards that pop out in front of them. Rippa, standing there with his galil pointed off his hip up towards the sky, gesturing down, pointing. This guy looks annoyed at his presence, but yeah.
Elizabeth looks back at Okeer. It looks like they got two devices. Can she tell if those are like bombs, EMPs, anything like that?
Well, when this guy stands up, she can see a counter that reads 0000.
She inhales through her teeth. They got some kind of bomb.
Planning to blow the place as a failsafe once they're done. Colt, cover their tracks. They're former SIS. They don't leave tracks behind.
Elizabeth nods, just like they did with the facility. She'll start to move up. We gotta make sure that they don't get those bombs on the plane, and we take care of Ripper and whoever that guy is.
Colt, how do you want to play this? Climbing up here?
She looks around. She's gonna look for any, like, advantageous sniper positions.
Yeah. I mean, he can get up on a shipping crate for sure. He might alert them. Right now, he's just like kind of lying prone on this portion of the grate, I guess we'll call it.
She looks at Colt. How good a shots can you get from right there, Colt? And she just points to where he is right now.
Not a great shot when they keep moving behind the shipping container.
Then you need some height on them. Get on top of one of the containers, but do it as quietly as possible.
Quiet is my specialty. He will quietly begin crawling prone. He's a trained sniper, so he's quiet.
She nods towards Colt. Once you're there, give us some intel. Tell us what you see, and we'll start moving up. Just be our eyes in the sky.
Copy that. Getting up slowly on the crate. Okeer, game time. Crush their skull.
Elizabeth looks back at Okeer and nods. Crush their skulls. She is gonna move up slightly and hide behind these shelves here.
They'll come up here. On you, ma'am. Element of surprise. Colt, they're talking behind the crates. Make a choice. We wait, or we gotta get back on mission, or we go.
She looks at Okeer and Benny. We go. We can take them down. I know we can. We go on them. She will start moving up this direction. And she will tell... Yeah, she was gonna... Okay, and Benny, stop moving up on that direction. I'm gonna distract them from over here.
They do, as Goofus comes out into the open, gesturing down at the bomb devices. Have a shot, Elizabeth.
Keep that shot. Wait for me to get into position. She's gonna get into position. Okay, Benny, you ready?
She hears clink, 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 clink. Sounds like little metallic feet hitting the shipping crate. Nay, looking right at her.
She looks up at it. What the hell is that?
Nay. Start the timer on the bombs and take out the rats. As he cocks his gun. Little girl! He starts shooting off in the direction.
She will crouch down behind the crate, getting into a more advantageous position.
Roll initiative, Nay. What's the D&D Cold War, Elizabeth? You just done ignited it, you little bitch. Done gonna ruin my friendship over something so trivial. Cause that's what we do down in the South. And we have hot women that we probably don't treat as well as we should. Grammy's girlfriend in the next game.
Rema's girlfriend should have been mine, thanks, sir.
But who am I to judge? I only date Asian girls, apparently. Oh, Asian women from the South, only found in the holler.
I found a tribe of black Amazons.
Descendants of Genghis Khan. Alright. Starting with Colt. He will take that shot piercing Goofus's chest and stopping his shots on Elizabeth, sending him smacking up against the Harrier, is what it is called. The Harrier. It was written as a jet plane in my stage directions. They're called Harrier. He will jump up here. Like so. Alright, let's see. She's pretty good at it. One notch above Saladin. He starts hurling knives at Elizabeth. Over here, so he's got line of sight. Oh, Nick!
Okay. She'll take 17 damage.
Sorry, Eliza, you little whore. And it will be her turn.
Okay. Elizabeth is going to come around here, point at Okeer and Benny, and she's going to point towards Ripa and do like a pulling motion towards herself, indicating she's going to harpoon him over so Okeer can get to him.
He's got the hammer. He's ready for some payback.
Elizabeth is going to put herself right there and let me roll that up. Harpoon Ripa over to her. And since she has the Mauler out, she will stock strike with the Mauler. That puts her up to 20 heat, which will add another 2d4 fire damage. And then she is going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, move back here, and then nod towards Okeer. And that'll be her turn.
Alright, now Ripa goes after or goes before Okeer. I don't know if the turn order is working, if you can see it or not, but he does.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I had it minimized after the last one.
Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick, indeed. Starts spraying and praying and running for his cowardice little life as Okeer has to get behind cover. Benny will get behind cover. It's up to Eliza whether she does or not.
Can she do it now?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Yeah, she'll get behind cover.
Okay. Colt is out of the fray. Benny can't get a shot on him as he ran behind the shipping containers, I guess we'll call them. Okeer will hold his act. Then, interestingly enough, gonna have Colt toss a flashbang over the shipping container. Elizabeth hears him let out as the flashbang goes off.
She's gonna look towards Okeer. Move!
This guy coming over here, fucking amateur, looking down at Ripa. It's almost like these Dead Cell guys don't really like this guy. Either way, they're not going to probably tell you. Either they do or not. You want to disarm it? Looking over at Elizabeth. Here's the diffuser. He's holding it, waving it in his hand.
Elizabeth sees it. She sees it, looks towards Okeer. We gotta get that diffuser.
He'll chuck it this direction. Go fetch. Then he jumps in the Harrier and starts it up. Oh, he's right there! Gesturing to Ripa.
She leans forward. I don't think he necessarily cares about that, Okeer.
I'll get Ripa, go. He says down to Elizabeth. You're the fastest, looking down at...
She'll nod, Can I take Elizabeth's turn while
Yep.
Colt takes his? Okay.
Yeah, because I'm gonna move him here. Rippa's stunned.
She will move here, and can she harpoon onto the container to get to the diffuser?
Sure.
Okay, she will harpoon over. Boom, and then get the diffuser to her hand.
Okeer and Benny moving in this direction on poor Rippa. And we'll go right back to Eliza to see what she does. As this guy's sitting in the cockpit. Doesn't seem to give... You can't see him, but he's in the cockpit. The engines on this thing start up. He doesn't give two fucks about Rippa. He's about to be surrounded by the enemy, and he's just going through his flight procedures.
Elizabeth is holding the diffuser, and then she looks at the Harrier jet. Get the bombs onto the jet. She
On the jet? Looking at the bombs.
They're armed. Once it takes off, boom. You know what I'm saying?
He'll listen. He'll take orders.
She will start moving forward with the diffuser. Oh crap! Let me. I forgot I need to do this. 15, 20, 30. She can make it towards the bombs.
Hey.
And she has a shot on Rippa. She's gonna fucking take it.
Letting out two loud grunts.
And
Colt will tackle him onto the wing. He dives onto him and pulls him up on the wing.
okay, that's all Elizabeth can do for her turn.
Let's see here. Oh, Nick. Alright. So he's on top of him, beating him in the face on top of the wing of the fixed wing aircraft. And he's definitely got his hands up defending himself. Colt's not quite getting through.
Okay.
On the jet.
Good, damn good. She is going to hand the diffuser over to Benjamin.
Benny will take.
She's gonna point up. I'm gonna help out Colt.
Okay.
If it's her turn, she is going to
Sure.
harpoon up to him and attempt to help Colt out in his strength checks against him.
Roll a string. Everybody's just rolling 10 apparently. At least somebody is. Nay. Colt is now on top of him, beating the dog shit out of him. She can see, there must be blood, because the dark spot where his mask is on the ski mask. Ski mask, Jesus Christ. There must be blood coming out of his mouth.
Yeah, and she's helping Colt out, so I like to imagine she's just fucking laying into him with her fucking little legs, just kicking him over and over and over again.
Whistling as the cockpit opens.
Elizabeth is gonna look over to him.
Pulls out a switch, holding it in his hands.
Her eyes widen. She's gonna look at Benny. Defuse the bombs.
He will. Begrudgingly defuses the bombs. As he will. See here. Colt could probably make it, but he's not going to. A knife hitting Colt right where his shoulder plate has a little bit of exposed flesh. Fuck! Knocking him off the plane. It's nothing personal. Looking at Elizabeth. Let him go. Or you can stay aboard the jet when I take off, and you're gonna die.
She grimaces, looking up at Ripper. You always have someone to save your fucking ass, don't you?
He gets up, fixing his balaclava and goggles. And you always fail, little girl.
She starts to grimace at him as she'll hop down off the wing and check on Colt. You're right, how's your shoulder?
I'm good. Twisting the knife and pulling it out, and then he's gonna guide her away from the back blast. We're just gonna let him get away?
Elizabeth gestures. He has a switch that could possibly set the bombs off, and there was no way. God, fuck! And she just kicks the side of the storage container next to her.
Hey, girlie! As the jet's hovering, it's called a bluff. Clicking the red button on the detonator and nothing happens, and he'll pitch it to Elizabeth, landing kind of like right in front of Benny as the jet will take off.
Elizabeth looks down at her feet.
We let that fucker get away.
She breathes heavily a couple times. Looks at Colt. Focus on the mission, come on.
Colt, addressing his wound, he's not roused by Ripa. Benny will calm down. Come over, put his helmet to her helmet.
I let him go. I let him go again.
They had us between a rock and a hard place, honey.
I made the right call, right, to summon the bombs.
All the civilians are, as far as we know, not blown to hell. And Memory and Carter, Sam, and Ricky are not blown to hell, and neither are we, so I'd say yes. Benny, agreed. Okeer, there'll be another time for that dickwad. Pointing his hammer at the flying off jet.
She inhales a breath, exhales. Let's get the mission done. She looks at them all. Yeah?
Colt nodding his head, yeah, double back the way we came, across the bridge that goes west. Benny, yeah, rubbing Elizabeth's head.
She looks up at him, grabs his hand, puts it against her cheek. Alright, let's go. And she will start moving out.
Cocksucker. Watching the jet fly off. Nice. Solwingy, Miss Solwingy, how I despise you. Still following this guy. What's Sol doing as he's pistol out, aiming down the hallway, walking slowly?
She has both of her Centurion defenders out, with them also being invisible along with her. She's like pushed up against the walls and everything, just trying to keep up with him while also being as stealthy as possible.
Turns around and looks in Sol's direction.
She again freezes up against the wall as she looks at him.
He starts ruffling around in a pouch and pulls out thermal goggle.
She is going to make her way, like, a misty step into this room, basically.
Comes down, pistol drawn, looking around. He'll lift the thermal goggles off. Go ahead.
She is going to go back a bit further into the room while still keeping an eye on him.
Comes in here, pulls the mag out of his pistol, checks it, swaps mags out, puts the goggles back, and continues on.
She lets out a breath as she'll... God, he's fucking good at this, holy shit. How's he hearing me? Again, only thinking this, not daring say a word.
She watches him, he gets to a turn door, like on a ship. Pressure doors, and he's slowly turning it, taking his time.
She'll crouch down, and you go up a bit more, and try to listen if she hears anybody on the other side.
She hears a lot of people, like a lot of dudes.
In her head, she thinks, fuck, is this guy gonna try to take all of them out by himself?
Slowly, still turning the door. Go ahead.
She looks around. Fuck, I might need to help him. Okay. He seems to be okay. if shit starts to go south for him, I'll help him out. As she nods towards to herself and will ready up her Centurion defenders just in case.
He finishes turning the door and will slowly push it open, not to make too much noise. Types on his wrist computer. Do a
Soul's head recoils when she sees the box.
moves over here. A box comes over. Huh. This guy looking down at the box. Was this box here? Walks off.
Soul puts her hands up like, what the hell?
As this guy turns away, he'll pop out of the box and pull him in it. There's slight ruffling and then blood coming out of the bottom of the box.
She just blinks a couple times.
Pops out of the box. Pistol shot to the head, killing this.
Holy shit, this guy is good.
Comes out. Wipes sweat off his brow, even though he has the combat balaclava on.
She swallows hard as she gets a bit closer, sees this guy's dead body, and then looks up at him. This guy's sort of fucking awesome.
Going over here. Peering through a large door. Son of a bitch. Under his breath.
She's gonna make her way over here, also peering through the large door. Fuck, that's a lot of guys.
God damn it. Starts typing on his wrist computer. Ash pops up immediately. Ash is not gonna make it in time. He's far out. He had to go all the way out to Cat. Ash, how far off are you?
Quite a ways. I'd say at least a good hour, 2 hours. Why?
God damn it. Looking down at the wrist computer, he'll hold his wrist computer up so Ash can see it. And Ash sees that thing and all those guys working on it. Ash, they're gonna get it. There's too many of them for me to stop.
Bloody fucking hell. Where are the kids?
On mission, clearing up to hostage locations. I don't know exactly where they are. Somewhere above me.
Bloody fuck. Okay, we're going to have to get you and the kids rendezvous together. I need you all out here. If you can destroy it, plant bombs and destroy it. I just want you to get out safely.
Copy that. I'll go find Carter and Elizabeth's groups.
Good. Just don't do anything too dangerous, but get what you can. Kill what you can, alright, mate?
Copy that. He'll hang up with Ash, look in one more time, staring at the thing, and then walk off the way he came.
She is definitely gonna follow after him, while in her head just thinking, fuck, 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 fuck.
Unfortunate. I'm sorry, Solwenji, but you lose, bitch. Now, Memrian and Carter. Carter can radio into the sergeant. Tell him it's clear.
Zetterly, this is Carter. Strut E is clear. I repeat, Strut E is clear.
Copy that. All civvies evac from Core 1. We'll make our way over there.
Sounds good, sir.
Bear in mind, we saw that Harrier land on a helipad, relatively speaking, close to us, and then take off a while ago. So that thing's in the air and probably armed. They probably land to rearm it.
Understood, sir. I'll inform Lazanos of it. He will get off the radio and radio up Oz. Oz, you can hear me?
Yes, sir. Ready to go.
Alright. Be aware, Harrier jet is up in the air and possibly armed.
Shit. Alright, copy that.
Alright. Stay frosty out there, okay?
Will do. Call us if you need us.
Yes, sir. He will get off the radio, not towards them. Alright, now all we need is Emma.
Make our way.
Let's get it done.
And they will. Now we need roles for both groups. Eliza, I hate you.
You know, I've rolled 6 on that, like, 80% of the time, I'm pretty sure.
That's why I gotta make 2 rolls as well. Now, let us see. Mary Elizabeth. Here. Memory Ann up in the sunlight, hair looking beautiful, kneeling down, consulting her map.
Carter also kneeling down, looking around. Tell me what you see, Memory Ann.
Well, Emma shouldn't be too far. She's located in there. Northern portion of the building from us. So we probably have to traverse the inside a bit, and then we'll get to her. That being said, our only our only connector strut would be that direction, or double back the way we came and get to that one.
Carter looks around. He quickly looks around.
Doubling back the way we came means going back to the RC assassin.
Yeah, that is true. We keep pushing forward, put as much space between us and that assassin as possible.
Yes, but Carter, if we go this way, you're going to have to go down more ropes, my love. And I don't like seeing this happen to you. Sam, Jesus Christ, pulls out rope!
Carter starts to chuckle. It's okay. Once I hit my ass on the floor, I can catch one of you. So
Just let Ricky go first, please. She'll throw the rope! Just watch him and study him. Oh, no! Ricky lands on his ass. Good God.
Fuck. It's clear. You guys can come down.
Marianne, I think the ropes are faulty. Definitely will go down.
yes, quite faulty, as Carter will also go down.
Ocean air made him extra slick.
Oh, poor Carter.
Carter clears his throat, stands up. Just jump down, I can catch you.
She'll jump over Carter and land here.
You always like to show off, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Kicking a foot out, crossing her arm.
Carter chuckles, shakes his head, and as he looks around. "Alright,
There's not that many guards.
didn't they say there was supposed to be like hundreds of Strad here?
Unless they've pulled them to deal with Elizabeth and her group, or somewhere else in the facility. Maybe something's going on. The Delta guys, I don't know.
Or the girl we're sent to get is under siege.
Oh God, I hope not. There, you have time to traverse and chat, so it's okay.
Carter will traverse up a bit. Well, if she was under siege, that's where she is, right? Then you would have probably seen people going in that way or that way. Seen a siege happen, basically.
Sam will shoot up a grappling hook and start going over the roof quicker, looking back over his shoulder. You can climb a rope, right, Carter? Coming up here!
Carter chuckles. Yes, I can.
Neek! It's strength, so Carter should be good. He's fine.
He'll climb up the rope, turn around, and help anybody up that needs help.
Well, Ricky don't need help. He can go up. Memory Ann will reach for Carter.
He'll grab her hand and pull her up with him.
Sam's taking a minute to stop and look around through a set of binoculars. There's like hardly any guards. Look. I see one guy way off in the distance over there.
Carter squints his eyes.
Could just barely hit token won't match, but barely make out a dude walking patrol across the struts alone. Not much of a patrol.
What if
Elizabeth could not possibly be this much of a distraction. He looks around. They're guarding something important.
Oh, shit.
You think they've got that weapon thing, Star Trek alien tech, ready?
Carter strokes his chin. Maybe not ready, but they're definitely guarding it, making it ready, something like that.
Pulled most of their outer defenses, probably underwater, I should say.
It makes sense.
Prote-
We've been
Protecting the goods.
Yeah, it makes sense. We've been walking through everything up to this point. Not really guarded except that one room.
Carter sighs, looks at Samantha. He looks around. You sure that's the only patrolman there?
It's the only one I see. We encountered heavy. They were in large numbers earlier. Now there's just one guy.
Just one guy. He bites his bottom lip. Take him out, then we move forward.
She will. A silent shot rings out. The guy's body falls, slumps over, and falls down into the ocean. Done.
Carter pats her on the shoulder. Alright. We move forward.
Check your weapons, reload your weapons, check your gear, do whatever you have to do before we go into where I'm at.
Yes, ma'am.
Carter looks around and nods. Prepare to encounter some heavy firepower there. Either she's heavily guarded, or something else is heavily guarded. I don't want to take that kind of chance. Be prepared.
Sam is reloading her gun. Takes her a minute. So what else did guys offer to buy from you in high school? She chuckled.
Carter leans against this little storage crate here, and he looks at her. No, actually, I'm pretty damn curious about this, Samantha.
Socks, used socks. Never used lingerie. I think they knew I'd probably beat them up if they asked. My spit, believe it or not.
Oh,
It.
God.
What would you even do with that? She shakes her head, reloading her gun.
Carter looks up at the sky. Drink it.
She gags.
Oh,
Carter shrugged. What? That's it. Did any of them ever ask for your bathwater?
I was going to say, I used to sell my bathwater. It wasn't my bathwater, I just filled up bottles of water.
Carter starts to laugh as he puts out a fizz for her fist bump.
She fist bumps him back. 50 credits apiece. I'd fill up like 10 bottles of water. I sold it once in high school, 4 years. I sold it once a week every year. I filled up like 20 bottles and just... My mom would, what are you doing? And I would say, oh, it's for the track team, Mom. You don't get it.
Carter starts to laugh. Look at you little entrepreneur.
Well, before JJ came around, I had to find some way to make a living.
yeah? And, I mean, it's a hell of a way. I'm sure there's plenty of guys who would pay that to this day.
What is the highest price you ever got flat out offer? I think the guy probably was using his parents' debit card for the credit cash app, but it was $2,000 for my used track socks. Putting out another rope.
$2,000 for used track socks.
Mm-hmm. Nodding her head. He wanted to make sure I had to wear them a week straight. But yeah.
Oh.
God.
Yeah,
Did you sell them? No. Looking at him.
Carter starts to laugh. I don't know. Maybe for $2,000 I would sell my used socks.
Our mother was very particular about our organization of our clothing drawers and yada yada yada. Go figure. Putting the rope down, memory end will go down. If I sold a pair of socks, she probably would have noticed. And if I told her I did it because, well, you know, I'm apparently that attractive or people want my socks or my feet, she probably would have beat me. Ricky's good to go.
Carter starts to laugh.
But I thought about it for sure. I didn't want to wear the same socks all week though. I'm not a savage.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, no, that would suck.
Should tell JJ that Oh, he got a 15. He's okay. We'll let Carter go. Sam actually smiling as he goes down. You should tell JJ this. She shrugged.
I mean, if you really want that guy to get killed, then for sure tell JJ this.
He was some nerd from the AV club. I could tell JJ. Shrugging.
If he bothered you, I am sure he is more than willing to off that guy.
Did you ask her if she ever dated anyone in Ricardo?
Did you ever date anyone in school?
No. Looking around at the group. I didn't even go to prom. I saw a dumbass on a poster and wanted him to screw my eyeballs out. Oh, she covers her mouth.
Carter covers his mouth and starts to laugh.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
My 10th grade year, they put up an ODM Academy poster, and he was on it. And I wanted him to fuck me so hard my eyeballs popped out of my sockets. Maria, cover your mouth.
Jesus Christ, Samantha! He covers his mouth as well.
I don't settle for anything but the best, in case you haven't noticed.
Trust me, I've noticed. Trust me.
Well, I'm sure he will oblige you for getting herself going on point in front of Reiki. I'm sure he will oblige you when he returns. It's going to be a long 6 months for him.
Yeah, probably. He's probably gonna be really excited to see ya.
Likewise.
Carter chuckles again, pats her on the shoulder, and he'll take point in front of Marianne.
And they will make their way in. As Eliza. Oh, Eliza, I'm so sorry, you little bitch. You find yourself here. Hostages are nearby. All Eliza has to do, make sure this room is clear, and then she can radio Sergeant Nickerly, and everything's good to go.
Okay. She is going to move forward and just start peeking around anybody that she can see. She's gonna point out to the rest of the group.
Eliza sees... He's okay, doesn't notice her, they don't notice her, him, whatever it is. Sitting here in the chair.
Eliza takes a step back.
Tapping his fingers on the table like this.
She gestures for the rest of the group to come up, and she looks at Colt and points to the guy.
Colt will push her back behind him slightly so he can peer around the corner. What the fuck?
Is that a sieve?
What is he doing?
He's
gonna die.
He's just tapping the table.
Huh? Coming around the corner.
She looks around. We should probably make contact just in case it is a sieve, yeah?
Then he's tilting his head watching him. Okeer's kinda doing the same. Colt does not say anything in response to what Elizabeth says. He's just staring at him.
She looks around.
That's not a guy.
She looks at him. What is it then?
He looks at it. I don't know. It's not human.
She notices the prosthetic hands.
Yep.
Look at those hands. Prosthetic.
Cocksucker. Looking at it. I'll just go up and hit it. Colt, I don't think that's the best course of action.
Elizabeth shakes her head. Yeah, no. I say we try our best to sneak past it.
It will it'll stand up, undo the belt of its coat, and falling out. Ton. Little things. Ton. They all shake and shriek, bounce off against one another, almost like they're alive or something. Hard to say. And then one of them, on the little ball in the middle, one of them emits a green light, and they all start reforming into the silhouette of the man, who takes his time doing his trench coat, picking up his fedora.
Elizabeth looking at it. What the fuck was that?
I have no fucking idea. The only time she's probably ever heard, like, Colt's voice shake.
We do not. She looks at everyone. We do not deal with that shit. Is there any? She looks behind herself. Is there a way to go in through, like this wall here, through this room?
No.
Fuck, I think this is the only way we can make it.
It stands up, starts pacing around.
She sighs, looks at Colt. I don't think we can sneak past this thing then.
I'll just hit it with the hammer. Benny, I think it's a suicider.
Suicide, like a suicide bomb type thing?
I think so. Nodding his head. All those little things split up, blow up, or you walk up to it and it blows up, bigger explosion.
She nods.
Some type of AI or something drives those little things. It has to be, they look alive. It sits down and starts... Okeer, yeah, he does seem kind of impatient. Oh, God.
He does. She looks around. Do any of us have a grenade to blow it up? If they're a suicider, they blow up, so then...
Who used mine?
She looks down. Fuck, we did.
Ricky carries my grenades.
Shit.
Because of our combo move.
She,
I don't take grenades into... Oh, shit.
She looks at her grenades. All I got are flash grenades.
Alright, let's think of a way to... Colt will cut him off, get it out of the room, and just get by it.
She nods. Okay.
Double back the way we came. Look for a loudspeaker system, a phone we can call in another room, or as it inhumanly gets up and starts walking around again.
Okay. Colt, keep an eye on it. If it starts to suspect us, let us know.
Copy.
She
Creepy
is-
motherfucker.
She's gonna start looking around for like a loudspeaker, anything to like distract this thing to, get it out of the room.
Perception check, Eliza. Gotta find something. Gotta roll something. Oh, very nice. Well, Elizabeth notices there's loudspeakers, for sure. She can hit a fire alarm if she'd like. Or option 3, Eliza. There's a door panel control, and she can open and close doors in this room. Make your choice.
She's gonna go up to the door panel.
Yeah, why don't we get on the loudspeaker and yell at it? He picks up the mic.
Wait, okay,
Hit the
hold on.
fire alarm. Then he comes over here.
No, She points to the door panel. Look! We can control all the doors in this room, guys.
Okay. Oh, looking at Elizabeth. What do you want to do?
She tilts her head. Either we cordon it off somewhere, which would probably require the loudspeaker, something like that, or we close it in just as it's about to explode and not deal with that kind of damage towards us.
Say something over the thing like, "Hey, fuckface, I'm in the lounge room. Come get me."
Well, it would probably be smart enough to realize where the loudspeaker is, yeah?
I don't know. He looks over his shoulder. You're asking the wrong guy.
Elizabeth looks down and nods. She gets over the comms. Colt, this is asking a lot of you, but can you draw it into that room there and make it out before I close the door on it?
Yeah, I can try.
Are you sure? I wouldn't ask this of you if you're, iffy on it.
I'm not sure if I can. I really don't know.
She swallows hard and nods. Okay. She looks at Okeer. We're going with the safe option then. She nods towards Okeer. Use the loudspeaker, draw it into the lounge. I'll close the door on it.
Okay. Which button do I press, Benny? Come on. Coming over, pushing button. Hey, fuckface! I'm in the lounge! Come and get me! As he pokes his head in the lounge. Nee? Wait, he ain't in the room. Okay, now he is. Yeah, he's in the room.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was gonna ask it. Is he able to like close it? Yeah, no, he gets into the room and she's gonna close it on him.
He's looking around. Okeer trying to peer in through the blinds. I think he's in there.
Elizabeth nods. She'll get onto the radio to Colt. Colt, he's in there, right?
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Go. She'll grab Benny's hand and start booking it.
Radio Sergeant Satterley, tell him we're good to go.
Satterley. West is all good. West is all good. I repeat, West is all good.
Copy that, sweetheart. Just cleared Al Carter's hostage area. All hostages secured. We'll make our way over there now.
Yes, sir. Sounds good, sir.
So Luigi comes back to where it all began. Climbing the same ladder she followed this person down, but he's already here. He's got his mask off. It's her father-in-law.
She starts to climb up, and she starts to look around the room. She sees him pointing his gun at something. She's gonna look at what he's pointing the gun
Oh, he's not pointing the gun at anything. He's typing on a computer.
Oh, okay. If he's just typing on the computer, she tilts her head. Towns?
Huh? He jumps.
Fuck! She covers her mouth.
Come out.
Fuck! She'll uninvis.
Oh, what are you doing here?
She looks down at her feet. It seemed like a dangerous mission. I wanted to help.
Trying to kill the bad dude.
She nods.
It's okay, I'm glad to see you.
I like to think he sees her ears like perk up when he says that, and she squints up at him.
Now we need to find the rest of your friends. Hand on her shoulder.
Right. Rest of the friends. She starts to take a couple steps away from him.
Coming up another ladder. Huh? And they both point their guns at one another. So! Looking right at her, but then he'll whip his head back to this guy.
Soul backs up against the wall and nods.
What the fuck are you doing here? He tightens his grip on the rifle. She's here to help. What are you doing here? Pointing at it!
She looks between the two of them.
You're pregnant, you dumb fuck!
She nods.
Yeah, that's my baby cousin right there, let me tell you.
She pulls out her Centurion Defenders and points it right at him.
Just shoot.
Yeah, she shoots. 1 second, let me roll that up.
She gets off the shots, but he's able to squeeze around off. Fuck! Hitting Towns in the shoulder. And then the doppelgang fades. God fucking damn it, Soul!
Fuck!
What are you doing here? Ripping out his med kit. Ripping out bandages with his teeth.
She looks at him. It seemed like a dangerous mission. I needed to come and help on this one. Come on.
Yeah, it is a dangerous mission, and you're pregnant.
I know. I couldn't see them hurt again. You know,
Well, then you should have used protection.
She looks down at her feet. You're right. She looks up at him. I needed to come on this one.
God, fuck. Do you know they're about to launch that fucking thing down there, honey? And you're here, trapped in the middle of the ocean, pregnant.
Yes, I realized that. Trust me, I was there when you told Ash about it.
God damn it. Fixing his wound.
She puts her hands out. Here, let me help you. She'll start to help fix his wounds. She looks down at him. He is dead, right?
Yeah, you got him. Looking down at him, it was their doppelganger.
She nods. Lets out a bit of a chuckle. I knew it wasn't you, and he was acting so nice to me. I knew
Yeah.
he would be pissed.
They might be able to copy our likeness, but they don't know our relations.
She shakes her head. What did he call me? My
Cousin.
cousin? She lets out a bit of a chuckle as she finishes dressing his wound.
It's rare to see towns without headgear on. She notices he has a nice mullet. Like the best mullet she's ever seen.
She lets out a bit of a whistle as she looks around him.
What are you
Walking around.
doing? What are you doing?
You got a nice mullet.
Oh yeah? Runs his hand through his hair. Sasha likes it, yeah.
She nods. It looks really good. She tilts her head. I wonder if Cole would look that good with a mullet.
Well, as you can see, he got my face, so he would, yeah. She's the one who made me grow it out, believe it or not.
She chuckles. Were you bald before or something?
I kept my hair super short, and then I had a mohawk for a while, and she did not like the mohawk.
Oh, okay. I can't imagine you with a mohawk, honestly.
I don't think anybody could. The first time I took my helmet off, everybody was shocked. Never took it off again after that, unless I was in private.
Soul starts to laugh.
I believe your granddad just chuckled and said, "Nice mullet."
Soul starts to laugh even
Nice
harder.
mohawk, excuse me.
I bet my dad was just like, "What the hell is up with that, Towns?" or something like that.
Pretty much, I think, yeah. Ash stayed quiet. Yeah.
Well, she nods towards him. You look good with a mullet. I'll give you that much.
Make the asshole grow one out. Looking back at her as he finishes dressing his wound.
She chuckles. Oh, I most certainly will, sir.
And stay out of the goddamn chair. Standing up with his rifle. This mission's over. We have to get out of here. We have to find, I knew somebody was fucking following me. Pointing at him.
She nods. Yeah, no, you are very good at what you do, Dad.
You like the box? Shrugging.
I was wondering how you were gonna go about with that one, and you pulled out a box. Where'd you learn that?
It's a lucky charm. I think Ash, Julius, and Sasha used it on a mission. Ash kept it for a while, then Ash gave it to me as a gift when I became the head of SIS.
Soul covers her mouth and starts to laugh. Well, it's certainly a good lucky charm.
Yeah, and you're gonna need a lucky charm when Colt sees you here, by the way.
She looks down at her feet. Oh, shit.
And Memory Ann, and Samantha. You're carrying Samantha's. Think about that.
Oh, God.
And Carter, and Benny, and Elizabeth, and Ricky, and yeah.
Yeah,
Okeer.
yeah, no, I'm gonna need a very lucky charm when they see me here.
Stay behind me, but stay invis.
She nods. She'll re-invis and will tug on the back of his shirt to let him know she's here.
Because they will move out. Memory Ann, who I despise more than anything. Her group has made it here. Green dot equals the number 3. Purple equals 2. Pink is 5. Orange should be actually... Oh, damn it. 7. Not 5. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
They've made...
I'm sorry, could you repeat purple real quick?
2. You should be able to see it up there. I'll leave it up here for you.
Oh, okay, no, I see it now, thank you.
Right here in the blackness, so it's a little easier to read. Whoever's on point, take it away.
Carter will nod towards Ricky.
He will move up to here and look around.
There's a girl typing on a computer. A cute little girl. Well, you know, adult, female. Typing on a computer, she lets out a scoff. We're toast. Under her breath.
Should I move in, sir?
Carter nods. Yeah, inform her your Earth Gov.
Hey. He'll come around the corner.
She jumps hearing that, turns around.
Where-
Oh,
EarthGov.
oh my god. Clasps her hands together, runs up. Rescue party?
Carter nods. Yes, ma'am, rescue party.
Agent Emma, at your service. She'll bow slightly.
Ricky, nice to meet you.
She'll put her hand out to Ricky.
He'll shake it.
You guys came at the perfect time. I didn't think the door locks would hold much longer, but they pulled all their guys back down under... She'll point to a monitor underwater to prep the launch of that thing. Tried to slow them down, she shrugs, but couldn't.
Carter will look at Samantha, then at Emma. Did the best you could. You should be proud of yourself for it.
I tried, thank you. Cleaning her glasses off, nodding her head.
We should let old man Satterley know that we found her.
Radio him, Carter.
Carter will get onto the radio. Satterley, you read me?
Copy, son, what's up?
We found Emma. She is secure and safe, sir.
Copy that. Evac her, get her out. We have the last group of hostages clear in 30 seconds, so let's blow this place sky high.
Understood. He'll get off radio and nod towards all of them. Alright, we are clear to evac.
Yes. Yes, you are. Just like on the top of the train, a fist striking Carter, knocking him right in the cheek. She yelps and stumbles backwards.
Carter puts a hand onto his cheek. Fortune.
She stares down at Carter. She's coming with me. Gesturing to the girl running over here.
Carter looks
You're
at
gonna jump in the ocean and swim your ass back to shore. Just casually ignoring Carter, which enrages her.
Carter grits his teeth, and I like to imagine.
Gasps, grabbing her by the neck.
I like to imagine it's like a secret code they did. He taps on the radio 4 times, transmitting to Oz to let them know to start making their way towards their location, as Carter will attempt to kick her in the back of the knee.
Alright, let's roll it up. Roll up at initiative. Oh, cancer. How I've waited in pine for this day for a very long time.
You're just cursed with anything to do with Dex tonight, man.
I know. Specifically Carter.
Yeah, exactly. Poor Carter.
Now remember, she does not have an AC. Your assigned number has to come up in your roll value. So, it's pretty simple. If your assigned number is green, ergo 3, you roll a 3, you still hit. You roll a 13, you hit. You roll a 23, you hit. You roll 25, you don't hit. You crit, you don't hit, unless the assigned number is in your roll value. There are no ways around this. No Cat Mario bullshit. This is how the fight goes.
Understood.
Okay.
Eek. Take a look at the railgun description. What does Carter do to her? He kicks her. What did he?
He's gonna try to kick her in the back of the knee.
Alright. I'm going to let that go through. She pivots down, catching herself, and she will swing up the railgun, swatting Carter this direction like a fly. Emma will fucking climb into a locker, because she's smart, and disappear. And now, we begin. Fortune, the whore of whores. Let's see. She'll use her turn swatting Carter and deploying her railgun. Read the railgun description. Memory, we're going to let Ricky go first, actually.
Well, there's not much he can do.
I'm going to put an attack on the railgun from Memory Ann.
Alright, he'll come up and he will attempt to hit her with the flails.
We just keep the railgun here so I can...
None of those hit. He'll spend 1 key to try again with flurry blows. Nothing.
Nick. So, it's strange. When you go, you're sure you're gonna hit her, and Ricky's flails don't go through her like magic or anything like that. It's just, there's a force around her that is compelling the melee attacks and or projectiles to be deflected. So Ricky doesn't get knocked backwards, but as a magnet being pushed into a magnet, Ricky has to steady himself to keep himself from going backwards, which he does not. But that'll be Ricky's turn. Memory Ann's gonna put a shot on the railgun, so that's 1. We'll let Carter go, and we'll save Samantha for last. She's your railgun failsafe.
Okay. Carter's gonna look at the railgun. He is going to make 2 strikes against it.
Nice, nice.
And then, would his static aura count as an additional strike, or is that a no-go?
I'll give it. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah. Boom.
Alright, his static aura will go onto it. I suppose the dot doesn't really matter, but we'll keep track of it just in case. And then, you know what? That's his turn, actually.
Nick. Alright, let's see. The sign number is... Who is she again? Pink. 5. All the fucking bullets deflecting up into the ceiling as Sam recoils. Not in shock, but she'll just holster a weapon to her shoulder tightly. It did shock her for like a second, though. Nick. She can wield this railgun with one arm, mind you. She will try to grab Ricky's wrist where his flails are. Well, one of the hands holding the flails. Grab his wrist and start to twist it. Strength check. Take the 20, not the 28.
Oof.
Might be a bad idea, but Memory Ann will let Ricky take another roll.
Will do.
Flavor it up.
Let me see.
As the railgun ignites with electricity.
Oh, she's gonna try to grab his wrist. He's gonna use the other flail and try to go at her wrist, forcing her to let go. And he's gonna hook the gun and try and move it away from the barrel of it, away from any of them with the other flail.
Alright, now take your turn.
Alright.
Memory Ann gave her turn so you could try. Bracing you, assisting.
3 strikes.
Looking for 3s, and we find a 3.
Yes, sir. So, first off...
She actually, I like to imagine he slashes up at the stomach area with the flail. Only the 3 value is going to hit, the 23, 14 damage, and she actually blinks twice, lowers her glasses, and lets out a scoff. Been a long time since I've been hit, compadre.
Well, it's good that I'm the one to do it.
If it bleeds, it dies. Sam, looking at her.
Damn right, and he will end his turn.
Canso Injay! Now, let me reset this. Gonna give 1 hit to Ricky with his flails there. Memory Ann didn't take a hit though, so you got 1 on the railgun.
Tell me if this counts. The dot is gonna tick on it for 9 points of damage.
Yep.
And then Carter is going to look at Sam, nod towards the gun as he's going to try and go for her, for Fortune herself.
Go for it. Sam will go for the gun. What are we looking for with Carter? 2s. Oh shit. Well, we got one. Flavor it up.
So 15 damage, along with 5 electrical fury damage. He spins the sword around, moving past the railgun, and I like to think that she thinks he's going for the railgun as he spins the sword, but he goes straight for the middle of her abdomen. She dodges. She has to dodge just in time for it to barely cut across her abdomen, and then he misses the second strike.
Nick! She stumbles back this direction. We will have Samantha follow orders, but hang on. How many do we need on that railgun? 2. She'll make those easy. Now we'll roll strikes against her. Clear the railgun. Kill the railgun, apparently. Sam's gonna miss. I'll roll them just for the sake of rolling, but Sam misses. Her shot's on her, but she definitely disabled the railgun. As we go back to the top of the order, her hand on her stomach. Look, she'll pull some of the blood from both wounds and actually stare at her hand and then stare up at Carter, Ricky, and then Carter again.
Carter grips the hilt of his sword. You haven't bled in a while, have you?
It's almost fun. Looking at Carter, she'll push her glasses back up.
He will give her a sickly smile. Now, to Carter's knowledge, real quick, where would be the best place for Laz and Oz to come in and, blow the shit up?
I mean, any direction, really. North, south, east, west. This is in the middle of a bunch of mini strut little hexagon things. So.
Gotcha. Okay, so basically any of the walls, or even just right here, would be fine.
Or have them launch missiles at the fucking base of it and have it fly off into the ocean, something like that. Yeah, anywhere would work.
Okay. Carter is going to get on the radio. Once you get here, Oz, blow the shit up.
On our way. Not far out.
Yes, sir. Stay safe.
Whipping the railgun around. Gut punch to Carter.
Holy shit.
-10 initiative.
Well, at the end of the day, children are still children. Whipping her railgun around, repositioning it, and she'll point it at the locker. Stop me, hero. Looking at Carter, and then the railgun starts to ignite. It's down to Ricky, as Memorian's going to not let that SIS agent be killed, put a shot on the railgun with her pistol.
Same thing, Ricky's gonna turn and take the flails to the railgun. And because those 2 hit, he gets 1 more here. Didn't matter, but that will be his turn.
Cancer Wingy.
The dot will trigger for 9 points of damage.
There we go. Railgun's out of play for this.
As he will stare her right in the eye. Make 2 attacks.
Nee!
Electrical fury damage. And he has 9. She automatically succeeds on the roll, but he is still going to deal 20 lightning damage to her.
Flavor it up.
He will stare up right at her, right into her sunglasses, as the railgun starts to slow down from all the shots that have been put up on it. He stands up, 1 slash across her chest, the other going for her arm. She has to move out of the way. It cuts against the arm, and then He turns to her, snaps right in front of her face, and lightning damage right in front of her face.
She looks stunned. Let's see what Samantha can do. Actually, Sam's gonna use one of her heal to full med packs on Carter.
Okay.
Why? Lifting the railgun back, cleansing it, clearing it, whatever you want to say. Why do you persist? Why? Looking at Carter, looking at the group, one after another.
Same reason you do. Following orders.
No, it's not the same reason.
Carter looks right at her. Because if we didn't do it, no one else would. And if no one else would, pieces of shit like you would run rampant in the world.
Pieces of shit. Looking down at Carter.
I mean, you are working with that Ripper dude.
He's a tool.
Oh, so even you agree he's a piece of fucking shit.
Sure do. Looking down at Carter. If only you could understand what we're trying to do here.
I mean, you could come in and explain it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm really gonna do that. Punching Ricky in the stomach for 28 points of damage. Yeah, that's how it works. Surrender to the children. When you get home, is mommy gonna wipe your mouth out with soap for using harsh language? Whipping the railgun at Memory Ann. That will conclude her turn. Memory Ann, she's gonna keep doing what she's doing. One shot on the railgun. We will... Sam will look to Carter. What does Carter want her to do? Railgun or fortune?
Carter is gonna look towards her, not towards the railgun.
Sam can cleanse that railgun. Guaranteed. Out of play. Now it's Ricky, then Carter.
He will take his 3 attacks at her. Nothing. Spend 1 more key to try for a flurry of blows. Nothing.
Waiting on that one. Okay. Got it. Carter's up.
Carter is going to make his 2 attacks against Fortune, going up right behind her.
The first time ever she is actually staggered back this direction. How does he flavor it?
Carter goes up right behind her, and he goes for a stabbing motion, and he doesn't hit anything like necessarily important, but he still gets stabbed through the back and out through the stomach, and one side of the sword pierces through her stomach. He pulls it out, and then he, with the other attack, spins around and hits her in the other side of the abdomen, knocking her back and staggering her that way.
Holding her gut where the wound is, looking up at Carter. Do you know how many EarthGov troops died over the past 600-700 years on the frontier? Fighting people like the UIR. Fighting whatever terrorist group of the week popped up. Fighting and protecting frontier colonists. As she closes her fist and the electric... If there was a dot on her, right? Or maybe the electricity magic's still on her, it stopped. Why do you care?
Carter leans back. We care because we want to protect people. We want a thriving galaxy. We want everyone to be happy in this galaxy. Don't you want the same?
all bleeding heart, pointing the railgun at Ricky, and we will see what she does. Did Ricky not take the 28 damage from...
He did. He's at 16.
Oh, okay. It's not catching up on my screen. Alright, well, there's no damage for this yet. Take the 13, she pushes the railgun barrel into Ricky, trying to push him into the wall.
He missed.
Mm-hmm. Teamwork makes the dream work, roll again. Coming up, pushing Ricky off the wall, or helping push the barrel. It'll go this way. 10 seconds out, Kata.
Come on, you have our location, blow it the fuck up.
We should leave.
Carter turns to look at Emma and nods. We should.
We'll call it a draw. Wiping some blood actually coming out of her mouth from the internal damage.
Carter smiles. Now look who's the one retreating.
She'll back off. You don't know where she goes. It's a large building. We've got to go. Now, pick up the girl. Go, Ricardo.
Yeah, come here.
He'll jump on Ricky's arms. Happily.
He'll use a limit break for this.
While Ricky is going, Carter's going to use one of his med packs on him.
Copy that.
Thank you.
Well, here we are. Colt, Okeer, Benny, and Eliza down here trying to cross this connector bridge. Okeer looking up. Carter? Waving up. Colt's going down the ladder. He'll climb back up the ladder as fucking Talons appears here. Okay, we found you guys. Oh, you got Emma. Nice!
Carter turns to him. Uncle Towns?
Yeah, it's me. He takes off the mask. It was me.
Whoa.
Oh, holy fuck, dude, don't scare me like that. Yeah, no, we got it. Did you say we?
You can come out now.
Slowly, Soul turns not invisible anymore.
Here she is. I imagine she's still behind time.
She is.
You bloody fool!
What the fuck are you doing, Soul?
Why?
I like to imagine Sam's face goes white.
I thought we said we weren't gonna do this again.
What the fuck are you doing? You pregnant. He has to.
Carter, what's wrong? As she's climbed down the ladder. You alright? Carter!
He takes a very deep breath, looks at Sam. Do we fucking tell him?
Tell him, yeah. You dumb bitch comes over.
Soul puts her hands out. I know. I'm really, really stupid. As Carter will come over here, he looks at Colt. Someone came along that wasn't supposed to come along, Colt.
Huh? Okeer looking up, Colt looking up, helping her across.
Soul's here. Soul's here.
What? Screaming loudly.
Soul like cowers. Her shoulders go up around her ears. And Carter nods. Yep, Soul's here. Soul's here, boss.
Yeah, she's in front of us.
And Soul, at this moment, she looks around, and it feels pretty safe. She's compelled to say it's safe here.
She looks around. At least it's, safe here, though.
As Laz and Oz are firing a volley of Sidewinder rockets to blow up where Fortune and company was. Well, Fortune was. Sweep and clean, yeah. Hovering over here. Is that so?
They can't see into the cockpit, but they almost hear Laz's eyes start to twitch, and then they hear, "What the fuck are you doing here, you dumb red-headed bitch?"
Are you stupid? From over the radio to Soul. Sam, we'll punch her. I told you I had no quarrels about punching a pregnant woman.
I like to imagine she stumbles this way, holding her cheek, and she looks back at Samantha and nods. I definitely deserve that one. I definitely deserve that one.
Just careful with the punching. There's railings into a big ass drop right here.
We don't have time for sibling disputes. Everybody take a breath and calm down. Familial dispute.
Carter
Take a breath and calm the fuck down.
Carter will take a breath, start to rub his temples, looks at Towns. Okay, we need to get the fuck out of here, because now that she's here, we need to get the fuck out of here.
Not only that, but they're about to launch that weapon. She was tagging along with me. I couldn't stop them.
Fuck.
How long do we got?
I have no fucking idea. As the sound of a Harrier. Loud engines roaring off, coming out of a burst, I don't know, like a thruster burst stopping on a dying futuristic Harrier. Towns looks up at, God damn it. Oh, it's the Harrier, you're in trouble.
Oh shit. Okay, Oz, focus up.
Oz will start turning his ship to face the Harrier. As Elizabeth sees Ripa, the cockpit open, comes out. He scans everybody. Benny's ahead, trying to catch up with Okeer. Carter, Memrian, and them coming down the ladder. Towns, get down the ladder, Ricky.
Yeah, he'll get down the ladder.
The world could use a few less rainfalls. He jumps back in the cockpit. Roll initiative for Laz and Oz. The final initiative. I'll clear it. And then we'll be rolling. Everybody just roll initiative now, as a sequence of events will be playing out.
Damn, I have not had the best luck with initiative tonight, have I?
Sorry, Cancer. You fucking lose. Now, I do like to imagine that everybody here, he's escorting the girl. Elizabeth has moved this direction closer to Okeer. Memrian's down, Carter's down, Samantha's down. She's still up here. Alright. I'm going to put Les at the top of the turn order. Lucky her. Lucky her. As Sam is not going to try and fight the Harrier with her LMG, she starts pulling out her pulse rifle. As Towns will turn to Soul, get down the fucking ladder.
She nods towards him and will start moving down the ladder.
Haha. Appearing out of one of the portions of the strut, whatever they actually call those things, Elizabeth sees this guy pop up.
Fucking weird dude over there with the stuff!
And then there's a beam of light. It looks like a beam of light, but it's actually something being thrown. It pierces Colt, and this girl through the stomach as Colt falls into the water with her.
Oof. Soul looks at it, starts to scream, and if she's allowed, she's gonna jump into the water.
Sure, put her in. Go after him. As she jumps in, jumping out of the water. Yes, the AC is correct. Jumping out of the water like a whale almost, nose diving, landing here behind him, not crushing the Harrier, you're not going to get that lucky. Landing here behind him, as he'll dip out into the building, flashing a sinister grin at Ricky, Samantha, Memrian, and Carter. Disappearing, and this thing, even though it's not the best, it's better than nothing. Lets out a very loud roar, almost clipping the wing of Laz and Oz's gunship.
This is bad.
Now we're in the fight. So, towns. We'll go with towns first. Actually, we'll do Soul while I do towns.
Soul is going to swim her way over to Colt and Emma.
She sees Colt lifelessly floating there, as Emma's sunk to the... sinks into the blackness, never to be retrieved.
Fuck, Colt! As she'll grab onto him and she's gonna try to Misty Step up toward to the rest of the people up there.
She can't.
Yeah, she's gonna Misty Step up to him.
He's good to go. He looks at her. His chest moves. I can't feel my legs.
What?
I can't feel my legs.
Okay, that's okay. I'll keep you safe. Okay, She looks down at his legs and will try to look at his back.
Paralyzed right through the spine, whatever he threw at him, and grinned at Ricky and Carter and Samantha and Memory.
Carter grits his teeth, looking at Colt. Looks at Sam. Slightly just shakes his head.
Sam has actually come over to see Colt, kneeling down. He's paralyzed.
Oh god.
Stay focused as this thing opens its mouth. And we will go to... I'm gonna just bump Ricky up right here under Soul, but we can go to Laz and Oz first.
Okay, so Laz and Oz seeing all of this shit happen. Fuck, okay. I'm gonna have Oz fly Laz.
Samantha beat initiative. Hell yeah.
Okay, so here. She looks at Oz. We can't outmaneuver it, but we can use that fucker as cover. They're not gonna shoot into it.
Good thinking, love. Copy that.
So, I'm gonna have Oz, stay over here just to block, damage and cover from all that. And Laz is actually going to shoot into the prototype. Here, let me get the character sheet. Alright, she is just going to shoot her Gatling laser and minigun into it for right now. And try to move a bit more behind prototype for better cover, and that'll be their turn.
Ricardo.
He's gonna look at the big ass thing and look over to Carter. I don't know what you want me to do, man.
Shoot! Just shoot the motherfucker!
Carter looks at Ricky. Shoot him! You have a gun!
He'll try. That will be his turn.
Cancer.
Cancer is going to follow his own orders and start to try to shoot into the prototype unit.
As Benny will do the same. Colt can't do nothing. The Harrier's turn. Hovering here. This Cancer will make his attack. The Harrier hovering right here. Will fire a volley of rockets that will, unfortunately, separate out of play. Can't cross it. We'll separate Benny and Elizabeth and send Benny flying into the ocean.
Elizabeth puts her arm out.
Did I take your boyfriend from you, little girl?
She will look up at the jet.
As the jet hovers closer, I'm gonna take everybody you care about.
She starts breathing heavier and heavier as she stares up at the jet.
Benny into the ocean as Okeer, looking at his hammer, looks at the water. He'll start slowly chugging in the water towards the thing. He's a brave guy for sure. Hammer on his back. Samantha takes Colt's helmet off, puts it back on. Will dive into the water after Benny. Now it's this thing's turn. Starts peppering the water where Okeer is. You see him getting hit as he's trying to swim out towards it. Fuck!
Elizabeth looks down at Okeer. Fuck, Okeer, you're getting hit!
Into the water, causing a huge tidal wave, splashing Okeer back against this thing. Massive amounts of blood in the water, Elizabeth sees, as now it sits here. And that will conclude its turn. Samantha's gonna bring Benny back, swim him over here. That'll be her turn. We know what Towns is gonna do, so we'll go to Laz and Soul.
Okay, Laz is going to... She's gonna start right here. Look nearby, make sure none of her teammates are in the water. Oh, that's her actual character sheet, the one I need. And she will bombing run, attempting to hit both the prototype and the Harrier jet.
Okay.
So bombing run, she has to move,
The Harrier jet got clear of the bombing run easily.
Fuck! As she will look at Oz. We need to keep that jet from destroying more of those platforms.
Copy that. Yeah, we'll stay on his 6. But we use ourselves as bait.
She nods as, agreeing with him, she will stay on the Harrier jet 6 and fire all of her missile launchers at it. And then that would be Laz's turn.
Oh, Laz. Oh, Laz.
Soul is going to look around.
All of Laz's missiles missing the Harrier.
Oh, fuck.
Soul's up.
Soul is going to look around, look at this thing, and 1 second. Murder of Crows wouldn't work on the prototype because it doesn't technically have a soul, would it?
Nope.
Okay, just had to make sure, just had to double check.
Sorry, Miss Winjay.
She will cast a level 3 lightning bolt in its direction, though.
Okay. We will go to Ricky, and then I'll do the Harrier.
Alright, not having much else he can do, he's gonna take 3 more shots at the big guy. And that's all Ricky can do, so that'll be his turn.
Nick! The Harrier roaring up into the sky, banking, repositioning behind Laz. Oh, Laz, I am sorry. So very sorry. Nice. I like to imagine they dodge out of the way, the machine guns firing off, destroying the rest of this bridge, ending the Harrier's turn. Cancer, Benny is out. Cancer is up.
Carter is going to look around. Fuck, we need to start moving. We need to start moving. It's going to destroy everything. He'll point towards Ricky. You pick her up. I got Colt.
Yes, sir. Come on.
Fuck, I'm so sorry about this, Colt. And he will pick him up, knowing how much it's going to hurt him.
Yeah, he lets out a scream of pain.
Fuck, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. As he will start making his way 5, 10, 15, 40 up to this platform next to Towns.
Got it.
And I like to think picking Colt up took his action, so
Yep.
that's all he can do.
Benny's out. Eliza and Okeer.
Benny's unconscious. Eliza is going to turn to him and jab him with one of her med packs.
Back in the fight.
She pats him. She looks around. We need to keep moving. Staying in one place is death right now.
Yeah. Looking at her and then looking up at that thing. I think everything's death right now.
Elizabeth will grab Samantha's face and turn her face towards her. She lowers the mask for a second. Do not fucking say that. We are gonna get through this. You understand me?
Her eyes go wide. Yes, ma'am.
Good. Now focus the fuck up. As she will put her mask back up, start running. Look, Okeer's still like technically in the water. He hit the side.
He's climbed back on. It's good.
She looks at him. Are you okay? Okay.
Go! Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. If she moves right here, she's gonna harpoon over to this side over here.
Okay.
And that will be Elizabeth's turn.
I will use Samantha's turn to carry these goons this way. She can't carry Okeer, but she can give him a shoulder and help these goons get up this direction. Nick.
Ricky will follow orders, picking...
Oh, no. I was just saying Nick for fun.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, Nick. You can run, but you can't hide, boys and girls. A water jet cutter into Ricky.
Ricky is beyond unconscious.
And shielding herself as it, like a beam, opens its mouth, 3-pronged mouth, shot it into the water and rode it up, rode the recoil, though there's no recoil, clipping Ricky, knocking him out. Memory Ann falling into the water.
Fucking hell, Memory Ann!
She didn't even have time to say anything. She let out a rick because she saw it coming and then into the water. Oh boy. It's a toughie for sure. I will have Towns, since its mouth is agape, Towns fires a stinger into it and it does nothing. It doesn't flinch, it doesn't do anything. Laz and Oz are out.
Laz and Oz trying their best to keep this fucker's attention. Oh, thank God they're getting the lasers back online. We've used one of their bombing runs. She is going to fire one of her sticky plasmas and hit it with a minigun attack. So both that damage combined.
The Harrier?
To the Harrier, yeah.
Okay. Seeing smoke come out of its wing. Left wing.
She is going to look at Oz. Good fucking work, Oz!
We need to get that. We need to do something. Ricardo's down. Memory ends in the ocean. Colt's fucking paralyzed, and your pregnant, retarded sister is trapped down there.
She nods. Try to get us over to him. Maybe we can pick him up.
At least distract that fucking thing. He's in the cockpit looking at the back of it, peering down at Ricky and company.
She nods as, let's have Oz move over, like, here, this direction over here. They're gonna try to pick him up next turn.
Okay, well, Colt's out of action. The Harrier. Well, I like to imagine the Harrier stops, hovers. Elizabeth sees that grin, grinning at her from the cockpit.
Motherfucker.
As boom, the jets ignite and it takes off.
You son of a bitch!
Benny's still a little dazed and confused as, well, Benny, Benny can do something, actually. Weakly punching his wrist computer, sending 20 points of HP to Ricky. He's gonna keep somebody in the fight, and it's gonna be Ricky. Because he can't see Memory Ann to heal her, so... Elizabeth is up.
Elizabeth is going to... Fuck, we need to get back over to them. She looks at Okeer and Sam. Are you two okay?
Good, nodding her head.
Okay, good, come on. I'm leading the way. We are going to meet back up with them running around, okay?
Sam nods her head. She'll use her turn to move them.
Yeah, this is as far as Elizabeth can move up.
Okeer is not recovering. Heavy labored breathing over the radio, but a lot going on right now. There's not too much he can do. Sam's gonna use everything she's got to get them close, right here. And now to the prototype. This will claim all but one of Laz's hits. They get swiped by, it's not gonna let them pick anybody up. Oz letting out a scream as the water jet cutter causes all the instruments in front of him to explode, sending shrapnel into his face. Not hurting him too badly, but cutting him up pretty good, and a large chunk of glass into his shoulder.
Carter looks at that happen, and he's gonna say, "Fuck, Oz, Laz, get the fuck out of here!"
No, we're not leaving!
I'd be a terrible sister if I left you guys.
And it will move back here. And then all the rivets on its armor, under the armor, start to glow. And it will end its turn. So, I'm going to have Towns jump in the water after Memory Ann. And he will get her and save her life. And that will conclude. She's out. It hit Ricky, and it hit her. She is out, but he gets her out of the water. Miss Winjay!
Oh, fucking hell. Miss Winjay is going to... Get 5, 10, 15. Grab onto Ricky and Misty Step the two of them to here.
Anything else for the lovely Miss Windry before we go to Ricky and Cancer?
Okay, so she used 5, 10, 15, 20. Right there. No, I'm sorry, let me measure something out real quick. Fuck. Damn. Not much else she can do other than she does have that. Yeah, no, she all she can do is try to fire on that thing, the prototype.
Blaster lasers bouncing off, deflecting. I'm gonna use Benny's movement to get the group here, as Okeer will push away from the group and stand here. Keep going! Elizabeth, go!
Elizabeth is gonna look back at him, worried expression, and will grab onto Benny and Sam's arms and start pulling them forward.
Sam will. It's somewhat pointless. We'll stay back and keep shooting with her pump-action grenade launcher to no avail. I'll put Elizabeth and Benny right here. I think Benny doesn't quite understand the gravity of the situation, but he's gonna keep going. Pumps it into Ricky.
Alright, man.
He's really dazed and confused from the concussive blast and getting knocked into the ocean at high speed. As Okeer will, come on, fuckwad! And he'll do exactly what Elizabeth remembers him talking about earlier. He simply lights a flare, and its head turns towards him. The whole body turns towards him.
Oh, fuck. Carter looks up as well. No, fuck Okeer, no!
Yeah.
Oh, no.
The brightness and the glowing under the rivets of its armor intensifies. This is happening. In the meanwhile, they see Okeer's position get riddled by bullets, and he stumbles and falls over into a cloud of smoke from the Vulcan cannons and in its mask as it closes in on the group. Samantha staggering this way from she actually almost falls off the bridge from all the Vulcan machine gun fire that came out of its mouth. She's about to fall off the edge.
So Sol will reach out and catch her, pull her back up.
The hounds will look at it. Laz, Oz, get out of here! It's preparing to fire its primary weapon! As everybody's wrist computer starts making an alert sound. The water is starting to boil now. Yeah, it's Starchild tech.
Lass looks at Oz and shakes her head. No!
We're staying.
We're staying, and we're gonna fight with all of you!
Well, then fight they will. Go ahead, Rick.
He's gonna take his turn and actually pump his first med pack into memory.
Oh, she wakes up dazed and fucking confused. She can't do anything this turn, but her eyes open as she starts spitting out water. Massive amounts of water and phlegm.
That takes a whole action, right?
Yeah, you can keep going.
And he will make 2 attacks. Not that they do much, but he has to. And that'll be his turn.
Well, Cancer. We'll let Elizabeth go then, Cancer. Go ahead, Eliza. What are you going to do, whore?
Elizabeth is going to come over here, pull on Sol to drag her over onto the platform. And while she does it, I'm sorry, Sam! She's gonna fire her harpoon at Sam to also draw her back onto the platform with everyone.
Yeah, she comes. She looks like she's given up. No JJ. She's beat. Broken. Her brother is paralyzed. She's given up.
Elizabeth just looks at her, and her shoulders just sort of drop. As Carter will look at Sam, I like to imagine he's on his knees, looking over Memory Hand. He stands up, pulls his sword out. Till the last fucking drop of blood in my body, I'm going to fight it. We are going to win. We are going to see this thing at the bottom of the ocean. Mark my fucking words, B Squadron. We are going to fucking win.
A lightning bolt cracks somewhere off in the distance as dark clouds encroach.
Carter looks at Samantha. Look at me, Sam. One lucky hit. That's what you told me. Maybe you get a lucky hit. Don't you fucking dare give up hope. Don't be like me.
She looks slightly reinvigorated and nods, and will take her turn lobbing her grenades into its face area. However, Cancer, oh, I'm sorry. So very, very sorry. The glow intensifies as dark clouds approach. Like really dark. All of a sudden, it's overcast. Probably the Star Child tech, maybe? Who really knows? We will let Laz take her turn, as Towns is gonna, fire a fucking stinger. It's all he can.
Laz is gonna look at us as he flies around this way. She looks at him. I just want you to know I love you so fucking much.
Yeah, he grabs her and starts kissing her.
As he starts to kiss her, she will fire off the Gatling laser, and the sticky plasma grenade just adds some damage to it.
He actually pulls away, squeezing her face, looking out the cockpit window.
She blinks a couple times and will also look out the cockpit window.
Carter's group and company are starting to get drenched by a downpour of water. Unnatural amount of water.
I like to imagine through this unnatural amount of water, Carter is letting off electricity, and it's like traveling through the bolts, or not bolts, the drops of rain, like up and around all of them.
What Laz sees causing the torrential downpour on the poor beaten B Squadron is a giant tail. The tip of a giant tail.
Laz's eyes widen. Holy shit! Did you see that?
Laz turning the gunship slightly to reveal this thing is massive, baby. And it will rear its head back as the prototype following the tail slowly as underneath the scales of the dragon emit light. In this instance, a silver light. And it's actually turning and following the tail as it moves. Almost like how a predator baits insects with a moving object. And a massive sound will let out. Something's being charged. And this thing gets fucking destroyed. One breath from this dragon, its head explodes. Its arm fins ignite and erupt and explode as it sinks to the bottom of the ocean. He did it! He actually fucking did it!
Oh my god! Oh my god, I fucking love my brother! That's freaking crazy!
Towns falls to his ass looking up at the dragon!
I like to imagine Carter's electricity is still going off all around them as he walks past B Squadron, up near the dragon, and he gives it a bit of a bow.
It'll actually, it's huge. Bring its head down and open its large circular eye in front of Carter, just to get a look at him.
Carter will put his hand on the side of its face. Carter Rainfall, leader of men.
It lets out what sounds like a satisfied snort and will close its eyes when Carter's skin makes contact with. And then, as it appeared, it fades into smoke. And the hilt of Carter's sword glows faintly.
Carter looks at the hilt of his sword as he slowly looks over at Okeer, puts it away, and stumbles down to his feet, reaching out for Okeer's hand.
I'm coming over to this way. I assume Ricky wants to go up to Okeer.
Yeah, he's gonna haul ass over there.
Sam coming over to inspect Colt as Towns will try to start working on Colt. Benny starts staggering in a daze over to Okeer and will start collecting himself as Okeer has crawled here. Told you could do it.
Carter lets out a chuckle. Yeah, I know I could do it, Okeer. He's gonna look Okeer up and down once over.
Giant gaping holes in his armor, blood gushing out of all these holes. He looks like he's been shot at least 70 times. He lets out a wheeze, and Carter can see his lung with a huge hole in it. His lungs are located where, like humans and elves are. The destroyed pieces of his giant rib into his lung. Oh, God. He got me this time, I think.
Oh no. It's gonna... Carter nods. It's gonna be okay, as he looks up at Benny.
Benny looks at Carter, shakes his head, and walks back to Colt.
Elizabeth covers her mouth when she sees Benny's head shake, and Carter turns to Okeer. It's gonna be okay, Okeer. I promise you that.
Marianne will try to start applying bandages, and he knocks them. Leave it. Knocks them into the ocean.
Why are you doing that? Come on, man. We'll get you back and you'll be just fine.
He's drowning in his own blood at this point. He's starting to wheeze. He can't even talk. Tell your dad. I am sorry.
Carter leans forward. Sorry?
About Colt? About all this?
No, it isn't your fault. It isn't your fault, Okeer. Okay? If it's anyone's fault, it's mine. I'm the leader of this squad.
I'm sorry I gave you a hard time, Ricky.
No, man. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm grateful for every minute, man.
His head starts to slump as Marianne starts crying.
Elizabeth, will, 1 second, I'm sorry, pull off her mask. Looking at Okeer as she is trying to put on a smile, but tears are just running down her face. You're gonna be okay, Okeer. It's gonna be okay. You're gonna be quite happy. I know it.
He'll reach out and grab her arm. I'll be seeing Bash in a minute. Carter. As his head fully slumps.
Carter's jaw locks in place as he looks down, still holding Okeer's bloody hand. He starts to grip it tighter and tighter as he'll pull Memory Hand down to join him on the floor in a hug.
Marianne's basically hysterical at this point.
It's okay. It's okay. He's gonna drink a couple brewskis. Up there with Bash.
He's up there with the other old man now.
As we wind down on this session, Ricky, looking at Okeer over here, I imagine the whole group looks over here and they just see Samantha fall to her knees and actually break down and start crying as Towns works on Colt with Soul's assistance and Benny. And we cut there.